Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While the majority of us welcome January 1st as the Western calendar New Year, many people in my community have their unique cultural New Year celebrations between January and April. We have just come out of the Lunar New Year celebration, which is celebrated by people of Chinese, Vietnamese and Korean heritage. For Australians of Chinese background, it's the Year of the Rabbit, and for Australians of Vietnamese background, it's the Year of the Cat, and we call it Tết. I know that in the past, the Australian community has constantly referred to the Lunar New Year as the Chinese New Year. I would like us to correct that, as it's just not the Chinese community who mark this important cultural date, but so do other groups, as I have mentioned. The Lunar New Year is a fantastic and colourful cultural celebration, and I believe no one does it better than my community in Fowler, particularly Fairfield City Council, who's renowned for creating and putting on amazing cultural festivals celebrating diversity. Last weekend, they put on a magnificent Lunar New Year celebration in Freedom Plaza in the heart of Cabramatta, attracting tens of thousands of visitors, helping to boost the local economy. Our city was lit up with fireworks, firecrackers, dragon and lion dancing, and has been so since the start of the year. The Lunar New Year is a significant celebration in our community as it marks the beginning, a new start and hope for a prosperous new year for many who celebrate this cultural day. It's accompanied with customary activities such as giving of the red envelope known as Li Si. It's also a requirement for every household to make sure they clean up their homes and pay respect to their elders in the community. Every year on the 1st of April, thousands of Syrians in my electorate of Fowler gather at the Fairfield Showground to celebrate the beginning of their new year. This event has been organised by Assyrian National Council for many years, as well as other Assyrian groups, and this year commemorates the 6,773rd New Year for Fowler's Assyrians. A celebration of this old civilization would be incomplete without dancers dressed in traditional Assyrian attire, musical performances by singers and drummers, and historical presentation about this ancient culture. Moreover, this year, the 14th of April coincides with the New Year celebrations of Cambodian, Laotian and Thai populations in Fowler. The Cambodian New Year is a 3-day celebration of the solar New Year beginning on the first day of the year. These communities leave their home and congregate on the streets and partake in the celebration at the Bonnery Cambodian and Lao temples. I can proudly say one of the privileges of being a representative of this multicultural community is my electorate Fowler is being given the opportunities to participate and share in the community's diverse cultural celebrations. Fowler is like a museum where each corner tells the story of a different community. Every cuisine takes you back to the place where the dish was first prepared, and the memories you make at each cultural celebration will remain with you forever. This is why I feel so fortunate to be able to speak on behalf of my community as rich as Fowler.
I call the member for Banks.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 2nd of February, it was great to go to the Taste of Shund restaurant in Hurstville to celebrate the Lunar New Year with Can Revive. Can Revive is an extraordinary organisation that started back in 1995, and what Can Revive does is provide support for people in the Chinese Australian community who are suffering from cancer, supporting them and their families through what, of course, is an incredibly difficult time. It was quite a visionary project when it started some 28 years ago. More than 8,000 people have been helped by Can Revive over the years. There's now activities in the city at Haymarket, in Hurstville, and last year I was fortunate to open a new service at Westmead near the hospital. It's a wonderful organisation. I want to thank Eric Jung, the President, Associate Professor Stephen Lee and Jenny Wallace, the Vice President, and also Stephen Liu, the Chairman of the Can Revive Cancer Foundation. A very large amount of money has been raised from the community to support Can Revive over the years. It's a reflection of the immense quality of the organisation. Deputy Speaker, on the 1st of February we opened the new Kids at Play playground at St George Hospital, and this is a project that was initiated by Hurstville Rotary, fantastic organisation, and I was able some years ago to secure $400,000 from the federal government to support that project. But Hurstville Rotary deserves immense credit because they themselves contributed more than $250,000 to this terrific project, which now incorporates kids' playground, there's picnic eating areas, and it's a beautiful outdoor spot and a great location for patients and their families to spend time in during a hospital stay. So thank you to Jan Gartrell and everyone at Hurstville Rotary who's been behind this great project. Deputy Speaker, on the 29th of January, I attended the Canterbury Bankstown Tennis Association courts at Panania for the opening of the new courts, and great to see President Roger Pitt there, of course Paul Burgess, Adele English, Linda Wright and many other people. Some years ago, the federal government provided $360,000 for an important upgrade of these courts, and that upgrade has now been completed. Canterbury Bankstown Tennis Association does fantastic work, and it was terrific to be there for the opening. Deputy Speaker, on the 17th of January, I attended the Jing Jing Swim School presentation at Peakhurst West Pool. Roy Cho runs the Jing Jing School, and it's taught hundreds of kids how to swim over the years, and many of those kids have reached a high level of competitive swimming ability. It was great to present awards to those kids, and in particular to be there at Peakhurst West Swimming Pool, which was built and paid for by the community back in the 1960s and must always be preserved and protected.
Thank you. And I call the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. At the heart of the issues facing Lingiari, Fenella Springs to Bathurst Island, from Alperoom to Kintore, is the neglect of the bush in our remote communities. At the heart of this neglect is the failed community development program. For too long, there has been a severe shortage of meaningful work in our remote communities. Generationally, this creates a cycle. If you see your parents, aunties, uncles not working, why would you have any desire to work? And if you don't have a job that respects your culture, your skills or your time, why would you turn up for your shift? And if you're not working, how do you have any chance of building intergenerational wealth? There is a reason our remote communities are struggling at the moment, and it is clear that a lack of a remote employment program is at the heart of this. It brought me immense pride to stand out in remote communities during the election and commit to a new employment program for our communities, one that would place community empowerment and Aboriginal enterprise at its heart. We are starting from very rocky foundations. The CDP as it stands is not good enough. I want to thank all of the organisations right across my electorate, like the Central Land Council, who are doing a lot of good work developing employment policies that are place-based and culturally sensitive. The New Look CDP needs to be highly localised, responding to the needs of individual communities. It needs to be community-led and community-governed. Central Land Council, like all the land councils, are trying to do that and to work with government to make sure that we can respect and acknowledge the deep wealth of knowledge and skills that Aboriginal people hold. It's about real jobs. CDP is not in the end, it is not an end in itself, but it's about community and economic development. It's about Aboriginal enterprise and Aboriginal wealth building. The Northern Territory Indigenous Business Network is also doing some fantastic work with communities, developing Aboriginal enterprises and utilising business as a way of lifting people out of poverty. The Northern and Central Land Councils have their business arms. Tiwi Islands has the Tiwi Partners, a construction group I was fortunate enough to establish. All of these examples of Aboriginal enterprises are testament to the knowledge and skill of our mob back home. These skills need to be nurtured and enhanced, and that is what our new CDP reforms must focus on. I end with a message to the people of Lingiari. Our community has been through a rough ride over the last few weeks, and indeed the last few weeks, but reform is on the way, change is coming, and the New Look CDP will be testament to this.
I call the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, there are some members of Parliament who don't mind cricket, and there are others like me that love it. I'm honoured to be the patron of the Tuggeranong Valley Cricket Club, a club that's had a Bevan, a Berendorf, an Osborne and many a Floris in its ranks. It's been a role that's allowed me to get close to the game and the people that make up the club. The Tuggeranong and Western Creek clubs in Bean have a storied history and strong future. They are part of a broader ACT cricket community, a community that has just celebrated its 100 years, a community that is well led, that is growing, that has great diversity and an ever-increasing talent pool. Last December, I was privileged to host our talented ACT Cricket's under-19, under-17 and under-16 male and female teams, as well as their parents, up here at Parliament House. The teams are about to head off for representative duty, and along with Cricket ACT Chair Greg Borer, I presented the players with their blue ACT caps. Our under-17 male team went to Tasmania for the National Championships, with 2 ACT players named in the team of the tournament. Rakin, Rahman and Jake Smith had some standout performances over the week, both batting and bowling. However, both were most effective with the bat, finishing 2nd and 3rd respectively in the batting averages for the championship. The ACT young males managed 2 wins during the week, defeating Western Australia in round 3, then the Northern Territory in the final game of the tournament. There were a number of games that were extremely close, and they were unlucky not to walk away winners. The under-19 men's male team played 5 one-dayers and managed to win against Tasmania. The best bowling average was Blake Faunce, who made it into the top 10 bowling averages at 9. He took 9 wickets throughout the tournament with the best performance of 5 for 33. The under-19 women's team played 8 games across the tournament in Perth with a combination of T20s and one-day matches. They couldn't quite get a win during the tournament, but from what I've been told, they are a young team that played hard and never gave up. Many of the young women were playing up a couple of age groups. Well done to Grace Lyons, who racked up 120 runs across the tournament. Finally, the ACT's Alana Horsfall was named in the team of the tournament following the under-16 female national championships. The ACT managed 1 win against some tough competition. There were impressive performances by many players during the event, particularly by Alana, Rachel Carroll and Captain Amber Smith. A huge thank you to all the players, parents, coaching staff, managers, umpires, scorers and supporters who helped all the teams across the championships. And last but not least, but to the Cricket ACT staff and board, who not only worked tirelessly to ensure all the cricket could come together, but have a clear vision for the future of cricket in our region.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. Like many members in this place, I was very pleased to take part in a range of ceremonies and activities on Australia Day. Every year, I have the absolute pleasure of being the presiding officer at citizenship ceremonies in my electorate. This year, we welcomed nearly 150 new Aussies at beautiful Burleigh in the morning and then later in the afternoon at Mudgeeraba. The joy and gratitude in every new citizen always fills me with such pride as a member of federal parliament and as an Australian. Our new Australian citizens told me that they have come to our country for a better lifestyle, better opportunities and, of course, a better life for their families. And while we certainly acknowledge and recognise our histories and the challenges that we face, particularly in improving outcomes for Indigenous people, our new citizens remind us that there is so much to unite us all as we go forward. So congratulations to each of our new Australians, particularly those on the Gold Coast who have literally hit the jackpot. I also want to acknowledge the magnificent Family Fun Day put on by the Burleigh Heads Rotary Club. Thong throwing, damper making and live music made for a fantastic day. So thank you to the whole team at Rotary for putting this event on. Our community is much better off because of the work that you do, so thank you. Finally, I want to extend my congratulations and to thank 3 extraordinary women on the Southern Gold Coast who received official recognition for their outstanding contributions to our community in the Australia Day Honours List. Karen McLeod received a Medal of the Order of Australia in recognition of her contribution to swimming. Sport and swimming in particular is integral to the Gold Coast, and Karen's work in this area has no doubt added to our success in the pool. Congratulations, Karen. Distinguished Professor Lynn Griffiths was recognised as a member of the Order of Australia for her studies in genetics and neurological disorders. As a former Science Minister, I congratulate and thank Lynn sincerely for her contribution to this field. Finally, Detective Senior Sergeant Vanessa Wiseman was honoured with the Australian Police Medal. Vanessa's critical police work, particularly in the areas of domestic and family violence, help keeps our communities safe and secure. In my role as the Shadow Minister for Child Protection and the Prevention of Family Violence, I've heard some pretty harrowing stories, and I can only imagine the challenging situations that Vanessa has faced as head of the police DV unit on the Gold Coast. On behalf of our community, I thank her for her service and congratulate her on this most deserved recognition.
I call the member for Reid.
Every year, Australia Day gives us an opportunity to celebrate extraordinary Australians who help make our community the wonderful place it is, and I want to recognise some of their contributions here today. Ellen Louis has been the chair of the Australian Nursing Home Foundation for over a decade and is recognised with an OAM. Her work has been fundamental in developing and running aged care facilities across Sydney, with a particular focus on our older Chinese community. I've been able to visit one of these facilities in my electorate, the Bernard Chan Nursing Home in Burwood. It's a wonderful facility where older Chinese-speaking residents can eat familiar food, celebrate Chinese festivals and have care provided to them in their mother tongue. The late Dr. Gregory Kesby was posthumously awarded an AM for his significant service in obstetrics and gynecology. An obstetrician by training, Dr. Kesby's contribution to medicine spanned far beyond his clinical jobs at both Royal Prince Alfred and King George V hospitals in Sydney. Dr. Kesby maintained a number of senior roles on the Medical Council of New South Wales, the Australian Medical Council, the Medical Board of Australia and the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. His legacy lives on through the many clinicians he helped train and the many patients he treated. Justine Perkins was awarded an OAM for her service to the community. Justine and her husband John turned a deeply personal tragedy into an initiative that would go on to have a joyous and profound impact on the lives of so many. The Perkins lost their daughter Olivia when she was just 8 months old. She had a rare disease that cut her life far too short. As a way of channeling the immense grief, they set up the Touch by Olivia Foundation to help communities establish inclusive place spaces called Livy's Place. There are now more than 20 Livy's Place playgrounds around Australia, giving all children an opportunity to experience the joy and fun of playgrounds. Jennifer Collins chairs the Kokoda Track Memorial Walkway in my electorate. She's been awarded an AM for her service to veterans and their families, as well as her service to nursing. And I can say firsthand what an extraordinary person Jennifer is, having attended the 80th anniversary of the Kokoda campaign at the memorial last year. I want to thank all of this year's recipients for their incredible contribution to our community.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Flint.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to declare that I am a landholder. I have agricultural businesses that rely on the Great Artesian Basin as their water source. Madam Speaker, I wish to bring to your urgent attention the fact that Glencore, CTS & Co has a proposal to change Section 41 of the Queensland Environment Protection Regulation to further enable sequestering of carbon dioxide, CO2 hypercritical fluid into the precipice sandstone water aquifer of the Great Artesian Basin. The proposal amendment is shown in the Glencore briefing notes and specifically refers to the likely deterioration in environmental values of the receiving groundwater. Glencore has a trial site at Moonee Meandarra on the Western Downs and are calling for submissions as part of the environmental impact statement in respect to this project. I've met with Scott Elliott, the operations manager of Glencore, and he has told me that it is their intention to bring coal mining operations at the coal lease at Wandoan in central Queensland. They hope to build a coal gasification plant at Wandoan and produce hydrogen. The hydrogen will be piped to Gladstone and the CO2 will be piped to their site at Moonee Meandarra. They also intend to build a hydrogen power station to power the project. Several years ago, Glencore, CTS & Co had a proposal which was similar at their property at Glenhaven at Wandoan, adjacent to their coal lease. This project was abandoned due to the significant angst generated in the community with respect to polluting the Great Artesian Basin, which the towns of Wandoan and Troom and many farming families rely on as their principal water source. To allow Glencore to change the environmental protection regulation to allow them to potentially pump millions of tonnes of hypercritical CO2 fluid into the aquifer of the Great Artesian Basin is absolutely outrageous. The Great Artesian Basin is the world's largest underground potable water source. It covers 70% of the area of Queensland and is the lifeblood of many rural communities and agricultural sectors in Queensland. It is the 8th natural wonder of the world. It is the outback's Great Barrier Reef, in effect. To even contemplate compromising this treasured water asset on the Earth's driest habitable continent is absolutely unthinkable madness. CTS & Co.'s own groundwater impact assessment technical report clearly states that if any site where CO2 is injected into the precipice water source will in effect render it useless to anyone else in the future. I implore you, Madam Speaker, and everybody not to allow this change in the Queensland Environmental Protection Regulation. The consequences of doing so will potentially lead to the contamination of the Great Artesian Basin, rendering it useless for future generations.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was lucky enough to spend the January 26 holiday with members of my local, wonderfully diverse community in Maribyrnong. Around 40% of my local residents were born overseas. So we embrace diversity and we come together to celebrate it on January the 26th at citizenship ceremonies. One of my stops was in Essendon at the Ukrainian-Australian Australia Day celebration. I got to meet refugees from the war in Ukraine supported by our local community. The now famous stoicism and resolve of Ukrainian people was on display at this event. Many of the refugees were children who are now living in Australia. I acknowledge the work of Stefan Romaniw and the Ukrainian-Australian community. It was a poignant reminder on our National Day that we're indeed fortunate to live in a country that knows peace. I also attended 2 citizenship ceremonies where it was my honour to join the newest Australians celebrate their milestones. The first was at the Hume City Council of Broadmeadows, where the pride of those taking the citizenship pledge or affirmation were palpable. It was a really joyous occasion. I acknowledge the presence of my colleague, the member for Cornwall, but also Hume City Council and Mayor Joseph Howell for allowing me to share it with them. The second citizenship ceremony was for Moonee Valley Council, and I thank Mayor Piers Tyson and City Council CEO Helen Schwabe for asking me to address the gathering. I acknowledge that amongst the other dignitaries there was local member for Niddrie Ben Carroll and councillors Rose Isa and Katrina Hodgson and Sam Byrne. I acknowledge the strength that comes from embracing the traditions and the customs of people who left their birthplaces and chose our little corner of the world as their home. But it was the very start of the day that I've kept to mention last. The Essendon North Rotary Club breakfast featured a speech by former member for Lalor, former Federal Science Minister and National Treasurer Barry Jones AC. Barry spoke on the 60,000 years of Aboriginal history and he made a powerful case for the voice to Parliament. He said, and I quote, "This is not just for the benefit of First Nation people. It is an essential element of being honest with ourselves to fulfil the human potential of all of us." It was great to see his long-standing electoral secretary, Kath McDonald, present, along with the first woman Speaker of the Victorian Parliament, the Honourable Judy Madigan, in attendance. On Australia Day, I think many of us now think about the Indigenous history of Australia. I thought about the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people who graciously invite us, the residents of Maribyrnong, to leave our footprints on their country. Now, along with all First Nations peoples, they ask Australians to walk with them to finally be recognised in the nation's birth certificate, the Constitution. We cannot let them down.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Forde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And to follow in the theme of many of the contributions this morning, I too would like to reflect on the Australia Day activities across the electorate of Forde and across the city of Logan as well. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge, Madam Deputy Speaker, the winners of the City of Logan Australia Day Awards. The Logan Citizen of the Year was Rachel Simpkin-Bale. The Logan Young Citizen of the Year was Amelia Ayres. The Spirit of Logan Award winner was Tabby Robinson. And also would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Beenleigh Rotary Club President, Janae Hong, for her terrific work in their barbecue or their lamingtons and coffee on the morning, and also Logan Home Rotary President Sharon Hanson. As you can see, Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a busy day on Australia Day, and it started off with the Logan City Council's annual Australia Day Awards and Citizenship Ceremony, where we welcome the newest members to our local communities and highlight the efforts of those who have made the incredible contribution to the City of Logan through their important advocacy work and volunteering efforts. It was wonderful to welcome 110 new Australian citizens to the City of Logan. Hailing from over 41 countries, our newest Australians represent the next chapter, the next part of our wonderful multicultural makeup that is Australia. I had the pleasure of delivering the Minister's message and also sharing a few words in addition to that to welcome them to our community. As I have mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker, Citizens of the Year went to Rachel Simpkin-Bale, who has devoted herself to providing vital aid and support to women who have experienced domestic or sexual violence. And through her 30 years of advocacy across a range of state and local bodies, she has made substantial progress towards ending violence against women. Amelia Ayres, who took out the Young Citizen of the Year award for her incredible volunteer work as a youth ambassador for Bravehearts. At just 16 years of age, Amelia has dedicated herself to advocating for some of the most vulnerable in our community. And finally, the Spirit of Logan Award went to Tammy Robinson. Tammy's work through Formerly Ever After truly does represent the spirit of our City of Logan, where a free community program, Formerly Ever After, lends a helping hand to students in need, providing dresses and suits and allowing them to take part in their formal activities. To all the other nominees for the awards, congratulations on being nominated. And finally, I want to thank the Beenleigh and Logan Home Rotary Clubs. Every year they put on coffee and lamingtons in the community to celebrate Australia Day. Thank you to everybody for their efforts.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Lalor.
Why, thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it is last week I had the pleasure of visiting Lollipop Creek Primary School in its first month of operation, a brand new school in my electorate. I want to thank Principal Joel Riddle for the opportunity to address the school community of its 200 brand new students from preps to grade 6 and to pass along to them a set of Australian flags for their new flagpoles. Lollipop Creek Primary School carries a story that happens in my electorate every year. There are 4 new schools opening across the electorate of Lalor that opened this year, opened their doors. They are the Nagari Primary School, the Nenang Primary School and the Carwan Primary School. And I want to congratulate Principals Honey Sterling, Chris Simmons and Ashley Craig on their appointments and the great beginning to the new school year in these new schools. In a growth area like ours, where people join our community every day, these new schools mark that growth. They also mark the important work that happens in our local community, where we build communities from the ground up, where we are focused on inclusion and harmony, where we're working so hard to ensure that we have cohesion in our community. That work starts often in these brand new schools, where we support our local children and where as a community we aspire for them. Deputy Speaker, along with our new schools, of course, all of the schools across Wyndham have begun this new year of 2023. I want to welcome the many, many new teachers to our communities who have joined our existing schools and send my best wishes to all the schools across the electorate. And while I'm talking about the growth corridor and our new schools and listening to others speak about Australia Day, I'd like to report to the House that the CEO of Wyndham City Council informs me that in Wyndham we are expecting 15,000 new citizens through citizenship ceremonies across Wyndham this year. I have attended 3 or 4 already this year and will obviously attempt to attend as many as I can get to. But again, on that theme of building community from the ground up, this is the real work that goes on in the community that I represent here. As I told the children of Lollipop Creek Primary School, my job is to bring their stories to this place so that the 150 other members of the House of Representatives understand who we are, understand our challenges and understand our great achievements. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business order of the day number 1, Annual Climate Change Statement 2022, resumption of debate.
The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we've come a long way in 3 years since I entered politics on climate change. There is still a long way to go, but there is some progress. I believe that we need to set more ambitious targets and we need to find ways to improve our agility and way of adopting innovation in policy making to get us there, and accountability on how we actually measure emissions and impacts from methane and gas. We know that the government has set its ambition at 43% by 2030, and they don't appear to be swayed on that. But thankfully, the crossbench secured amendments to the Climate Change Act that was passed last year that clarified that 43% is only a floor for the ambition, not a ceiling, and set an important signal to the market and to industries that more ambition was needed and possible. Another important amendment that was moved that I moved, in fact, to the Climate Change Act was the Annual Climate Change Statement, and Minister Bowen delivered the first of these in December. And that was a very welcome initiative of transparency and accountability, and I believe an important document to be received annually in this place. What was notable about Minister Bowen's statement was that the government believes that after only 6 months in office, that they are on track to now achieve 40% by 2030 emissions reductions, which means, as I have been saying for some 3.5 years already, that with the right policies and a little more pressure, we could see Australia far exceed 43% by 2030. We have the capacity and the technology. We just need the political will in this place to pull the levers and set in place a regulatory framework that enables the investment and transition to happen as fast as possible. The International Energy Agency has made clear that we can have no new oil, coal or gas projects opened up if we want to keep temperatures as close to 1.5 degrees as possible. And as we see countries around the world rocked by successive tragedies and disasters of a scale unimaginable, here in Australia on the East Coast, flooding of a scale that has just never been seen before, the bushfires of 2019, we see these events rock our communities time and time again, and more frequently now. And so we must find the political will to act with more urgency. And so I am critical of this government because it does still, despite this commitment, there is a level of greenwashing if it is also going to continue approving gas projects and extending coal mine licences. We now have, on the coastline between Newcastle and Manly, the prospect of PEP 11. We see the PEP 11 gas exploration area reopened for decision by the Joint Authority as a result of the consent orders in the court proceedings. I will strongly oppose that and pledge to my community and the community along the East Coast that we will absolutely be fighting and advocating for this application to be rejected. The Narrabri gas fracking continues towards production, despite strong opposition from so many local communities, despite the International Energy Agency clearly stating we must stop new gas projects. And just last week, the Lake Vermont coal mine approval was extended until 2063. Now, seriously, it is greenwashing of the government if it, on one hand, going to extend those kind of licences, but on the other side, it is committed to reducing emissions. Because what we need to be very clear about is we need to reduce gross emissions. It's not enough to just say on a balancing of the budget, we're going to get there. We actually have to reduce gross emissions, and that does mean no longer extending coal mine licences and not approving new licences for gas extraction or coal. In relation to the statement, it is comprehensive and I welcome that, but it can be improved in a couple of key items. It should include an analysis and direction stating for key sectors of statements in relation to key sectors of the economy. The report contains emissions projections which actually shows an increase in emissions between now and 2030 from fugitive emissions, land use, agriculture and transport. We need to be reducing emissions across the board. I accept that some sectors will be slower than others. They have a more difficult situation, that the technology is not as advanced. But that does not exempt them from needing to reduce emissions. We can't have a situation of increasing gross emissions. We must reduce. The electricity sector transition is expected to contribute 90% of the emissions reductions to 2030. I would say that is an unfair burden or an uneven burden on just that sector, and there must still be pressure and focus on the other sectors to reduce emissions. The statement should include targets for the 5-year periods post-2030. I've said many times in this place the need to provide long-term certainty and the clear roadmap to business, to industry, on how they may drive their investments, so that there can be confidence of investment, especially when we're talking manufacturing around innovation and new technologies. The annual statement has Australia on track for only 48% emissions reduction by 2035, including the safeguard mechanism reforms and the electricity target. Now, that is not good enough. We absolutely must have a much more ambitious target for the next national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, which is for 2035. Or we have to be honest with communities about the kind of disruption, upheaval, uncertainty, risk and catastrophic events that are likely to occur and accelerate and rock those communities. We absolutely must introduce much better monitoring, reporting and validation of methane emissions. And before the Nationals cry out about cows and I'm against cattle, this is about gas production. The largest proportion of methane emissions is in fact from gas extraction and then in the transport and export of gas. And yet we still don't have a system that properly monitors that. They are companies are permitted to simply give an estimate and an averaging of what they believe methane emissions are. That is just not good enough. I believe strongly, and many others do, that it's time to start talking about what our next nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement should be. At COP27, we learnt that the current commitments are not enough to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees. We need to accelerate ambition. This is a race, and we are barely on the start line. It's time to accelerate. We must, and I strongly push the government, that we need to commit to 75% emissions reduction by 2035. This is a realistic target and a necessary target. Let's be clear, it is a necessary target if we want any hope of really net zero being meaningful and achieving to hold warming to somewhere close to 1.5 degrees. In fact, the UK has already committed to reducing emissions by 78% by 2035. New South Wales is aiming at 70% by 2035. Victoria is aiming at 75 to 80% by 2035. Now, I shouldn't have to explain the implications of not acting. Those are clear from a safety point of view for our communities. But let's get clear about the economic imperative as well. It's essential for business and investment to know the trajectory post-2030. Increasing our ambition is necessary to attract the investment that is flooding towards green projects in other jurisdictions. In the United States, the Inflation Reduction Act has already started to generate trillions of dollars of investment in US green industries and manufacturing of batteries, electric vehicles, solar panels and associated manufacturing. Australia needs to at least match the ambition of the US to credentialise itself as a partner in the development of new green global supply chains and benefit from the global economic shifts that are taking place. For me and my electorate of Warringah, the opportunities presented by this green economy transition have always been top of mind when we talk about solving this climate crisis. It is such a fallacy to talk about the cost of transition. It is the opportunity of transition. Deloitte Access Economics forecasts that we could add over 250,000 jobs and $680 billion to the Australian economy by pursuing policies to get us back to net zero. So I believe we need stronger targets and we need to increase ambition. But I say to the Minister, Minister Bowen, the Minister for Climate, Energy, I welcome the statement. I look forward to working at increasing the government's ambitions. We need more guidance for the future. The investment sector, business, manufacturing, they are waiting, ready, willing and able to assist the government in this transition.
Thank you. I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With the election of the Albanese government in May last year, the people of Australia unequivocally voted to end the climate and energy wars. We all hoped that soon after, so did this parliament. Certainly from our side of the parliament and from the crossbench, those wars are done with. Unfortunately, as is becoming increasingly clear, the opposition under this opposition leader wants the war to continue. Deputy Speaker, after a decade of climate and renewable energy denial, disaster and neglect, the Albanese government is taking strong action on the climate and the environment and is seizing the job opportunities that come from the promotion and growth of a renewable economy and a renewable energy future. Now, following on from the statement from the member for Warringah, of course, there'll be debates about whether we should be going further and sooner, but we think we've got the balance right. We've spoken widely to all stakeholders in developing this policy that we've taken to the parliament and taken to the people at an election, and we're confident we've got the balance right. As a first step, we've enshrined in law our emission reduction target of 43% below 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero by 2050, ensuring that this is an obvious and effective target that is actively worked towards, not against. The Australian government is also supporting the transformation of our regions that have always powered Australia. We are putting downward pressure on energy prices with affordable renewables, all while reducing emissions, which of course is good and necessary for our climate. And indeed, under Powering Australia, Deputy Speaker, 5 out of 6 new jobs will be delivered in the regions, and not least in my home state of Tasmania. Late last year, the Parliament passed the Climate Change Bill, which was the first real climate change bill that had been brought to this Parliament in a decade. At its core, it tasked the Climate Change Authority to provide advice on Australia's progress against climate reduction targets and to advise on new targets under the Paris Agreement, which will include a 2035 target. The Climate Change Authority must be a trusted advisor to government on climate targets. Yet, Deputy Speaker, under the previous government, there was first an attempt to abolish the authority, and when that didn't work, they settled on gutting it completely, a modus operandi they put across all levels of government, must be said. And gut it they did, so much so that the Climate Change Authority was not even providing advice on climate targets to the government of the day. That's how blind the Liberal National Coalition has been to our climate, our environment and, frankly, to our economy. So steadfast in their denial of climate change are they that they actively defunded and ignored the agency that had been set in place to provide advice to government on one of the greatest challenges facing this country and indeed the entire world. The 2022 bill also required the Minister for Climate Change to report annually to Parliament on progress in meeting our targets, which of course is what this government's doing right now with this annual statement. How refreshing it is to have a government in charge that takes responsibility for the climate and for the future of renewable energy, instead of seeking to deny, cover up, ignore, fudge the evidence of climate change and the evidence of the climate change and the impact it's having on our lands and our economy. I remind people in this place it was the current leader of the opposition who stood with two former Liberal Prime Ministers, it must be said, who laughed at the impacts of climate change which we're having on our closest neighbours, as they combat the very real impacts of rising sea levels. How any member of the opposition has the face to stand in this place and speak to this statement about climate change is beyond me. They absolutely lack credibility altogether on climate, and I implore those members of the opposition who do share our belief and our understanding of the impacts of climate change and who do believe that the science is real, do more in your party room. Stand up, be heard, because at the moment it's the naysayers, it's the deniers, it's those who've led the war for the last 10 years, who put politics above science, who put politics above the reality that climate change is real. They're the ones winning your party room debates. You've got to stand up and be heard in the Liberal National Party room to ensure that these climate change wars are finally put behind us. Deputy Speaker, during the 2022 federal election, Labor made our position clear. The future is in renewables. Renewable energy means both lower emissions and a stronger economy. Under the Albanese government, no longer will it be the policy of the government to hold back investment in renewable energy. Under the leadership of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Australia has seen the renewable energy market grow from strength to strength, and it will continue to do so. There is now investment certainty back in this market. The private sector knows that they have a government in charge that believes in the future of renewable energy, and we are seeing investors flock to the sector. Already, electric vehicle sales in Australia are up 86% since last year. We are catching up at a cracking pace after being left behind for the last 10 years. But there's still more to do. This is why the Australian government has made changes to the Fringe Benefits Tax Assessment Act, which makes electric, hydrogen and plug-in hybrid cars below the luxury car tax threshold exempt from the FBT. In action, this slashes the cost for employers to switch their fleets to EVs, which means more electric vehicles on our roads and lower emissions. In real figures, that's a saving of up to $12,500 on the purchase of an EV for an employee, and at the same time, individuals can save up to $4,300. No wonder we've seen EV sales skyrocket this year. The demand is there from the public, and finally it's being met. This government has made owning EVs more affordable and more accessible. At the same time, we are ensuring that our Driving the Nation plan becomes reality, with an investment of $500 million into the national EV charging network. This means there'll be charging stations at an interval of 150 kilometres on major roads across Australia. And of course, Deputy Speaker, charging technology is improving all the time. It takes a little time these days to charge your EV. That waiting time is going to progressively be less and less over time, which will make EVs even more appealing. Those opposite scorned a future with electric vehicles, that we were ending the weekend, one of the most absolutely disgraceful acts during the federal election in 2019 was the Liberal senior members of the Liberal Party, not least the former Liberal Prime Minister, saying that Labor was ending the weekend with our policy on electric vehicles. Great for a headline, great on TV, but absolutely damning for national policy, and it put this country back 3 years in terms of electric vehicle policy. This government is turning that around. Deputy Speaker, under the Australian Government's Powering Australia and Rewiring the Nation plans, we are putting renewable energy and clean energy futures at the forefront of our agenda. This has commenced already, of course, with our investments in Rewiring the Nation being fast-tracked for critical projects in Tasmania. The fast-tracking of the Marinus Link in Tasmania will deliver 2 undersea transmission cables to connect Tasmania and Victoria. It's been long talked about and a long neglected project, but Labor is making it happen. It took this government no time to commit funding and get the show on the road when we came to power. Marinus Link will support 1,400 jobs in Tasmania and another 1,400 jobs in Victoria during the construction phase. It will also provide a strong boost to the Tasmanian and national economy with up to $4.5 billion in positive net market benefits. It's through the leadership and investment of this government, this Minister for Climate Change and Energy, this Prime Minister, that my home state of Tasmania has a brighter and cleaner energy future ahead of it, one that has secure jobs at its centre and, of course, fewer emissions in our power structures. Our commitment to renewable energy doesn't stop with Marinus in Tasmania. The Albanese Labor government has invested in the future of secure Tasmanian jobs and manufacturing by helping to kickstart the Line hydrogen project in the north of the state. Line Hydrogen is working to produce Australia's first operational commercial-scale hydrogen facility, and thanks to the Albanese government, it will call Tasmania home. Hydrogen's a very exciting prospect for renewable. Deputy Speaker, I could go on and on about Labor's commitment to climate change and renewable futures, but I'll leave it there. Fantastic to see the war has ended from our side. I only hope the Liberal and National Party see sense and end the war from their perspective as well.
I thank the member and call the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. At the beginning of this year, the world's climate scientists at the WMO formally declared that the last 8 years had been the hottest on record. This record heat coincides with the highest ever levels of coal and gas burnt in a single year, trapping more heat in our atmosphere and oceans. Our home is burning before our very eyes, sometimes literally, and the government is currently acting like everything is fine, despite the fact it's abundantly clear we are in an emergency. We know that what this is causing this crisis, and ultimately it is the burning of coal, oil and gas. But really on that front, nothing is changing. In fact, it is going to get worse. The Albanese government, like the Morrison government before them, wants to add more fuel to this devastating fire. One of the documents tabled with the Minister's climate change statement was the Department's emissions projections report. The document lists 7 more projects that they are expecting will open over the next 7 years. 7 more. The carbon bomb of the Beetaloo Basin in the Northern Territory, which could release up to 4 to 7 times more emissions than Adani. Woodside, Scarborough and Browsefield fields in WA and their LNG terminal on the Burrup Peninsula. Santos's Narrabri fracking fields, Shell's Crux field near Darwin, and a series of other unspecified fracking fields in Queensland. We know that the release of methane and gas is one of the biggest contributors to climate change, and in fact methane is up to over 80 times more potent than CO2 when it comes to trapping heat in the atmosphere. We also know, by the way, that Woodside and Santos were some of the biggest donors to the Labor Party in the lead up to this federal election. This is straight-up climate denial. If you understand and appreciate that the burning of coal, oil and gas is what is driving climate change, and your government's response is to project the opening of new coal, oil and gas projects over the next 10 years, then that is tantamount and functionally and behaving as if you see no connection between the opening of new coal and gas and the driving of climate change. Indeed, the International Energy Agency has said to meet net zero by 2050, a target put into law last year, not one new project can be built. But the Albanese government isn't just satisfied with 1 or 7. By the end of this decade, there is 111 more coal and gas projects in the pipeline. But even for the government, that is not enough. In the most recent federal budget, we saw over $40 billion of subsidies to the fossil fuel industry listed in that budget over the next 4 years. Not enough money for dental into Medicare, not enough money to build enough social and affordable homes for everyone that needs one, not enough money to bring mental health into Medicare or tackle the cost of living crisis, but $40 billion for some of the wealthiest multinational corporations in the world. You can't have it both ways. You do actually have to choose. Do you want to achieve your legislated climate targets, or do you want new coal and gas? And by the way, in the latest climate report, the government's not even on track for their weak 43% emissions reduction target. Let's be clear, the world is on track to shoot past 1.5 degrees limit by the end of the decade. In fact, we're on track for 2.7 degrees, which will throw our societies into chaos. Indeed, the life we know today will be unrecognisable to our children. 2.7 degrees of warming and getting over 1.5 degrees warming by the end of this decade will see not only more bushfires, floods, natural disasters, collapses in parts of our crucial food systems, rising sea levels, the movement of hundreds of millions, if ultimately not billions, of climate refugees displaced from their homes. And it collapsed in a lot of the systems that our world relies on currently to feed, house and protect the billions of people on this earth. Australia has actually seen a preview of what this is going to look like over the last few years. From the bushfires in 2019 and lurching straight into the floods, I personally remember hauling furniture out of poor and working class people's homes in parts of my electorate, knowing that they had not enough money to go anywhere else, that they had to crowdfund just to get enough money to find another home. And those are the direct material consequences of the decisions that people make in this place to give money to coal and gas corporations, to allow the opening up of new coal, oil and gas projects. It is a direct consequence of decisions that the government has already made, including improving a coal mine that will export coal past 2060, according to the approval. If we are still exporting coal and gas past 2050, we can even forget about 2.7 degrees of warming. We're blowing well past that. I actually don't know how you logically have in your head, on one hand, the idea that it is sustainable to continue to expand the export of coal and gas, and it literally assume, under your government's policies, that we'll be exporting coal and gas past 2050, and then, on the other hand, talk with solemn faces about the consequences of climate change. You're causing that. That is your government's policies. And maybe one of the other worst things is that beyond the $40 billion of subsidies, we know in the last reportable tax year, the top 20 coal, oil and gas corporations made $150 billion of revenue. And can anyone take a guess on how much tax they paid on that revenue? It wasn't $0, which I was surprised by, it was $30. So not only do we have the subsidies, not only do we have the knowledge that the coal, oil and gas corporations are the ones driving this climate crisis, but we literally have a government policies that can watch these corporations also destroy our planet and then make war profits of these huge amounts of revenue and not tax them properly. What this government should be doing is recognising that we need to rapidly transition out of coal, oil and gas, and in those years that we are transitioning, make those corporations pay their fair share in tax. Because imagine if we had the sort of sovereign wealth fund that Norway had, $1 trillion that we could put towards transitioning our regional communities, investing in the health and education services those communities need, reviving manufacturing in those communities with $1 trillion. Because right now, the planet's cooking, and the money that those corporations are either going into the coffers of the major parties in forms of donations or into the pockets of shareholders. I think over the next few years, Australians increasingly are going to realise this government functionally is hardly any different to the way the previous government behaved when you think about the export of coal, oil and gas and the opening of it and the subsidisation of it. That is what the Greens will be focusing over the next few years, and certainly when the government's safeguard mechanism comes up for debate in Parliament and the part of legislation that comes with it, we'll certainly be focusing on the fact that this still does not deal with the opening up of new coal, oil and gas.
I thank the member and call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about one of Australia's greatest climate scientists, the late Professor Will Steffen, who died at the end of January, aged 75. Will Steffen was born in Norfolk, Nebraska and trained as a chemist at the University of Missouri before getting his PhD at the University of Florida in 1975. He came to Australia with his wife Carrie in the late 1970s after a detour working for the Peace Corps in rural Fiji. He did a postdoc at ANU, then joined the CSIRO as an editor and information officer, and then quickly became one of the leaders in the emerging field of geosphere-biosphere analysis. He helped bring together disparate fields in ecology, biology, oceanography and climate research into a larger study of Earth system science. He moved to Stockholm from 1998 to 2004 as Executive Director of the International Geosphere-Biosphere Program. And then when he returned to Australia, quickly became an advisor to the federal government on issues of climate. He became director of the ANU Fenner School of Environment and Society and the inaugural director of the ANU Climate Change Institute. Australians came to know him best as a foundation member of the Australian Climate Commission, which was dissolved within, as he put it, it seemed like hours of the election of the Abbott's government in 2013. In response, Will Steffen and his fellow commissioners, Tim Flannery, Leslie Hughes and Amanda McKenzie, launched a crowdfunding campaign, raising more than $1 million in a single week, enabling them to set up the Climate Council. As a researcher, he was a significant advocate of the concept of the Anthropocene, the idea that humanity has entered a new geological age. And he's known for a 2009 paper, A Safe Operating Space for Humanity, which was published with Johan Rockström and others in Nature, and introduced the concept of planetary boundaries. He and his co-authors identified a number of nine planetary scale processes that regulate the stability of the Earth system. And that later turned from a paper in Nature to a documentary on Netflix, narrated by David Attenborough, brilliantly illustrating the way in which Will Steffen was at the forefront of science and the forefront of science communication. He continued to appear regularly in the media, where he was always willing to take on climate change deniers. I recall a forum at Canberra Labor Club in Belconnen in which he talked calmly about the science and the importance of acting on climate change. That earned him vitriol on social media and a number of death threats. But he was undeterred and continued to speak out about the concerns that he had for the planet's future, presenting the scientific data rigorously, calmly, jargon-free, and in a way in which Australians could understand it. He was a keen Canberran. I've mentioned just now the way in which he engaged in local Belconnen forum, but he was always speaking at local Canberra forums and loved his adopted city. He co-founded the Canberra Urban and Regional Futures Initiative in 2010, and he said of it, quote, "How we design, build and live in cities of the 21st century is a daunting research challenge. What better place to start meeting this challenge than in our own city and region? And what better way to build the required knowledge than through collaboration among our region's research institutions?" He was concerned about the need for acting and that the risks didn't sit equally on the side of acting too fast and acting too slowly. As he said in an interview with The Guardian in 2018, discussing tipping points, quote, "Maybe we have 20 to 25 years and then we might be committed to losing Greenland. But the time we have left to intervene to stabilise coral reefs, for example, is a lot less than 30 years. He concluded, quote, "To err on the side of danger is a stupid thing to do." He was extraordinarily generous to me as a Member of Parliament and as an author. When I wrote a book called What's the Worst That Could Happen? Existential Risk and Extreme Politics, it included a chapter on climate change, and I sent the chapter through in draft form to Will Steffen. He came back very speedily with a series of line edits which were generous, incisive and detailed. And I dealt with all of his suggestions and produced a better book as a result, though I'm sure not as good a book as Will Steffen would have written if he'd been writing on the same topic. He was a keen outdoorsman. He enjoyed trekking and hiking from the Himalayas to the wildest parts of Australia. He carried out extreme ascents in the New Zealand Alps and the Canadian Rockies and was part of a 1988 ANU Mountaineering Club expedition to climb the 7,000-metre Mount Brunsi in Nepal. He wrote the definitive history of Australian Himalayan climbing, Himalayan dreaming, and once said, and here I'm indebted to an article which ran the Fairfax papers by Carrie Steffen, John Finnegan and David Finnegan, in which they quoted Will Steffen as saying, quote, "Climbing is like science. To get up a hard rock or ice climb, just like when you're solving a problem in the carbon cycle, you have to be ultra-focused. You have to make holistic decisions and you have to be acutely aware of your surroundings. When you come off a big climb, you really appreciate the beauty of what's around you. That's the buzz you get in science, when you solve a big problem and see suddenly how it fits together." His wife of 51 years, Carrie Steffen, said, quote, "He was a wonderful, kind and passionate man, and he was the same as a husband. He was the most marvellous companion and the best dinner companion I would ever have and ever will have. He brought the world to me. And I offer my particular condolences to Carrie and to Will and Carrie's daughter, Sonia. Will Steffen was a remarkable Australian, an extraordinary Canberran, and a citizen of the world. And we're lucky to have had his contribution on climate change and on helping to shape a better planet.
I thank the member. The question is that the debate be adjourned. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022, Measures number 1, Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. And I call the member for Lindsay. No? Oh, sorry, MacArthur. I call the member for MacArthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022 Measures number 1 bill, and I thank the Minister for introducing this bill, which involves a very important piece of legislation. It carries on the Albanese Labor government's attempts to modernise our health system and our health regulatory environment. We've had 10 years of stagnation. The previous government, of course, very tired old government. I feel a bit sorry for the previous health minister. He failed to respond in many ways to the challenges of our health system, as did his predecessors in the Liberal National Party government. I was part of the Standing Committee on Health that did an inquiry into how we approved new drugs and devices for use by the Australian population. The previous Health Minister didn't even give us the courtesy of a response to that report, The New Frontier, as indeed he didn't even give us the courtesy of a response to our previous report, which was on juvenile arthritis. And this is an attempt by the Albanese government, a continuation of our plans to modernise and bring up to date our health system and our health regulatory system. And when I saw this legislation was listed for debate, I simply couldn't pass up the opportunity to speak on it. As a paediatrician, I believe in the science and the expertise behind our health system, and I wholeheartedly support the independent experts at the Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA, and this is a body that has a critical role in making evidence-based decisions about the medications we use in Australia, about the devices we use in medicine, for example, things like joint replacements, devices such as cardiac catheters and pacemakers, and a whole range of different devices that are used in healthcare in Australia. The TGA has a critical role in making evidence-based decisions about what we use and about keeping Australians safe when it comes to consuming pharmaceuticals and using devices in healthcare. It takes on evidence from industry and from professionals, and I've no hesitation in standing here today to support this bill, which proposes amendments to the TGA Act via the Therapeutic Goods Amendment to identify issues with devices and some pharmaceuticals that we use, as I've said, in healthcare, to enable complications and problems that may occur in their use to be notified in a systematic way, and to enable the TGA to recommend the withdrawal of approval or special restrictions on use of certain devices. It improves the mandatory reporting of adverse events, and by expanding people who can report adverse events, and assists in addressing some of the other issues that can be involved in using medications and devices in Australia. We have at the moment, particularly following the pandemic, supply chain issues, and it may well be that there are shortages of certain medications and certain medical treatments, even different tests that are used in biochemistry and haematology, etc. And this will enable alternatives to be used and to be accessed very quickly. So it's very, very important in ongoing monitoring of health care. We use now in Australia very complex methods of treatment for a whole range of conditions, including cancer, including cardiac disease, including some autoimmune diseases, such as SLE or lupus. Some immune disorders are treated using biological medications that are genetically targeted, and this legislation will help monitor their use for some often very rare disorders and enable complications to be reported very quickly. And the same with the newer medical devices that are now used in things, for example, like minimally invasive cardiac surgery to do things like replace heart valves, to repair congenital heart defects, holes in the heart and other conditions. Will enable very quick reporting of complications to the TGA and notification of those complications to physicians and also to the general public. Currently, the sponsors of medical devices and device manufacturers are required to report adverse events relating to medical devices to the TGA as a part of an incident reporting and investigation scheme. This tightens up the regulations, allows more people to be able to report those complications. And I know from my experience working in the public hospital system that previously often the reporting of these adverse events was delayed because of perhaps investigations by the local hospital or the lack of one person designated to report adverse events and the lack of a systemic collection of data. And this legislation will enable that data collection to be improved. And it is a really long overdue, I might say, improvement in those reporting conditions and reporting ability to come to the central body, to the TGA. We've seen many problems in the past because of either no reporting of adverse events or a delay in reporting adverse events in a systematic and systemic way. So this is really long overdue legislation. It attempts to reduce the regulatory burden for people who manufacture in Australia, particularly things like biological medications and devices. So it makes it easier by having a streamlined marketing approval pathway as well for treatments, particularly biologicals that are used for export. And it supports innovation and investment in biologicals and also manufacturing in Australia. There have been several devices, of course, in latter years that have been found to cause severe complications and adverse events in many patients. And these include a particular hip replacement, which was a metal-on-metal hip replacement for the ball and socket joint at the top of the femur. And there were adverse events, but because of delays in reporting, it was not realised that there were such large numbers involved until, unfortunately, it eventually came to legal action. And that's when it became apparent that there were actually large numbers involved of the complications. Many of those complications had not been reported to the central body, the TGA. So this is an attempt to avoid problems like this. Of course, also, people may remember the surgical mesh that was used as part of many operations to improve continence in people who had what's called uterine prolapse, and the vaginal mesh was used for this surgery as well as other types of gynecological surgery to try and prevent prolapse of the uterus, but cause severe post-surgical complications in a number of women, and unfortunately, again, did not come to general notice until legal action was proposed. So this is a failure of a regulation in the health system that this legislation will attempt to address. If we can work together with industry to mitigate these risks from occurring, it will guarantee that people receive treatment which is of the best quality, and people who are administering these treatments can feel confident that once the device is approved by the TGA, that ongoing monitoring will occur of side effects and complications in a timely manner and help improve our health system overall. It also will improve our public and private hospital systems, and it will also make patients more confident in the treatment that they're receiving, to know that any complications will be reported in a timely and appropriate manner. During a recent visit to PNG, as part of a parliamentary group looking at healthcare in that country, it was easy to see there how unregulated health systems and things like medications and devices can lead to major problems. And we are lucky in Australia to have a system like the TGA, but this is again an improvement on that system. In my electorate of Macarthur, I've heard countless stories from constituents who've expressed their concerns about being able to access also critical medications which they require urgently. Recently I was contacted by a patient of mine who has a rare neurological condition called myasthenia gravis, and very concerned about the lack of availability of a particular medication that is used and can be life-saving for people with myasthenia gravis. With the help of the Minister's office, I was able to finally work out what alternatives were available. This legislation will help make that much easier for physicians and for the general public to access that information, and for the alternative medications to be made available to the patient. So very important, particularly for people who are facing shortages of either devices and treatments that can be used as an alternative for their current therapy when supply chain difficulties mean the primary medication or treatment they're on can become available. Another patient contacted me about the lack of availability of a certain flanged enteral feeding tube, which is a tube that goes from the abdomen into the stomach to provide feeding for their child. Unfortunately, the supply, because of supply chain difficulties, had run out, and it took us a long time to find out what alternatives were available. This legislation will help in that situation. A pivotal aspect of this bill is to provide an expansion also of the Secretary's information gathering powers to guarantee efficient and timely responses if there are side effects or complications. The expansion of this gathering power of data is very important and is very relevant to issues where there may be concerns expressed in one place, and the information gathering can now look Australia-wide. It makes third parties who want to notify complications more confident that their information will be taken on board and used seriously. This bill will remove merit review rights also for decisions by the Secretary to require the provision of information or documents to prevent pathways being used to delay provision of information about complications, so also very important. I should also mention, by finishing, I have the utmost confidence in the TGA, having worked closely in my role as the Chair of the Standing Committee of Health with the TGA and with the professionals involved. I was very saddened to hear of the retirement or the proposed retirement of Professor John Skerritt as head of the TGA to take place in April this year. He is amongst one of the very best public servants I have ever met, and Australia should be incredibly grateful for the systems that he has introduced over the 11 years he's been in charge, and for the way in which he has helped modernise the TGA to deal with all the new and expanding range of treatments and medications and devices that are becoming available in the 21st century. This is expanding in an exponential way, and we have done very well, particularly during the pandemic, because of the work of Professor John Skerritt. I'm very grateful for his service to this country. He is a great Australian, and I certainly will miss him. I commend this bill to the House, and I think it's again another way that the Albanese Labor government, and in particular the Health Minister, is helping modernise our health system. Thank you.
I thank the member and call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you for the call to be able to speak on the Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022 Measures No. 1 Bill. And I note the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care and the member for Macarthur's carriage of this legislation and work in this space, and also my colleague, the member for Monash, for speaking as he did on this bill previously. And I want to acknowledge that myself and the Coalition support this bill. I think perhaps the member for Macarthur was a little harsh on the former Minister for Health. He did have a serious pandemic to deal with at the time of the release of these reports, and I think he did an extraordinary job in steering our country through the worst of those times. I personally also support this bill, having my mother have hernia operations using mesh, and having a very difficult time following these operations when something is meant to cure your issues and instead you end up in a lot of pain with not much resolution. I can understand the struggles and difficulties many people, particularly women across this country, have faced who did have these mesh implants for various reasons. The bill amends the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to implement a number of measures that seek to ensure the continued access to critical prescription medicines and support the safe use of therapeutic goods by strengthening therapeutic goods post-market monitoring and compliance. And I'll speak further to this later in my contribution. The bill will also introduce a framework of requirements for the mandatory reporting of adverse event information by hospitals across Australia, and I think that's extremely important for patient safety. In particular, I think about how much this mechanism may assist further in the issues of mesh implants. And of course, there was a 2017 Senate inquiry which looked into mesh implants and medical devices that were developed in the late 1990s, which later reported widespread complications from those devices for many women across the country. And this investigation emphasised the need for improvements in safeguarding patient safety through post-market monitoring. And this will ensure early detection of adverse events relating to medical devices. This is beneficial for patients and clinicians to ensure that such devices are safe and effective. If they need to be changed to provide for this, then that is what must happen to ensure healthcare consumers in this space are treated correctly, and we all hope not receiving those implants in the first place. The March 2018 committee report listed 13 recommendations, with recommendation 1 of the inquiry noting that adverse event reporting plays a vital role in post-market surveillance and propose a mandatory reporting scheme by health practitioners. In the July 2021 final report on the Australian Government response to the recommendations of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee report, the number of women in Australia who have mesh implants and related matters saw the previous coalition government having completed each of the 13 recommendations, bar recommendation 11 being noted and recommendation 1 being substantially completed. The bill will assist the latter's measure to support improved monitoring of safety signals and facilitate earlier detection and timely action to prevent adverse events and patient harm. The bill will further introduce a new dedicated marketing approval pathway for export-only biologicals, and the bill will support activities to relieve medicine shortages by enabling the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care to approve the importation or supply of overseas prescription medicines that are substitutes for medicines that were previously approved in Australia. Additionally, this bill will support the safe use of therapeutic goods by strengthening post-market monitoring and compliance activities, by introducing a general power for the Secretary to require any person to provide information or documents that are relevant to a contravention or possible contravention of the Act or related regulations, and it will also assist in ensuring a better compliance arrangement. The bill seeks to amend the Act to also reduce regulatory burden by providing for an extension of time to pay amounts under an infringement notice, permitting therapeutic goods advertising that is directed exclusively to certain health professionals, and additionally the bill provides safeguards for patient safety in relation to therapeutic goods advertising by allowing the Secretary to withdraw the approval of the use of a restrictive representation in an advertisement about the therapeutic goods if new information about the goods' efficacy becomes available. And finally, the bill makes a number more minor amendments, principally to improve the clarity and consistency of regulatory requirements. Although this side of the chamber and, of course, the coalition supports the necessary intention of this bill, which is aimed at strengthening the safe use of therapeutic goods, we do have some concern pertaining to the removal of a merits review right mechanism for decisions made by the Secretary to require the provision of information and/or documents. And I know, as an opposition spokesperson across the health space, that myself and Senator Ruston as a lead and the member for Braddon will keep a close eye on how this process rolls out, and will hold the government to account if these new powers end up straying from the policy intent of this amendment in this bill. In considering the serious concerns at the moment for the availability of certain prescription medicines, the Coalition also calls on the Albanese Labor government to take further and urgent action to ensure the availability of critical medicines for the Australians who rely on them every single day. Recent reporting has shown that the out-of-pocket cost for GP consultations have risen to $60 and more, I know, for some people, and the cost to fill a script as well is around $55. And this is occurring at the same time that cost of living is rising, in particular household energy bills, and we know with the recent interest rate rises, mortgage repayments, and Australians certainly are feeling the pressure of these cost of living rises, and we never want to have someone having to make the decision about whether they purchase their medicines or put food on the table. Along with ensuring continued access to critical medicines for all Australians, the government must take action to relieve the cost of living pressures for families who are struggling to afford the cost of consults and scripts so they can continue to have these medicines. And action to ensure continued access to critical health care must include a plan to relieve these significant cost of living pressures. And in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports the bill as it will assist Australians, patients and the people that have gone through extraordinary pain, particularly through mesh implants, to ensure a more compliant, safe and accessible medicine market. Thank you.
I thank the member and call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. First of all, I just want to thank members who have spoken on this piece of legislation today and commend the work of the Assistant Minister and Minister on the Therapeutic Goods Amendment Bill 2022. This bill, this legislation, is going to amend the Therapeutic Goods Act of 1989 in a number of key areas that I believe to be quite important. And the purpose of these amendments are to principally, number one, improve the post-market monitoring of adverse events related to medical devices, and this is a key aspect of this legislation that I'm going to touch on quite significantly here today. Reduce the regulatory burden for sponsors of export-only biologicals. Biologicals, as we know, are an extremely important form of medication in treating, in particular, immune and autoimmune diseases. Strengthen compliance and enforcement activities. Update the regulation of advertising on therapeutic goods. And finally, to strengthen options for dealing with medication shortages, which is an issue not only in my home electorate but right across the country. And it's all of these key changes that are vital. They are vital in supporting improvements to the safety of the patient, reduce ongoing regulatory burdens, and support timely access to therapeutic goods and enhance compliance and enforcement activities. And so now let's get down to the nitty-gritty of what we're here to do today, to talk about this bill and what the specifics of this legislation is trying to achieve, especially when patient safety has a chance to be improved, because that's what I'm all about, one, as a parliamentarian, and two, as a doctor that continues to practice in the emergency department. And I know that as a practising clinician in our emergency departments, in our hospitals, the patient safety is paramount, and any opportunity to analyse and improve on this area is absolutely welcome. And this bill will introduce requirements relating to the mandatory reporting by hospitals of adverse events involving medical devices to improve the monitoring of the safe use of medical devices in Australia. And this focus on adverse event monitoring is absolutely crucial. It's absolutely vital. Adverse event monitoring is essential for patient safety, but it's really important for strengthening that therapeutic alliance between clinician and patient, and also between government and health bureaucracy and the patient as well. And these changes will likely help mitigate device-related risks and allow for safety and ongoing use. And because at the end of the day, what we're trying to achieve through this legislation and many others is trying to prevent serious injury, we're trying to prevent serious harm or deterioration of the patient in our health service, including death. And an important focus of adverse event monitoring is information, and it's also data collection as well, as this allows for and will help ensure that for clinicians and relevant staff that they have access to the most up-to-date and clinically relevant information when assessing, when diagnosing, and more importantly, when treating patients in our health service, whether that be in our emergency departments or our intensive care units, on the ward or in the community. And this, to move further, this bill also looks to introduce a streamlined marketing approval pathway for biologicals that are for export only, to support innovation investment in biologicals in Australia, and to reduce the regulatory burden for such products. And as we know, and for the benefit of the chamber and those listening on at home, biologics are a substance produced by a living organism that are generally used in the prevention or in the treatment of disease, especially in malignancy and also in immune-mediated diseases. And some of those that come to mind are rheumatoid arthritis, which I've personally seen quite severely debilitate patients. Patients have quite a severe physical deficit from that disease. Also, it causes quite systemic problems with the patient. And also Crohn's disease, a form of inflammatory bowel disease which can lead to an ulceration and a degrading of the bowel, and multiple surgeries are then required. So I can't understate the importance of biologics in the therapeutic setting and in the clinical setting. It's also going to remove the merits review rights for decisions by the Secretary to require the provision of information or documents to prevent merits review pathways from being used to delay the provision of information or documents and compromise efforts to assess the safety of therapeutic goods and possible contraventions of the Act. And again, to focus on ultimately patient safety, it will introduce a general information gathering power for the Secretary to require the provision of information or documents relevant to a contravention or possible contravention of the Act from any person, including third parties, to support monitoring and compliance activities and product safety. I think, moreover, it also allows seized goods to be retained for the 120-day period instead of the current 90-day time frame, and this is going to allow sufficient time for seized goods to be assessed by the TGA and potentially form evidence supporting enforcement action. Furthermore, it will reduce the regulatory burden for therapeutic goods advertisers by providing the enforcement provisions relating to advertising do not apply to advertisements directed exclusively to people purchasing therapeutic goods on behalf of governments or registered charities, or to purchasing offers or practice managers in a healthcare practice within that setting. And to continue along the same vein with advertising, the bill contains measures to allow the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care to withdraw approval of a restricted representation in therapeutic goods advertising if new information about the efficacy of that good, of that drug, or becomes available, to reflect that it may no longer be appropriate for the restricted representation to be used in such advertising. And I should also just mention, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill will also contain measures to clarify that the natural justice hearing rule is not required to be observed in relation to the release of the therapeutic goods information, to ensure that critical information about the safety of goods is able to be released without any delay, without any obstruction. And also of note, it will seek to clarify that sponsors of reportable and principally prescription drugs, prescription medications that are in short supply must provide updated information about the shortage and its resolution to the Secretary. So, look, just, Madam Deputy Speaker, to go over the key elements of this bill once again, and I'm going to go through them again because they are vital to what we're talking about today. It's to improve the post-market monitoring of adverse events relating to medical devices. I've gone through why it's so important to collect that data, to collect that information on adverse events. Not only does it strengthen patient safety, that therapeutic alliance, but it also provides clinicians, whether they be in the emergency department, on the ward, or in a clinical setting within a hospital, to have the most up-to-date information regarding those medical devices. Also, reducing the regulatory burden for sponsors of export-only biologicals. We've gone through why biologicals are such an important pharmaceutical, such an important medication in our health service. Examples of patients suffering from diseases like rheumatoid arthritis and those seronegative spondyloarthropathies, and also diseases like Crohn's that significantly affect the bowel and can lead to long-term morbidity and ultimately mortality in some patients. And that's where biologicals really come in handy and really provide a good therapeutic benefit. It will also strengthen compliance and enforcement activities, which we've gone through, update the regulation of advertising of therapeutic goods, and strengthen options for dealing with medication shortages, which is absolutely vital in our health system. It's a problem not just in my electorate but right across the country. And you know, this piece of legislation, this bill that the Assistant Minister here today and the Minister for Health and many in our caucus, we recognise that is an issue, and that's what this bill goes to. This is one of the ways the Albanese government is making sure that medications are more accessible to the general public, in particular into that clinical environment. And I make reference to the recent legislative changes that we made with regards to PBS prescription medications, lowering the price from $42.50 down to $30 per script. Quite a significant saving, and not just a cost of living measure, might I add, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to comment on what the member was previously discussing, it's not just a cost of living measure that we're providing the community, it's also a life-saving measure. People don't have to anymore ration their medications, take them every second, every third, every fourth day. So a disease like atrial fibrillation, where the heart doesn't beat correctly and forms a clot, and then that clot then shoots up to the brain, we treat that with an anticoagulant. So I think of an example like Eliquis or apixaban that thins the blood. That's critical in preventing stroke from that heart condition, and that's one of the drugs that will be impacted by our changes to the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. There's also changes to asthma medications, which are vital. We want to make sure that we're preventing exacerbations or worsening of asthma. That's preventing ED admissions. That's preventing admissions to the intensive care unit, people requiring quite significant respiratory support. And finally, in some of the diabetic medications as well, making sure patients can access them faster. I mean, when we look at a patient with type 2 diabetes, if that patient is not taking that medication regularly, and they have sustained, unregulated high glucose levels or high blood sugar levels, we see those micro and macrovascular complications of diabetes. And what I mean by that is the retina being damaged and causing blindness. I mean that the kidneys become degraded, the functional unit of the kidney becomes degraded so much that patients are going to require dialysis long term, whether that's peritoneal, so through the tummy, whether that's hemodialysis through the arm and through the veins in order to clean the blood, do the job that the kidneys would normally do. I think of nerve damage in the extremities, in the arms, in the legs, and also damage to the blood vessels in those extremities. And what does that do? It means that if someone was to suffer a burn or an abrasion on the foot, and they don't realise and they haven't felt it and it doesn't heal, that ultimately can become an infected wound that will ultimately go to gangrene and then probably require amputation of the limb. So, access to medications are vital. They're an vital part of that therapeutic and clinical context. And that's this bill, that the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme changes are part of the Albanese Labor government's commitment to not only strengthen Medicare, but strengthen patient safety, strengthen the Therapeutic Alliance, and make sure that government and health bureaucracy have options to make the changes that we need to undertake to benefit the patient, because they need to be at the centre of this. The patient needs to be at the centre of everything that we do in this place, in the House of Representatives, in the Senate. They need to be at the centre. So, look, in closing, I'll say that all of these changes in this bill are vital in supporting improvements to the safety of the patient, reduce ongoing regulatory burdens, support timely access to therapeutic goods and enhance compliance and enforcement activities. It's good for patient safety, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's good for the Therapeutic Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
Very good.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And yes, thank you to the member for Robertson and also the member for MacArthur for their contributions to this debate. It's really wonderful to have such knowledgeable, hands-on doctors in this government who understand, and you yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that you would understand the arguments as to why this bill is very important. Real first-hand examples of how it's going to make a difference to people's lives. Of course, I'd like to acknowledge the member for Lindsay as well, who is clearly across the subject and also knew just how this this measure is going to improve healthcare in Australia for Australians. I'd also like to acknowledge the member for Monash, who, when I introduced this bill, made a very passionate plea for its support with respect to members in his constituents who'd been affected by the vaginal mesh, really disaster. So thank you to all of those members for their support. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022 Measures Bill 2022 amends the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to implement a number of measures which support the delivery of the highest quality healthcare for the Australian public by ensuring the continued access to critical prescription medicines and supporting the safe use of therapeutic goods by strengthening therapeutic goods post-market monitoring and compliance. In particular, the bill supports the implementation of a scheme for the mandatory reporting by hospitals of adverse events associated with medical devices. This measure would support the improved monitoring of safety concerns associated with medical devices through access to information held by hospitals that identifies serious adverse events and earlier detection of safety signals that may raise concerns about particular devices. The bill encourages innovation and investment in biologicals in Australia by introducing a new dedicated pathway for marketing approvals of biologicals that are for export only. The bill addresses and alleviates the effects of medicine shortages by amending the Act to allow the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care to approve the importation or supply of an unapproved medicine that could act as a substitute for medicine that was previously approved in Australia. Now, this measure is designed to ensure the continued supply of critical prescription medicines in Australia. The bill supports the safe use of therapeutic goods by strengthening monitoring and compliance activities through a number of measures, including stronger information gathering powers, extending the timeframe for retaining seized goods, and allowing the due date for an infringement notice to be extended once the due date has passed. The bill expands the persons to whom therapeutic goods advertising may be directed to include certain health professionals, persons purchasing therapeutic goods on behalf of registered charities or governments, and purchasing officers or practice managers of a healthcare practice. The bill also provides a mechanism for the approval of a restricted representation to be withdrawn where additional information about the efficacy of therapeutic goods becomes available, ensuring that advertising only contains correct and accurate information and reducing the risk of unsafe use by consumers. I thank everyone for their contributions to debate the bill.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. I call the clerk. To the contrary. Or to the contrary, no? No. I call the clerk.
I think the ayes have it.
The ayes have it.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 and for related purposes.
A message has been received from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Excellent. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Export Control Amendment, Streamlining Administrative Processes Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question, do we have speakers? Yes. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to contribute to the debate on the Export Control Amendment, Streamlining Administrative Processes Bill. Speaker, this bill is vital to our country and highly important to my electorate in the Hunter. The agriculture sector is hugely significant to our nation. It plays a massive role in the economy back home in the Hunter electorate. Agriculture is part of the backbone of our economy in the Hunter, and there are so many communities who are built on and rely on this industry. We are very lucky to have, in my unbiased view, the best dairy farms, the best cattle farms in Australia, and as a food enthusiast, there is no electorate in the country that better is suited to me. So, Speaker, I've been lucky enough in my life and have done a fair amount of travelling around Australia and the world. I've tasted dairy products, meat and other agriculture products from all over the world. And I can honestly say that the people in Hunter have been gifted with some of the highest quality and, most importantly, best tasting products in the whole world, right here in our backyard. I'm extremely proud of what we produce in the Hunter, and it brings me even more pride to represent the hard-working farmers who give their lives towards producing such world-class products. I want farmers in my electorate to know that this bill will help you get even more reward for your hard work. And of course, I can't speak on agriculture without giving some special mentions to the wine industry. Driving through the Hunter, it's impossible to miss the beautiful green vines running through the landscape that grow delicious grapes, which eventually is turned into delicious wine. If you haven't got your hands on some wine from the Hunter yet, I highly suggest you do. And if you need some, just talk to me. I make this point, Deputy Speaker. I will not sit back and allow countries like France and Italy to claim that they have the best wine in the world, when the best wine I've ever tasted is in my own electorate of the Hunter. We need to get this wine out to as many countries as we can as quickly as possible. Currently, the top exporter of wine is France. And forgive me if I'm being a little bit overly optimistic here, Deputy Speaker, but I reckon with the help of this bill, that title is coming to Australia. Led by, of course, the mighty Hunter Valley, a home of the best wines and vines in the world. Deputy Speaker, this government wants to help this already booming industry to thrive even further. The agriculture sector has ambitions of achieving $100 billion industry by 2030. With the support of this government, who are committed to this sector, I'm sure they will reach this goal. There's no doubt about that in my books. But, Deputy Speaker, this bill is essential in ensuring the target is achievable. This bill will streamline regulation and cut the red tape, which is critical for growing Australia's agriculture industries, export and market access. We all know that Australia has the best agriculture products in the world, and as many of the citizens around Australia have made me the unofficial Minister of Burgers, I think I'm in a good position to speak to the quality of our beef industry, especially when it comes to a nice chunky patty on a bun with lettuce, cheese and tomato. It's delicious. And let me assure you, Speaker, I've had my fair share of those, as you can probably tell. Speaker, I think that all countries should have the pleasure of being able to enjoy our agricultural products, and that's why it's so important to make it easier to export the products from our agriculture sector. I want as many people as possible around the world to feel the happiness that I do when I feast on a good Aussie steak, so I'm extremely happy that this bill will support the modern export system that will provide streamlined process for exporters and improved delivery of services. This is good for all people around the world. The more people enjoying what we have to offer here in Australia, the better. But more importantly, Speaker, this is good for our farmers. Here in Australia, and it will be very welcome change for communities in the Hunter who will be able to get their products to export to the export market quicker and easier than ever before. Speaker, these changes just make sense. The bulk of Australian grown produce is exported, and the farmers rely on an effective regulatory system to assist them in doing so. Export control legislation needs to remain current and fit for purpose. It needs to keep up with the developments in importing country requirements, changing regulatory objectives and industry practice advancements. This is exactly what this bill is going to achieve. This bill will make information sharing provisions within the export control legislation more flexible. It will allow relevant information to be effectively shared with regulatory partners, exporters and other key stakeholders, while maintaining the appropriate control on sharing the certain kinds of information. A modern bill for a modern global market, making sure that the agriculture sector does not fall behind. But, Deputy Speaker, this bill isn't just about making sure our sector keeps up with its international competitors. It's actually about helping it surge ahead of the pack. It's about making sure that quality Australian produce gets on the plates of our friends and neighbours faster. Speaker, we already have a strong reputation for high-quality agriculture produce, and this bill is only going to further enhance this reputation by supporting the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry to streamline complex administrative and authorisation processes to access and utilise the export control information that it already holds. The improved information sharing arrangements ensure greater flexibility and tailoring for export control purposes and will make the export control legislative framework more effective, efficient and future-focused. And, Deputy Speaker, you may be asking yourself why we have to do this. The answer is simple. The current Act just isn't up to scratch. It's just not good enough to support an industry working towards becoming a $100 billion industry by 2030. There are inefficiencies in the current Act that prevent the sensible sharing of information that may help strengthen Australia's trade position, and this government is here to fix that. Streamlined information sharing requirements can assist with rapid delivery of information that can be essential in trade situations. For example, when an importing country may hold a request for further information about a consignment of a fresh produce at its port. Instead of being caught up in red tape and unnecessarily complex procedures, this information will be provided with more ease, and our friends across the seas can get their hands on our produce even quicker than ever before. And that's why, and what's better than fresh Aussie meat, fruit, veg and dairy? Speaker, Australia has a competitive edge in the international agriculture export market, and we need this bill in order to maintain the edge by being able to effectively use and repurpose export control information, which will increase our ability to innovate and make gains from those innovations. Speaker, the changes that will be implemented through this bill are nothing radical. In fact, the amendments in this bill are consistent with broader information sharing work already occurring across government. It's simply about making sure that our agriculture sector can be exported to more buyers around the world more quickly and more easily. This is a government who cares about farmers and looks at practical ways to help grow their industries, just like helping them make exporting more efficient. This is a government that understands how important this sector is to our country, and we are committed to ensuring the high value Australia places on its agriculture industry and is long-standing. That's why we are implementing this bill, to help grow out the agriculture industry, to help out our farmers, to help out the country as a whole. This is a simple and practical way to grow the agriculture industry, to support it in achieving its goal of becoming a $100 billion industry by 2030. I commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I would like to concentrate my remarks on a very famous person in Far North Queensland, John Gambino, and the mango industry, which is one of the more popular fruits that we have available in supermarkets in Australia. We had, I myself had an orchard of 400 mango trees, and they said, this is a backyard industry, really. You have a few hundred trees and, as an adjunct to serious farming. That was how it was explained to me when I put in 400 trees. And John Gambino and Robbie Bernard at Bowen and Bowen Special Mango. And please remember, you buy Kensington Prize, which is the Bowen Special Mango, the Australian mango, don't buy the others. They're not as good. Having said that, there are various markets that do prefer other mangoes. But these two gentlemen, one in Bowen, one in Mareeba, 700 or 800 kilometres apart, put in 5,000 trees. So we went from a backyard industry to an industrial industry. And they pioneered the modern mango industry. Very seldom do you see mangoes on the shelf in a supermarket. Now they are always there, and that's the result of these two gentlemen. Both of them pioneered exports as well. But I'll come back to Robbie Bernard's out of the industry now, as I understand it. I'll come back to John Gambino. John stayed as an owner-operator when most others corporatised their operations. And with the corporate farming, they go broke. And they're sold up 50 cents in the dollar. The huge plantation in Townsville's gone broke 3 times. So where the tree cost, and I'm quoting John Gambino, where the tree cost him $390 to plant it, bring it through to production 5 years later, it cost him $390. It would have cost them $450. But because they went broke and were sold up 50 cents in the dollar, the tree only owes $250. It's just as having 3 times. Their tree owes them $70, whereas the owner-operator, who hasn't played the corporate game, he's got to pay off a tree worth $369. So hence the corporates win, the Australian people lose. Corporates will always end up being foreign-owned, Madam Speaker. To return to John Gambino, he pioneered the export market, and he had contracts which he had pioneered in Hong Kong. When Hong Kong became part of China, they still took his bananas, but when, and I applaud Scott Morrison speaking up against China on the issue of COVID, I applaud him. But by the same token, the result was that China cut off $29,000 million worth of exports going into China. We've never punished anyone ever, to our shame. You know, you want to play the game in the international marketplace, you play it tough, but we're the little fairies in the garden when it comes to international trade. So he had his mango exports to China cut off. China said, oh no, you have diseases, you don't fumigate, so we're not taking any. Now, you know, it was obviously influenced by COVID as well. But when I last visited John, his son Sam said he's down the paddock. So what's he doing down the paddock? He's just picking mangoes. He's 83 years of age, and he's down there with workers, most of them from overseas, picking mangoes, or some of them from overseas, picking mangoes at 83 years of age, because they're just fighting the banks, as all farmers do. I emphasise he's no different than any other farmer in Australia. But at 83, he's still got to go down there. Now, when I went down, there was about 500 metres of mangoes piled this high. And I said, well, what's that? They were the mangoes that were going to Hong Kong, and I just got to get rid of them. So that's my crop for the year of E2's gone. And now, when I was Northern Development Minister 100 years ago, Madam Speaker, we realised that we had to put a fumigation plant in Cairns, which is one of the centres of fruit and vegetable growing in Australia. Probably about 6 or 7% of Australia's fruit and vegetables come out of that area. Bananas, 95%, 97% of Australia's bananas come out of that area. And that's the most sold generic item in supermarkets. To quote about one example, avocados, massive production out of that area. And of course, it's the mango capital of Australia. So returning to Gambino, it's important to say that this is a very important man. He calls meetings at Mareeba and gets 600 and 700 people to turn up to them. I don't know anyone much in Australia these days that can call a meeting and get 600 or 700 people to turn up. He pioneers a new industry for Australia, the mango industry. And if there's a more beautiful fruit on earth, I haven't tasted it. So we need a fumigation plant. The government went down before we got the fumigation plant in. It was in the last few months of the government. We realised that we had to build a fumigation plant, but in the last 2 months, we weren't able to do it. So 30 years later, we still haven't got a fumigation plant. Now, it is quite justified that a country says, if you want to send bananas to us or mangoes to us or whatever to us, then we don't want any of your diseases. We want it fumigated before it leaves Australia. Now, Australia has no restrictions at all. I mean, anyone can send anything to Australia. We've long since forgotten, have no restrictions at all. But the net result of these policies of free market, we're not going to put a fumigation plant in. If people want a fumigation plant, they can put it in. That's free market, of course. So we lost the tobacco industry, 2,000 jobs there, 3,500 jobs at Myrtleford in Victoria. We lost the peanut industry. We lost the flowers. We had 12 very big flower exporters. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of how the government's free market policies destroyed them. The pig industry went down, free market policies. The grape industry went down, free market policies. And believe it or not, the party that was formed by farmers was the party that did all this. They were destroyed by the once great national country party has become a fawning, sycophantic addendum to the Liberal Party. But I don't think even the Liberal Party would have done this. The Labor Party didn't. They did it to wool, yes, but that was the only thing that they deregulated. Some vestiges of Labor still understand arbitration. Well, the farmer needs arbitration just as much. Now, we're talking about exports. They don't talk about it, say, I'm for it. Build a fumigation plant in Cairns. It is desperately needed. Build a fumigation plant now if you're fair dinkum about exporting fruit and vegetables from this country. Maybe 7% of Australia's entire fruit and vegetable production comes from that Tully-Mareeba Atherton axis, Lakeland now, quadrangle, if you like. And it will get more and more and more because we have the dry and we have ample water. 3/4 of Australia's water is in far north Queensland. So we have the water and we have dry, because you don't want wet conditions for a lot of these crops. So in summary, I return to John Gambino. He calls a meeting and they have, under Wayne Swan, a national summit on rural debt, which was at horrific levels and is higher now than then. But Wayne Swan did something about it. He called them all in, and the Rural Action Council, which Gambino was the chairman, they proposed that if their farmer's income does not meet welfare levels, then the government would top it up, the Family Farm Assistance Grant. Now, 1 in 5 farmers have got the Family Farm Assistance Grant. Their income has not made a welfare payment. That's how bad we are in farming in Australia. Our cattle numbers are down 32%. Our sheep herd is down 72%. Our dairy herd is down 13%. Our sugarcane is down 15%. I don't know about grain. We don't have grain in Northern Australia. But they're the big boys. They're the big boys. And only because the intervention of the Prime Minister overturning the National Party decision to allow bananas in from overseas, where people work for $5 a day and we've got to pay $20 an hour, and so we should. So we should. You stand in the hot sun humping bananas, which weigh almost as much as some of the young kids working in the banana field, then you deserve $20 an hour. But then you ask us to compete against people where they pay $5 an hour. What are you? Are you the promoters of slave labour wage levels, are you, in these other countries? Because if you allow slave labour produced product into this country, then you are the promoting and continuing slave labour wages in Texas, in the United States, with the wetback labour, in Africa, where people work for nothing, in China, where people are made to work for nothing. All of these countries, in India, because of poverty, work for nothing. Now, we don't want our workers working for nothing. We're greatest pride that the Australian people has, we have arbitration, but the arbitration was removed from the farmers. You wrecked, destroyed. In one part of my electorate, the dairy part of that electorate, had the highest suicide rates in Australia, which was as predictable as the sun rising. If you deregulated the dairy industry, you knew exactly what was going to happen. And yes, you proceeded to do it. We had, I think, 2,000 dairy farmers in Queensland. We now got about 300 or 400. In the Kennedy electorate, probably the biggest dairy farming area in Australia, we had 260 very big farms, very big farmers. I said, meeting the other day, we have 58, and I was corrected by a state member, who's a member of our party, and he said, no, it's 48. And there was a lady there who said, no, you're wrong, it's 38. So we had 250, now we got 38. And a lot of them exited in the most terrible way possible. So if you're fair income, or you're not just making a noise, and that's all I ever hear in this place, I don't see any reality out there in the world. I don't see any factories being built. I don't see any new farms being opened. I don't see any dams being built. I don't see any, mass high-rise condominiums for tourists being built. And Queensland, of course, we have the Gold Coast, and for the first time ever, I can't see a single high-rise being built on the Gold Coast. And that most certainly is the situation in the Greater Cairns, Mackay Whitsundays area. So nothing is happening out there. And I conclude by saying that John Gambino is a fumigation plant. He can't possibly build one for himself. It's got to be built for the whole industry, and it's got to be based in Cairns, where we take the fruit and vegetables out of the Cairns area. Actually, I rephrased that, on the Atherton Tableland, where we have a direct route now, thanks to Anthony Albanese, no less. We've cut 2,000 kilometres off the round trip for our fruit and vegetables from far north Queensland, tropical fruit and vegetables, to go to the markets in Victoria And of course, their temperate fruit and vegetables have had 2,000 kilometres off the million people that are in the North Queensland market. So we are poised to be able to do that, but we need the fumigation plant, and we take advantage today to pay a very great tribute to a very great hero in the form of John Gambino, who got welfare payments for Australian farmers for the first time in Australian history with the Rural Action Council. And every member of that council I've awarded a Good Australian Award because they are good Australians.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the second reading of the Export Control Amendment Bill. Start by making the point, I represent the electorate of Sturt, which is in the city of Adelaide, and if you look at a map of my electorate, you wouldn't think that I was resplendent with agricultural businesses, but in fact, as is a proud history of South Australia from the European settlement, Adelaide has always been a city that has serviced the agricultural industries that surround it. That's always been the economic genesis of Adelaide as a metropolitan area until the Playford era of the 1930s and beyond, where we happily diversified into industries, particularly the car industry and other manufacturing sectors. But it is still the case that primary production, agriculture and mining are the two very significant elements of South Australia's economy, and Adelaide therefore still is extremely reliant on jobs in metropolitan Adelaide that come from the agricultural sector and of course exports more broadly. And I've got some very significant exporting agricultural firms that are headquartered in my electorate of Sturt. Thomas Foods is a good example. They are they're rebuilding as we speak their significant abattoir that was destroyed in fire back in 2017 from memory, and that's of course in the electorate of Barker, but they have a sort of corporate function in my electorate of Sturt. I'm also very proudly the home within my metropolitan electorate of the Magill Estate Penfolds original vineyard and winery. Grange Cottage is on that site, which of course lends its name to the very famous now Grange, formerly Grange Hermitage, which is, I think, fairly uncontroversially considered the greatest produced wine in at least Australia, but we might even claim further afield still. So export, and particularly agricultural export, is very important to my electorate. I also spent almost 10 years in the wool industry, working for a business called Michelle, a very significant South Australian wool early stage fibre processing business, which was established in 1870, still owned by the Michelle family, the sixth generation of the family involved in the business, the fifth generation owning and running the business. And so in my time there, I spent a lot of time dealing, we were 100% export in the division that I ran. Everything that we produced went overseas in some way, shape or form through the supply chain, and so had a lot of experience with the interesting challenges and idiosyncrasies of dealing with exporting, particularly to many, many different countries, and the way in which rules and regulations can be complicated and can change depending on who you're dealing with and when. So this bill, as per the second reading from the Minister and also the contribution from our Shadow Minister, which is being supported, I think, unanimously. I wasn't certain what the member for Kennedy's whether he's speaking for or against the bill, but I feel like he's not going to divide on it, so I'm certain it's going to pass the chamber and the parliament. And I look forward to that, and I'm very, from my electorate's point of view and from my experience in the wool industry, very keen to see us do everything we can to support our export industries, particularly in the agricultural sector, to have better flow of information between government departments where that's can be improved, compared to some of the restrictions that are in place right now. It's vitally important for our country. We've obviously had the ABS statistics just in the last couple of days, I think it was, confirming another record monthly trade surplus, over $12 billion. I think last year, one of the months, we hit $16 billion, which is absolutely phenomenal. And yes, I accept the point that there's iron ore and coal and natural gas are doing the lion's share of making sure we're staying in surplus, and that's an important thing for people to remember in our economy too. There was, when I studied international trade more than a decade ago, one of the more famous examples of the issue around export data, commercial in confidence versus giving free access to important trade statistics was the company Philips, a very famous Dutch electronics company. And it was the case that if the Dutch government released certain data on electronics, export values, etc., on their whole economy, they would be also revealing the information of just the company Philips. They were the only electronics manufacturing company operating in that country, and so there were always important provisions to make sure that commercial and confidence information wasn't invariably or accidentally or because it was necessary under legislation published. And I understand the need to keep sensitive information that companies do need to provide to government at times or always in commercial and confidence where that's necessary for the business. But I do understand completely the need for this change and how it would benefit the government supporting industry and to grow our exports, to make it a lot easier for government to share information amongst departments. Certainly understand that different organs of our government are all working together to support growing our exports, and we know how important it is for DFAT, who obviously have responsibility for undertaking trade negotiations and looking for opportunities to negotiate FTAs and make sure that Australian businesses are going to benefit to the maximum from the sort of negotiations that we will set as priorities in those bilateral and multilateral fora. And of course, if DFAT are not in possession of the most up-to-date and comprehensive data in those areas, then surely we want them to be, so that they're making sure that what they're doing in these discussions are going to maximise the benefit to Australian industry. We wouldn't want them to not be in the possession of certain information that another department could have provided to them about Australian exports in sectors, in product lines, etc. We want, of course, all levels of government to have all the information they need to deliver for the best interests of Australian exporters, and at times potentially in disputes as well with the WTO. We want to make sure that all the information that we need, if we are happening to be engaged in disputes to protect the interests of Australian exporters, we obviously want to make sure that at the WTO level, all the facts that they need to make the strongest argument in support of Australia's interests are there. We obviously understand that also in governments supporting individual exporters to properly understand some of the issues around documentation, etc. I remember going back to the wool industry, we always had interesting little requirements suddenly foisted upon our particularly out of the European Union, if I'm honest. Suddenly the miraculous requirement for a health certificate, on a dramatically transformed product like, spun worsted woolen yarn, that for some reason, because it was, in sample quantity instead of a commercial transaction, there was this necessary to spend a couple of €1,000 on a vet coming to have a look at a spindle of yarn. But that's fine. We always follow the rules, and we're always proud of the strong biosecurity framework that we've got. And it's also, though, important for our businesses and our exporters to properly know and understand and get support from our government on what the various elements are when it comes to engaging in new export opportunities, etc. So clearly, if we can do better to make sure that all levels of government are in receipt of the best information possible from other agencies who at the moment are having to go through significant challenges to provide information that they've got and would freely advance the best interests of our businesses and our economy, then we should support that. And so for those very simple reasons, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak on this today. The Coalition, as has been said here today, supports the passage of the Export Control Amendment Bill in streamlining administrative process. It sounds very dry. However, the impacts of this are not, and we've heard the member before me speak very well about this. But this provides that regulatory framework, especially for those agricultural commodities, which is something as a dairy farmer from the southwest of Western Australia I'm particularly focused on in this place constantly, given that 70% around that of our agricultural produce is exported. Our farmers do an amazing job in this country. We feed 25 million people with some of the best quality food in the world, and I'm extraordinarily proud of them. And they produce some fabulous fibre in various ways that is used around the world to produce some amazing quality products. But we do need to make sure that they're supported, that the process and industries are supportive, there's a streamlined, fit-for-purpose process, and that they're able to operate as efficiently as possible. So the Act that we have in front of us allows that better information management that we've seen discussed here today. It will cut that administrative red tape, the bane of business, no matter whether you're a new exporter or an existing exporter, and even across the various sectors and government agencies, just clarifying, streamlining, making it efficient and effective. You know, that collective information sharing done in the right way, securely, very important to us all, and how this will be managed. So the export sector relies on this, and I think we always need to be looking at this to do it better and more efficiently. But again, I focus constantly on data confidentiality, and no matter at what level business, industry, government, other agencies are involved, one of the greatest challenges we all collectively face is the protection of that confidentiality of information. And to us as farmers and producers and the exporters, a lot of the IP that sits within our businesses that go with that. So across the board, there is a genuine need to maintain confidentiality, and we will come under ever-increasing pressure in this and stress from both commercial activities and malicious actors, and it's something that I am very concerned about. But we do, those safeguards for that information across this streamlining needs to be very robust and constantly reviewed, because we do know there's a lot of money to be made, and a lot of do know that there's been a significant bleed of intellectual property across many businesses and entities that sometimes don't even know it yet because of the malicious attacks on their information and their sites and other. So we do need to provide this to the countries that we're dealing with, and for DFAT to assist with trade negotiations and the potential for further trade barriers, the non-tariff barriers that we see regularly and have had a lot of experience with in the EU, and they're very cleverly disguised and will continue to be, and we're seeing the latest iteration of some of that now. So this needs to keep Australia at a cutting edge globally, because we're often the target, because we are such efficient producers, and because the rest of the world is looking for very different ways, and our competitors in markets, to actually increase the cost to our producers. And we often operate in a very challenging environment, one of the driest continents, but we produce some of the most amazing products. You know, less water, less fertiliser, less land, and we still do it, and we're expected to do it, and we do it very well. But that then, when we look at some of those that we're hearing with some of our trade deals that are concerned about Australia's competitiveness, we are constantly having to be aware and alert of the intent to undermine Australia's export capability and the fact that we can deliver globally and produce to the highest quality in the world. That creates a challenge in some other parts of the world and our competitors in this space. So we have to be on the front line of everything we do, and our Australian farmers have to be efficient, otherwise they're out of business. And that includes in the export space, because of the high cost of doing business in Australia, even in infrastructure and whatever you want to do, the layers and layers of red tape and green tape that we are up against. We are always behind the 8 ball, and inevitably, if you're a price taker in a commodity space, it comes back to you managing your own business even better and often absorbing the extra layers of cost that go with applying the rules, regulations from local, state and federal levels. So it's something that I'm very, very conscious of. But equally, our agricultural producers have the capacity to help feed the rest of the world when we know there are global shortages of food, especially with the actual content of the food itself. Often there's a lot of interesting parts to food production, and is there actually nutritional benefit in the food that's being produced? And I've got confidence that in Australia that is what we do. So it's really important that we continue to be able to export that high-quality food, fibre and products across the board. And we've heard so many instances in this space where there's been challenges, and I hear it from my local exporters as well. And the commitment we made in the last budget to the Regional Accelerator program towards export market development grants, that would have helped those small to medium businesses in my patch and every other part of Australia to help get into the export market and promote their goods into new markets. And that is a real problem. It was a really good program. And when I look at what we achieved in government, I'm proud of that. The free trade agreements that gave our people market access, whether it was Malaysia, Korea, Japan, China, the comprehensive Trans-Pacific Partnership with Hong Kong, Peru, Indonesia, the Pacific, the PACER Plus, and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. What a great record, and what great opportunities it's given those that actually do the work and generate the income and the opportunity out wherever they are. And so, you know, a fifth of the Australian population produces roughly 2/3 of Australia's national export earnings. And I look at Western Australia and I see the top of the list there. You get iron ore and gold and alumina, a lot of which comes out of our part of the world, base metals and wheat. And so through, in my own electorate, the Port of Bunbury, 15 million plus tonnes of export products in 2022. The silicon that's being used in solar panels, actually manufactured in my part of the world. The fabulous beef from Harvey Beef and V&V Walsh, who export chilled and frozen beef and lamb to China. We've got milk and dairy and juices with Harvey Fresh. What a great company. And the lithium. We've got the best hard rock spodumene at Greenbushes, that's just outside in Rick's electorate, the member for O'Connor. But it comes and is being manufactured by Albemarle in my part of the world. They will have 5 trains of production capable very soon in the next couple of years, and that's already forward sold. The demand is so great. So besides that, and we have Talison as well in that production, with Alcoa exporting through the port, and South 32, the 11+ million tonnes of alumina going out through the Port of Bunbury. Just incredible. And it's just done very efficiently, very effectively, and we need to make sure they can continue to do this no matter what the market is. In mineral sands with Iluka, and in that fabulous Margaret River and the region's wine. When you consider that, now this is it's a standout in the export market, the Margaret River contributing 59% of WA's bottled wine export value by actually only being 2% of the national crush. And it tells you it's a recognised international brand. And sometimes when I'm out about representing my electorate, people ask me where I'm from. And because I'm rural and regional, sometimes there's a frown when I start at the top of my electorate and work to the bottom, you know, Yarloop. Harvey, where I farm. Bunbury, start to get a few, Busselton. When I get to Margaret River, bang. And so that is the international reputation that's been created by a quality product and people marketing internationally, but marketing a quality Australian and Western Australian product. And so one of the great challenges, I think, besides the biosecurity and the other challenges we face around competition and non-tariff barriers, is that of maintaining globally our reputation as that producer of fine quality, and we're known for clean, green production. That is a reputation we can never, ever afford to give up. And so it's a real challenge for us with what we do. But we also have something I'm particularly proud of, is the only ocean-grown baby abalone off the tiny town of Augusta, right at the southern end of my electorate. And they're looking at growing this business. But this is just a fabulous product. And we see a lot of hardwood wood chips going through the port and the grain, as I've mentioned. We have highly productive farmers using a wonderful southwest irrigation system. And this system is a gravity-fed system that supplies really good quality water to the majority of the system. However, there is one area, the Wellington Dam catchment area, that needs desalination to provide even better quality to the farmers that are on that southern end of that southwest irrigation system. And I want to see that continue to be supported through the National Water Grid approach. To have that pumped and piped, there's a lot of savings that have been made through actually piping the northern section, and there's been significant reductions in channel losses and efficiencies on farm, and it underpins the agricultural sector in the southwest and the production of that food. We've got some really wonderful examples. Carrots and onions. Now, we've got a range of people sitting in this room. 30% of Western Australian carrots are grown in my shire, Harvey Shire, and a vast amount of these are exported to the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia and Singapore, and that generates about $90 million a year. About 90% of WA's onions are grown in the Harvey Shire and 20% exported. So, and it's the irrigation water and the access to quality water always. You know, the slogan for Southwest Irrigation, where water flows, food grows. There's nothing more critical than that. So there is much more that needs to underpin that we've supported, and that is the basic infrastructure to support the logistics as well. There's just one other I wanted to mention in the 2 minutes or so I've got left. A local earth-moving logistics company, Piacentini's and Sons, designed and manufactured in my patch what's called the Panther 360. And this is like the old-fashioned low loader. They call it a float, I call it a low loader. And it'll go onto any mine site. It's got significant hydraulics that actually will lift up to 360 tonne on what we would call a low loader. And it's very well balanced, and so the machine that you would drive on or lift on up to 360 tonne, there's about a 2,300 horsepower Letourneau in the front of it, and it is just a remarkable piece of gear, able to be manufactured almost in any size, but designed and manufactured in my part of the world, and using local tradespeople and local apprentices that we help support in government. And so what a great result. But this is being exported globally out of the Port of Bunbury, and I'm just so proud of what they've done. But this is a cutting-edge piece of equipment and recognised by those operating globally as such a great piece of gear. But we've got some wonderful people who are innovating all of the time in this space, and we need to support them through this type of legislation that streamlines the process at each end but protects the confidentiality of that information. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to support this bill, but I am completely focused as well on supporting our exporters, small, medium or large. There's a lot of small businesses quietly exporting, just getting on with their job and looking to have an opportunity to do that in a streamlined way that doesn't add significant cost to their business and to the costs of exporting. Given that we sit in a pretty unique part of the world with some great challenges, the more streamlined the approach to this while protecting their interests and the confidentiality of their information is really critical to them. So I look forward to us protecting that and fostering that and even focusing further on that in the future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member. And I call the Minister.
For Kennedy, Sturt, Forrest and Hunter for their contributions to this legislation, and you can see how passionate members of this place are, and I want to acknowledge the member for Forrest's deep interest in agriculture. I've had many a conversation with her previously about it. The Export Control Amendment Streamlining Administrative Processes Bill 2022 will increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the export control legislation by streamlining the administrative processes for information sharing and making other amendments to improve administration of the Act. It will reduce administrative burden for industry, the department and other stakeholders and ensure our export legislation is fit for purpose and responsive to stakeholder needs. It will allow for more information to be shared more expediently with importing countries and other government departments in appropriate circumstances. This, in turn, will enhance our ability to use export and trade intelligence to build and sustain our international market presence. This bill supports appropriate information sharing of relevant information whilst ensuring information that could cause harm is protected. This is consistent with the broader information sharing reform work being considered across different portfolios. It is also consistent with key agricultural policy initiatives, such as the Busting Congestion for Agricultural Exporters initiative, to reduce red tape and streamline processes for Australian exporters. This bill will also make minor but important amendments to simplify processes and improve effective administration of the Act. These changes contribute to a modern, future-looking export regulatory system that can support the growth of Australian agricultural exports in existing and new markets. I commend the bill to the House.
Okay. I thank the Minister. Now we'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Those against? Okay, the ayes have it. Now I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Export Control Act 2020 and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, no? Okay, I'll put the report question immediately. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Okay, the question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. Those in favour? Aye. The ayes have it. Carried. Okay, very good. That was nice and easy, wasn't it? Okay. Now call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, resumption of debate on the condolence motion on the death of Senator Molan.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour? Aye. That was what? Sorry. Debate may ensue. Yes. Now what do you want to do? Okay. And have we got a speaker? Sorry. Call the Minister.
I rise today to offer my sincere condolences to the family of Senator Jim Molan, AO, DSC, retired Major General, along with many other people in this House today and many who have expressed their sincere condolences since his passing in January. While Jim's politics and mine didn't align all the time, we had a shared love of southern New South Wales, and we had a deep desire to represent the views of those communities within southern New South Wales. And that was something that we always had in common. He lived a life of service during a 40-year military career that included deployments to Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, East Timor, Malaysia, Germany, the United States and Iraq. Senator Molan received many awards and recognition for his distinguished service to the Australian Army. Senator Molan was always forthright when talking about the capacity of our Australian Defence Forces, and I acknowledge his many books and articles in the years following his retirement from the armed services. But when he resigned from the Defence Force, he continued to serve Australians by becoming not only a New South Wales senator, but a volunteer firefighter. Jim and I first met following the 2018 Tathra fires in my part of the world when I was the Mayor of the Bega Valley Shire Council. He was always open to receiving a phone call, a text message, always up for a chat, and on many occasions I utilised his open door policy to make sure that he knew about some of the big issues impacting our community following on from that first big natural disaster after he became a New South Wales senator. On every occasion, Jim would speak to our community, relay their messages, their concerns, their queries back to the government of the day, and always made sure that he followed up. There were a couple of announcements that Jim came down to make post the 2018 Tathra bushfires in my part of the world. One was a mental health announcement, and I remember Jim and I standing in the Bega Valley Commemorative Civic Centre having a discussion about how the press conference would unravel, and it was an interesting experience standing with Jim, and I got to stand next to him on a number of occasions when I was the local mayor and he was our duty senator. One such occasion was when Deputy Prime Minister at the time, Michael McCormick, came down to do an airport announcement in Merimbula, and Jim came along. And what we thought would be quite a simple announcement, well received by people, ended up turning into a major protest where we had protesters coming at us from all angles, trying to rush the cameras, which, given that the member for Riverina was the acting Prime Minister at the time, got quite interesting because there were a number of AFP officers around on detail. Jim took that all in his stride because I think he'd seen all of that many, many times before. But as the local mayor, I was, quite taken aback. And afterwards, Jim said, "It's just another day." He was always up for a laugh. Even when I became the Labor candidate in the Eden Monaro by-election, Jim and his beautiful wife Anne. It was pretty cold. The by-election was July 2020, and in our part of the world it's pretty cold around then. And Jim and Anne went to one of the local takeaway shops and got about 40 potato cakes, and yes, they are potato cakes, not potato scallops, and made sure that everyone on pre-poll got a little bit of warmth, and that is the type of people they are, the type of people who want to give a bit of warmth to people. Most importantly, we know that Jim was a loving husband, a proud father, and an even prouder grandfather. And the love that he had for his family was something that always shone through. And I want to express my sincere condolences again to Anne, to their 4 children, Sarah, Erin, Felicity, Michael, and their 5 grandchildren. I know he'll be sorely missed, has a big place in your heart and will forever be in your memories. And on behalf of my constituents in Eden Monaro and southern New South Wales, thank you for your service to us too, Jim.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Braddon.
Speaker, and I want to acknowledge and thank the previous speaker, the member for Eden Monaro, for your heartfelt contribution to this condolence motion. Thank you. Sincerely mean that. Speaker, on behalf of the State of Tasmania and the electorate of Braddon, I rise today on this very significant condolence motion. It's moved us all deeply. And I think, as we reflect on previous speakers and previous sessions in relation to this condolence motion and the passing of a great Australian, the list of achievements and accolades, the list of service contributions that person, Jim Molan, Major General Molan, has made to this country is incredible. In fact, I have a speech that contains some such accolades. But I'm going to put that aside today, and I want to speak directly about what Jim meant to me and the rest of the soldiers that served under him. what he did for the Australian Army and the type of man that he was as a military man and as a colleague in this place. Jim was commissioned in the Australian Army about the same time, in fact, the year after I was born. And by the time I enlisted as a young 18-year-old and went to Enoggera Barracks, he was the commanding officer of the 6th Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment. Another good mate of mine, a bloke called Graham Dyer, was the regimental sergeant major. And together, as a command team, Jim Molan and Dolly Dyer wrote the doctrine on what it means to be a leader, what it means to lead an operational unit into battle and to prepare that operational force and maintain morale. And there was none better. There was none more grounded. There was none more sincere, and there was none more mission-focused than Jim Molan. He was the type of bloke at a formal dinner, and I remember as a young digger being a Dixie basher. That's the colloquial term we have for doing the washing up out the back. And all of a sudden, the CO's out the back of the mess, asking how we got on at that formal dinner. Now, he didn't have to do that. Most of those officers probably wouldn't. But he took the time and he considered that there were young diggers out the back working for those people that were sitting down at the silver service. And that's the type of bloke Jim Molan was. And I've never forgotten it. And I never will. And it was in those days that that tone was set in my development. So you can see those little things that I talk about have a big impact on soldiers as they develop. And Jim knew that. Jim understood that intimately. Jim was probably the most selfless commander that I've ever met. And in the military, we are required by service convention, by military law, to take a pace back and salute our officers. And most of the time, you do that. You do that because you have to. But in Jim's case, it wouldn't matter what he had on his shoulders. He was a leader in every true sense of the word. And you would follow him to the end of the earth, and you would give your life in an instant. Not because of the rank that he wore, not because of the position that he bore, but because of the man he was and the respect that he gave you as a unit. Now that, to me, embodies the life of Jim Molan. He continued to serve. He served for more than 40 years. And as I developed into a warrant officer and I had my own command, I met up again with Jim in East Timor, where again he was in a pivotal role in the negotiations between the Indonesian army and the East Timorese government. And again, I got to serve with one of the role models that I had met so many years before. And I used to go to him for advice. When it all got too much, Jim was the sort of bloke that you could go to. And he'd make you a cup of tea, invariably. You'd lay it all out and you'd be flustered and emotional. And Jim, in his calm way, in his polite and mannered way, in his sensible way, and the way that he could see the forest completely from the view that he had. Maybe it's that passion he had of flying helicopters, who knows. But he had an aerial view of your problem. Instead of delivering that down your throat, i.e. the answer, he fished around in your soul so that you could produce your own answer. And that is the sign of a true leader, somebody that was selfless enough to let you find your own way forward. And again, I appreciate that side of Jim Molan, and so do many colleagues from the Army. I went to the funeral at the Royal Military College, Duntroon, at the Soldiers' Chapel. To me, that was a sad day. It was a military funeral in every true sense of the word. And from my perspective, as a long-time soldier, that has a particular significance. And I was okay. I met up with a number of old colleagues and we talked about similar stories that I talked about this morning. And I was okay. And the family walked in and I looked them in the eye and I saw their grief. And that was difficult. And I listened to the anecdotes and the eulogies and the magnificent stories that were told of Jim Molan. And at the end, the formal part of the ceremony took place. And those 6 bearers, those 6 sergeant majors stood up. Those 6 senior soldiers that were selected specifically to carry Jim Molan from the church. They stood up, and the looks on their faces. They looked at each other. They stood 3 each side of the coffin, draped in the Australian national flag, and they folded it. And it was that point that rested on my shoulders, that cut my heart. I looked at that flag, and I want the whole family at home to know this story, this fact, how I felt. When they folded that flag, those bearers folded the first fold underneath, and the flag was kept uppermost, meaning that the greater union of the Australian national flag was maintained at all times. The integrity of the flag, the integrity that represented the country, that represented the power and the defence of this country, remained uppermost at all times. And it was folded neatly, and then it was passed through each of those sergeant majors, each of those senior soldiers, to the senior bearer. The RSM ceremonial to the Chief of the Army, and it was then presented to Anne Molan. And the look on her face as she took that, that's something that she'll always have. And I want that whole family, that Molan family, to know right from me that that flag that you received that day is all the more stronger because of Jim Molan. And the stars that are on that flag shine brighter because of Jim Molan. And that flag is what drove him every day of his life, was the preservation and the strength of that flag. So to Anne, to Sarah, to Erin, Felicity and Michael, and those beautiful grandkids, I hope one day you tell those kids this story. And I hope that you get that flag out. And I want you to tell them from me that that flag means more to me now because of Jim Molan than ever before. And you should be very proud because he is one of the most unique leaders that this country's ever seen, or ever will, maybe. Leaders like Jim don't come along every day. They're gifted to us. And I often think of the times leading up to Jim's passing. People didn't realise how sick he was. Well, that was done on purpose. That was him shielding people, protecting people, defending people from his pain. It's just a measure of the bloke, I think. So for me, I'm going to miss him. Those diggers that served underneath him will miss him and will remember him, but he stays in us. And I took more from Jim Molan than he ever took from me. And I consider it a gift that I have had the pleasure of that service with him, that friendship with him, and he will remain with me for the rest of my life. The family, I've never known a greater leader. I'm sure that you've never known a greater father, husband and grandfather. But know that it was all done for the right reasons. Know that he was the most selfless person on the earth, and know that he loved you very much. So at the going down of the sun and in the morning, I want to remember Jim Molan. I love you, mate, and I'm going to miss you. Thank you.
Yeah. I thank the member. I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to pay tribute to Senator Major General Jim Molan, AO DSC, following his passing last month, and would also like to thank the member for Braddon for his very touching tribute that he just made of the Senator. Jim was a fierce advocate for the defence and veteran community of our nation. We are grateful for his commitment to our country and his loyal service over many, many decades. Senator Molan will be remembered for his 40 years of service to this country in the Australian Army. Retiring in 2008 as a Major General, his distinguished service saw him deployed in Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, East Timor, Malaysia, Germany, the United States and Iraq. As we all know, following his retirement from our Australian Defence Force, his service to our nation did not cease. Prior to joining our Parliament, he also worked as a volunteer bush firefighter. And as somebody who comes from a community that is very vulnerable to bushfire, as we see around the nation, I don't want to skip over this very important continuation of service to our country, because Jim's was a life of service. And he took those skills that he learnt in our Defence Force and even in his private time as an aviator and as someone committed to his local community as well, to give up his time and to make effort to defend the lives and property of his fellow Australians in his community. And that effort, which is undertaken every day by so many Australians, both professionally and on a volunteer basis, and in a week where we saw yet another plane crash of people that were looking after our community due to fire, and fortunately those two aviators survived that horrific crash. It's important that that contribution and service of Senator Molan is remembered as well. Following all of that, and as many of us here, of course, are very familiar, the Senator served in our nation's Parliament. Jim is acknowledged for his passionate contributions to the national security debate in our political life. I have admired his advocacy regarding our defence and national security and his championing of issues affecting those who serve or have served in our Defence Force. Indeed, it's likely that he disagreed with the approaches of his own government just as much, if not more, than he did of ours. And it's that steadfast commitment to what he saw as right, whether we agreed with him or not, and whether others agreed or not, that absolutely can be seen as what we want to see in our parliamentary representatives, as people standing up for what they believe to be true. And Jim undoubtedly did that every day that he served in our parliament. He understood the challenges that face our veterans. He is an excellent example of what can be achieved by veterans, the contribution that they can make at a local or national level following their transition from military service. Our parliament is a richer place for the veterans who serve in it, who have stood up to defend the democratic beliefs that we all share. Jim was a true servant of our nation. As the National President of the RSL, Greg Mellick, said, Jim Molan had an enormous sense of duty and was a great servant of his country. He was a great friend to the veteran community and was much admired by those who knew him and those whom he had assisted. And I think those comments sum up the sentiments of many. Indeed, they sum up the sentiments of people from my own church community who stopped me after Mass only the other weekend to talk to me of their service in the Defence Force with Jim Molan and the high regard that they had for him as a leader, as someone who not only sought to defend our nation but to look after the troops in his command as well. Jim's influence, no doubt, will be felt for many years to come. I send my deepest condolences to Jim's family, to Anne, his 4 children, his delightful grandchildren who did bring a smile to our face at his funeral the other week, and to Jim's friends and colleagues. Indeed, I can only hope that people would say such nice things about me as a dad as his children said about him at his funeral. I thank Jim and his family for their service to our nation. Good soldiering. Rest in peace.
I thank the member and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the condolence for Senator Jim Molan, as others have in this place, and I would thank each of the speakers who've come before me for their comments, and particularly the member for Eden Monero and the member for Braddon, I think, gave us a perspective that none of us, or very few of us in this place, would have. But it was one that highlights the qualities of Jim Molan, probably better than most, with someone so close to him during his time in Defence. I really wanted to start by not only offering my deepest condolences to Jim's wife Anne and their children Sarah, Erin, Felicity, Michael and the grandchildren, but equally to thank them for supporting Jim with everything that he did in his time in Defence in the community and in the parliament, because it was a total life of service. But as members in this place know, we need loved ones around us to support us in what we do, to be able to contribute to the community in such a way. Well, Jim was able to contribute to his nation with the support of his family, as well as everything else he did. And I really want to acknowledge and thank his family for supporting him in everything that he did throughout his life. And I'm sure Jim himself knew that so much of what he was able to achieve was done with the support and the encouragement of such a close and loving family, and I thank them very much for that. But I'll miss Jim as a colleague, and I know all of my colleagues feel the same way, because in his wonderful way he had an influence on us all. And we all know about his strong leadership. Leadership comes in so many different ways, and Jim showed it even in this place to all of us, in the quiet way that he encouraged us, in the way that he listened to his colleagues, in the way that he encouraged us, as we heard from the member for Braddon. He encouraged us in the same way that he encouraged his troops. He didn't, when you raised an issue with him, he encouraged you, he offered a few thoughts, but then he encouraged you to be talking about what you felt about that particular issue. But that strong leadership is a legacy, not only for his family, for us in this place, but as the member for Braddon said, everyone who served with him and for him. And that loyalty that you've seen developed through such an honourable and decent human being who served his country with great honour. And he's one of those people in defence that when I've been out elsewhere in the world, and there's an enormous respect globally for our Australian Defence Force members, and Jim would be at the top of that tree of respect. And he's the reason why we are so well respected globally, as are our members of the Defence Forces. He was a true patriot and a great Australian, and that's how I hope he's remembered. Not just the 40-year career in the Army and reaching that rank of Major General, but the Chief, he took on some very challenging roles and brought the communities that he served in with him along the way. And being part of that community and supporting the community in what it wanted to achieve, as well as helping that community. And we saw that in Papua New Guinea, in East Timor, in Indonesia, in Malaysia and Germany, and he served in the US and Iraq, as we know. But those smaller communities would have certainly benefited from Jim's wisdom and his willingness to listen and work with the local community, with our Defence Forces while they were there. His Distinguished Service Cross, certainly well deserved, and there's an extensive career that others have talked about in defence. But when he came into the Senate in 2017, and earlier than that, in 2013, one of the things when I was here in this House, the challenge we faced with the illegal maritime arrivals, and Jim's role as the envoy for the Stopping the Votes, the very architect that helped to break that people smugglers model, and the amount of people from overseas whose lives were saved because they weren't arriving on leaky boats and stranded. Jim was a very key part of saving those lives as well. And that's something that I would not want people to overlook. He actually helped break that smuggler's business model, but more importantly, he helped save people's lives. We've heard even today his role as a bushfire firefighter locally, another form of service for Jim, as well as being a senator and coming into this place. But I found Jim to be a wonderful colleague and equally the friend that you could count on, and the friend that could maintain a confidence. You could have conversations with Jim about a range of matters, but he was someone that I rang whenever I wanted his advice around military, national security and defence matters, because, like so many others, I trusted him. I trusted the advice, I respected and trusted the advice that Jim gave me, especially around national security. And we had many lively discussions especially when I had a good read of his most recent book, Danger on Our Doorstep. And I have a feeling that this particular work, in part, as he said, an initial fiction, but then focused on the facts, I'm sure that's being used in a broader sense by some of our Western allies and referenced for a range of other purposes in a broader global security sense. I've got no doubt with the content of that book. And we had several discussions over what he'd written and the conclusions he'd reached and his analysis that was contained throughout that book. Well, as has been said, none of us were really ever in any doubt as to what Jim thought or believed in, because he was a patriot and he had strong views. But equally, when you had a discussion with Jim, Jim didn't talk down to you, in spite of his broader knowledge and experience than you had in that field. Your views were respected, valued. He listened, and he was thoughtful about what you had to offer, and he thought before he gave you a response. So he was just a great bloke. You know, I just found him a great bloke and a great colleague, and someone, as I say, a really respected and trusted source of information and advice. But then when he was fighting cancer, well, I think what we all saw, particularly on our side who were with him throughout that process and saw the struggle, that courage and passion he brought to his role in his family, in his community, in the army, was the same as what he brought to his fight against cancer. Positive, facing forward, keeping up a really strong presence, not giving in, and doing his best to fight it. And I'm sure, you know, when you saw him on television or you saw him interviewed, even when he was from home, you saw Jim wanted you to see him still fighting the fight, whether it was about issues. The cancer was another fight that basically he didn't make much of. He was fighting other fights for the good of this nation. And that's what he did right until the last. And I'm sure that's an enduring memory for us all. But Jim was a truly great Australian, a great patriot. He provided incredible service to Australia that is an example for us all. And look, Jim's earned the right to rest in peace, but he's left an incredible legacy for this nation, and one that we should all work in this place to not forget and to seek to emulate.
Yeah. I thank the member and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the condolence motion for Senator Jim Molan, AO DSC. I knew Jim only a little as a fellow member of the Coalition Policy Committee on Defence and Veterans Affairs. And since I came to this place following the May election, my days and nights have been peppered with group chat messages from Senator Molan, sharing his wisdom, his observations, his snippets of guidance and good humour for all of us. It has been a much quieter place without him. But I have the benefit of having part of the mighty Molan family in my electorate of Flinders. Helen Gleeson, Jim's eldest sibling, his big sister, is an avid, dedicated, forceful presence in the Mornington Peninsula, a great volunteer, both a servant and leader of my local Liberal Party branch, the mighty Sorrento Portsea branch. Helen holds her own in that space, but has always been very proud of and keen to mention her little brother Jim. So for my addition to this condolence motion today, I asked Helen to share her words, and it is now those words which I will share with you in this chamber. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a little about Jim. I am the eldest. Jim was number 4. We 6 are spread over 17 years. God bless my mum. So we each have various memories, but the fact that we gathered from various parts of Australia for his funeral, as did our children, his nieces and nephews, it tells you something of the love in the family. While it has been wonderful and somewhat overwhelming to hear the accolades expressed for Jim, to me he was, and will always remain, my little brother. I always referred to him as little bro, and he to me as big sis, somewhat ironic given his 6'4" and my barely 5'2". Jim was number 4 of our 6 and 10 years younger than me. and he has gone far too soon. Jim was a wanderer. Aged about 2, he escaped his cot and was eventually found on the Ivanhoe station, having negotiated several major intersections and only failing to board the train because the policeman wouldn't let me. In these circumstances, we should not have been surprised at his choice of career. With 3 big and very outspoken sisters, he learned early to be tolerant and to stand up for what he believed in. He grew up in a household where a variety of points of view were encouraged and discussions could be loud and forceful, a highly charged political environment from the early days, but one full of love and laughter. We were never allowed to take ourselves too seriously. It will be some time before my hand stops reaching for the phone to send a text when something political earns my ire. And I will miss those 7 a.m. phone calls responding to such texts. We both have such odd sleep patterns. What a delight it was to welcome Anne into our family, another strong woman who was happily absorbed into our midst. Jim would not have been or achieved what he did without her. She was his other half. I have a precious photo of a handsome young man setting forth for Duntroon. My son, Phil, Jim's nephew, remembers visits to his grandmother's home where this photo had pride of place. My mother had great pride in the achievements of all her children, and rightly so, as she sacrificed to ensure our education. However, how we all laughed each time she began a sentence with, "My son, the General." Rest in peace, little bro. I thank Helen for these fine words. And my thanks also go to Helen's husband Tom, as well as her brother Morris and his partner Heidi, for joining us at the Portsea pub in the presence of the member for Dixon and Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, a few weeks ago, shortly before Jim's funeral, so that together they could all share memories and tales of the great man before the formality of events here in Canberra. I feel that in Flinders we are lucky to have a little bit of Jim in our midst. My deepest sympathies also go to Jim's immediate family, Anne, of course, of whom Helen wrote so beautifully, but also his children, his daughters Sarah, Erin and Felicity, his son Michael and his 5 grandchildren. May he rest in peace.
I thank the member and I call the member for Bowden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to rise this afternoon to honour the life of Jim Molan, AO DSC. He will be remembered as a patriot who served our country with distinction as a soldier, a senator, a volunteer firefighter, an author and a policy problem solver. His was a life of dedicated service, service to his country, service to his family and service to his friends. To me, as a first-term MP, he was incredibly generous with his time and advice, and I will certainly miss his guidance and wisdom. Jim, of course, served in many roles in the Australian Army, the most significant of which was his tenure as Chief of Operations for the Coalition Forces in Iraq. And when you consider the number of personnel and the complexity of that mission, this is probably the most senior and consequential position held by an Australian general since the Second World War. His service was instrumental in repelling insurgents and ensuring the security of Iraq's transport and infrastructure. He played no small part in the success of that engagement, and I'm certain that when the passage of time allows for a full historical analysis of what occurred in that conflict, I'm certain that Jim Molan's contribution will be highly commended. He was, of course, awarded the Distinguished Service Cross from the United States government. He was awarded with the Legion of Merit. A few short years after Jim's retirement from the Army, I invited him to speak at a dinner that I was organising following a rugby game between the Young Liberals and the Young Nationals in Bungendore, just down the road here, near to where Jim was living at the time in the outskirts of Canberra. Jim provided a completely unvarnished assessment of the war in Iraq, what was required to win, and where the strategic landscape was sitting. All attendees were struck by the clarity and the accuracy of his analysis. As time progressed, nearly all the factors that he flagged that night came to pass. All the potential obstacles were struck, and his proposed solutions were all eventually adopted. He was a man who saw much further than others did. not just a strategic visionary, but he was also someone with the capacity to identify the path forward towards victory. Of course, his capacity for service and his sharp strategic mind continued to be engaged by the Australian government long after his retirement from the Army. He played an instrumental role in Operation Sovereign Borders. He was appointed as a special advisor to the Defence Minister and provided advice on the 2016 Defence White Paper. And of course, his contribution to the Senate over recent years was a fitting avenue for his skills and his years of experience. His passion for national security issues, his passion for veterans, and his passion for regional Australians will stand in my mind as the enduring legacy of his amazing public service. His final book, Danger on Our Doorstep, will stand as a warning for years to come about the ambitions and military build-up of the CCP. I recently bought many copies of this book as Christmas presents for some of the people who had assisted me throughout the year with my work. And Jim was kind enough, despite his failing health in those last weeks of his life, to write a thoughtful handwritten message to each recipient. This was such a part of who Jim was, always willing to go the extra mile, no task too much to support a colleague. I know these books will be treasured for years to come. And I'll certainly be doing what I can do to ensure that his message against national defence complacency is heeded by our government. To his wife Anne, his children, his grandchildren, we thank you for sharing Jim. Thank you for sharing him with your nation for so many decades. He was a great Australian and he will be greatly missed. Jim Molan rest in eternal peace.
I thank the member and I call the member for Berowra.
Deputy Speaker, Jim Molan loved Australia. He served and fought for Australia wholeheartedly. Jim began his service to Australia 8 years before I was born. He entered Duntroon in 1968. He entered Parliament half a century later, at an age where he could have been enjoying his military pension. Instead, he sought to serve again. For many of us, when elected to the Parliament, we seek to be worthy of making a contribution to it. Jim entered the Senate already worthy. Jim was, in every sense, a giant when he arrived. He'd been deployed in Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, Timor-Leste, Malaysia, Germany, the United States and, of course, Iraq. No Australian soldier served in a more senior role in the Iraq War. As the multinational Chief of Operations in Iraq, it said that Jim had more personnel under his operational command than any Australian general since World War II. No parliamentarian in this building had the lived experience and deep working knowledge of complex military strategy that Jim Molan had. When Jim entered the Senate, it had been almost 60 years since a person of two-star rank had served in this place. In the history of the Commonwealth, 11 Major Generals and 1 Air Vice Marshal have entered the Parliament, including 8 who served in the Great War. One of those was the great Pompey Elliott, and I see some similarities between Jim Molan and Pompey Elliott. They both chose the Senate, they both had huge grassroots followings, they both saw politics as a way of arguing for their passions. For Pompey it was the advancement and support of the men he'd served with. For Jim it was Australia's defence and security preparedness. In many ways Pompey looked back, understandable given the trauma of the Great War, but Jim was always looking forward. Though a wholehearted supporter of our alliance with the United States, Jim believed in Australian self-reliance and in an Australian Defence Force and security agencies that were properly funded, equipped and prepared. Every part about Jim was brave. He was willing to put himself on the line. On one occasion in East Timor, Jim transported half a dozen nuns to the airport. They were pursued by a gunman on a motorbike. The gunman had a rifle. In a scene that almost sounds like a movie, Jim hit the brakes and the gunman slammed into the back of the vehicle. Jim got the nuns to the airport safely and then continued with further evacuations. And Jim was brave here. On entering Parliament, and indeed on his death, he faced disgraceful slurs. Keyboard warriors and populist politicians on the extreme Green left chose the disgraceful path of blaming a soldier for the decisions and strategy of an elected government. The Australian soldier should never be dishonoured, and sadly the toxicity of some meant that they tried but failed. But Jim more than had their measure. As he said when he entered this place, If opponents don't speak against you, you're probably not standing up for enough. To those who sought to skirmish his good name, you only brought dishonour on yourself. He wore the uniform that you didn't, and you have no right to attack his service. Jim always spoke clearly. He wrote many columns. The headline was always the crux. Are we in this war to win it? Army needs to commit to victory. We can win the Afghan war, but we're being led by donkeys. Disruption of Gulf fuel is a scenario we must prepare for, and end the pussyfooting in the Afghan war. Pussyfooting, that's such a Molan word. He never took a step backwards. My first involvement with Jim was through the Menzies Research Centre, where he was an active participant, both in uniform and in retirement, in the Defence and Security roundtables that the centre ran. He also agreed to contribute a really thoughtful and forward-leaning chapter to the Menzies Research Centre book, Don't Leave Us with the Bill, The Case Against an Australian Bill of Rights, where he demonstrated the possible unintended consequences of a Bill of Rights to Australians on active service. In his chapter, he prefaced an argument with some words that seemed to summarise the approach that Jim took to about almost every defence and security issue. He wrote, "I fear the unforeseen will occur, as it normally does." Jim Molan always expected the unforeseen, and that required him to walk a lonely path. Despite his eminence, his status and his many other commitments, Jim made the effort to come to the launch of the book in almost every state capital. It demonstrated his strong commitment to the issue, but even more his commitment to me as a friend. I enjoyed working closely with Jim on the Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, where he brought his years of thinking about strategy and national security. He also brought a particular knowledge about defence technology to the table. And I want to say I think Jim was right about the need for a national security strategy for this country. And I hope, as a memorial to Jim, that Australians pursue this issue, because he was ahead of his time in reminding us of the importance of having a national security strategy. In fairness, I have to admit that occasionally Jim and I disagreed over party matters. Jim was a change agent in our party. He believed in democracy, in grassroots power, so much so he took on the factions and sought change. Why? He was asked because, and I quote, "As a soldier, I've accompanied 5 separate nations down the road to democracy." Democracy was his guiding light. It says something of Jim that after being diagnosed with cancer, he accelerated his efforts and completed Danger on Our Doorstep. Quoting Sun Tzu, he wrote, "Strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. Tactics without strategy is noise before defeat." Our country's better and indeed safer because of the service of Major General and then Senator Jim Molan. To Jim's wife Anne, his children and his grandchildren, I send my love and prayers. May the memory of this truly great Australian be a blessing.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been a privilege hearing the wonderful condolences that have been made by Jim's friends from not just our party but across the aisle. He was someone who left a mark in so many ways. Can I begin, first of all, by acknowledging his family? They are the ones who are hurting most of all. To Anne, their wonderful children Sarah, Erin, Felicity and Michael, and also to the wonderful grandchildren. There are also extended families, some of whom linked to my electorate. Jim has a brother who lives in my electorate, and one of my favourite volunteers is one of his cousins, and I only recently found out that they were cousins. That they are all hurting too and will miss him deeply. It's a wonderful thing when we sit down and put pen to paper for our first speech. We get to think about who we are, what we stand for and what we hope to achieve in this place. And it's been delightful reading Jim's first speech again. I read it in preparation for my own and I've come back to it. And could I begin by his first sentence? He said this: "Mr. President, thank you very much. Can I begin by saying that there's probably no one in this entire chamber this evening who is listening to this who is more surprised than I am that I am giving a first speech in the Australian Senate." And in those very first words, he was showing that he had no expectations to be there, because throughout his life he had never any expectations or entitlement to anything. He put his hand up to serve others in many different ways, and that included the Senate. And he fought so hard to be there. He was a fierce advocate for party democracy. And that wasn't born out of self-interest because he was popular with the membership for good reason. It was because Jim knew an important thing, that if you believe in a value and the Liberal Party believes in democracy, then you must practice it. So Jim was from the old school where we practice what we preach, and if we don't practice it, then there's a real question mark about whether we believe it. And I think he left the New South Wales division in much better shape for having been a fierce advocate for party democracy. There were many other points of his speech that I'd like to just quickly highlight. He talked about his military service and said, "Although I retired from the Army 9 years ago, my 40 years as a soldier taught me a lot about what seems applicable to parliamentary and wider social life. First, leadership is everything. Whenever we wanted to achieve real effects, even in this technology-dominated world, we still turned to the best person. As Chief of Operations in Iraq, I was at the centre of the most technically advanced headquarters in the history of war. Yet we consistently turned to people as people when we wanted to get things done. Human leadership in this age of technology has never been more important, be it in the military or in society." And we pick up a newspaper or look at our TV, and we had recently in the Parliament the first AI-generated speech. But we must never forget that despite all of the advances in technology, people is the heart of our democracy and our society. The second thing he said was that Australia brings its unique culture into its military. Blind obedience to orders or authority does not make good soldiers, nor does it make good citizens. We encourage our diggers to question every order for as long as possible because all of us are a lot smarter than any one of us. But when the final decision is made by the boss, we expect support for that decision until the situation changes significantly. This ethos and duty, this understanding of loyalty and teamwork in a questioning environment is something that I intend to personally carry into this House. And he concluded with this: "I need to say that the only order I ever obeyed without question was duck." And that's such an important cultural feature of our military. We have a chain of command and you obey orders on pain of 20 years in prison if it's on operations, but that doesn't mean you follow them blindly. We respect the autonomy and judgment of individuals, even within the military. Jim then focused on ethics, and that was core of who he was. He said, "Whenever I find myself in this great institution, I will work for it to be ethical. Ethics is about consistently doing the right thing, about being secretly beholden to no one, and in a political and parliamentary sense, about working for the voters who elected us. In terms of the Liberal Party, it means representing the members of my party and voters rather than disguised narrow interests." He said he is of no faction, and it is the voters that will guide him. Many others have spoken about the line he said, where if opponents don't speak against you, you are probably not standing up for enough. And he referred to some of the Google images that people might be aware of. And then finally, he concluded with this. He had a quote from Napoleon: "If you want to learn a nation's interests, go to the graves of its soldiers. Many Australian dead have been brought back to Australia, but many still lie close to where they fell. Australia's interests lie across the face of this earth. We are an international nation with worldwide interests. I've visited many battlefields and played cameo parts in some. What strikes me is the consistent performance of Australian soldiers, sailors and airmen over more than 100 years around the world. Today's soldiers are as good as, if not better than, any we have sent overseas, and much of that is due to our Australian culture and the leadership, training and equipment that accompany them. To me, they represent everything that is good about Australia because they are Australian." And he concluded with, "I dedicate my efforts in this House to them." And he said, "Thank you." So, Jim, his duty is done, and it's fitting that his final words in his first speech were that he was willing to serve others and honour their memory. So we say to Jim, thank you for your service. We will miss you.
I thank the member and I call the member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it is an honour, as we just heard from the member for Menzies, to rise to speak on this condolence motion to remember a great Australian, Senator Jim Molan, AO DSC, a senator, a soldier, a colleague, a friend, a great Australian, a patriot, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by extending my deepest condolences to Jim's beloved wife Anne, to his 4 children, Sarah, Erin, Felicity, Mick, and his grandkids, all of whom I know he loved dearly. I'd also like to acknowledge his staff who worked tirelessly to support Jim and the people of New South Wales in challenging circumstances. Jim was a big man with a big heart. He loved his family dearly and he loved his country dearly. His contribution to this nation as a senator and a soldier over many years is well known. We've heard many wonderful tributes over recent weeks, including just a moment ago. To me, Jim was always a man you could trust. He was good for his word. He was genuine, upfront, honest, one of our nation's absolute finest. He was a person I was proud to call a friend and a colleague who dedicated his life to making our nation a better place. He was a true servant leader, Deputy Speaker. We talk a lot about servant leadership, but this man personified it. His long career in defence saw him deployed in Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, East Timor, Malaysia, Germany, the US and Iraq, and he was an accomplished infantryman and helicopter pilot. 4 decades in, he retired from service, of course, at the rank of Major General, and his service was honoured when he was made an officer in the Order of Australia for his role in Indonesia and East Timor, and he received the Distinguished Service Cross as well, of course, for distinguished command and leadership in Iraq. But retirement wasn't for Jim. He didn't put his feet up and head off on holidays. He continued to advocate strongly on issues that were important to him, and he was a passionate believer in those things he thought were important to the success of this nation, and nothing was going to stop him. Ironically enough, for a military man, he was not a man who took orders well, and he would admit that himself. He liked to get out there and advocate for the things that were most important, that he really believed in. And of course, one of the things he did after his retirement, or his so-called retirement, was become Special Envoy for Operation Sovereign Borders, which was an extraordinary initiative, and it delivered extraordinary outcomes, which this country has benefited from in the years that followed. I know he was proud of the policy in that area, and so he should have been. Deputy Speaker, I had particular engagement and work with Jim in 2 areas. The first of those was when I was Minister for Cybersecurity. And Jim and I would talk about cybersecurity, and as Minister for Energy, we'd talk about the importance of cybersecurity for the security of this nation. We'd talk about the importance of energy security for the security of this nation. And one of the things that consistently came out of our conversations was the absolute criticality of integrating across all of these areas: cybersecurity, energy security, defence, border security. We needed to recognise that all of these areas interacted. And out of that came his focus on developing a national security strategy. He was absolutely right on this. There is no question in my mind that Jim nailed this. And he became passionate, as he always did, in his advocacy for making sure he could keep Australians safe in every domain, And that focus on a national security strategy, I think, was right, was well articulated, and of course in his final book he laid it out very clearly. The second area where Jim and I worked closely was in the New South Wales division of the Liberal Party. Now, this is not always an easy place to drive reform. It has its challenges. But Jim and I were both passionate in the need to democratise the party, in the need to give power to the grassroots, in the need to make sure that the members had genuine influence in the future of the party, and that there was a reason for people to join up and to return to being the mass movement in the belief of those things that we care about as Liberals, to come into the party en masse. Jim, he was a firebrand on these issues, and we worked together and spoke together on many, many occasions, whether it was in the North Sydney Leagues Club or the Crookall Showgrounds, or at many locations through Eden Monero, which was a part of the world he absolutely loved and lived in. Jim and I worked again and again and again as a team to convince people across the New South Wales Liberal Party that this was the path to go on. And of course the outcome at Rose Hill several years ago, where the party voted in favour of democratisation, would never have happened without the hard work of Jim Molan. There's been backward steps and forward steps since that time, but that was a pivotal moment in the future of the Liberal Party in New South Wales, and Jim Molan was absolutely central to it. His passion and energy and drive was what made all of that possible, alongside others who believed in it like him. He has made an enormous contribution across so many areas throughout his wonderful life. I was privileged to be at his funeral only a couple of weeks ago, and it was a tough farewell. Jim, I'll miss you, mate.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thank you. I move that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made the order of the day for a later hour.
Is the motion seconded? All those in favour?
Aye.
Yes. Okay. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order for the day for a later hour. Sorry. Now I'll ask all those in favour.
Aye.
Okay. The Federation Chamber is suspended until 4 p.m.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. All right, apologies. I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Higher Education Support Amendment, Australia's Economic Accelerator Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much. I'm an extremely passionate advocate of higher education, as both someone who's worked for years in the sector, as well as someone who represents an electorate with Monash University, Deakin University and the University of Divinity campuses. So I know how important not only to our nation's support for higher education is, but how important it is to my own local community of Chisholm and our local economy. I do believe we have some of the finest researchers and thinkers in the world here in Australia, but we need to do more to see their great ideas thrive and transform into innovative products. This bill amends the Higher Education Support Act 2003 to support our universities in turning Australia's world-class research into the innovative products and processes and businesses of the future. In the 2022 World Intellectual Property Organisation's Global Innovation Index, Australia was ranked 5th in the world for our human capital and research, which is just incredible and again points to the fact that we have some of the finest minds in the world working right here in Australia, and many of them working in my electorate of Chisholm, and I'm very proud of that.
But we do have a gap when it comes to getting that world-class research to the stage where it can be translated into practical and commercial applications. So research, translation and commercialisation is really important, and we need to do better as a nation on that front. And this is something I hear all the time when I talk to the universities in my electorate and to the businesses in my electorate too, who are wanting to partner with researchers. But there is such a significant gap at the moment in translation and commercialisation, and it's really holding us back as a country, unfortunately, and it's really limiting those relationships and links that can be forged right across the eastern and southeastern suburbs of Melbourne in my electorate with lots of different companies, including those in advanced manufacturing, medical technologies and defence, who would love to be able to do more with the researchers that live right in our local area, who study and work in our local area. Research, translation and commercialisation is important for a number of fronts. It means that we get a bigger dividend from our investment in research in this country, and that's really important. New technologies developed in Australia improve our production processes, they reduce costs, they create innovative new products, and they also lead to greater diversity in our exports, which is really good for our trading relationships and our wealth as a nation. So on that same Global Innovation Index where we lead on research, we're 5th in the world, that is incredible. We are ranked 37th for our knowledge and technology outputs, so we're really seeing that significant gap in those rankings. This means that right now we're not realising the full potential of our university research because we lack the support needed to bring that research to the translation and to that commercialisation stage. This is something we need to address. We must address this if we're going to be able to reap the greatest benefits from the wonderful work that is being undertaken every day in universities right across Australia. Look, the former government University Research Commercialisation Panel did consider this problem, and they recommended a dedicated funding program to help higher education providers to bridge this gap. And that's what this bill does. This bill amends that Higher Education Support Act to provide legislative authority to establish Australia's Economic Accelerator Program in the other grants guidelines research made under that Act. The Australia's Economic Accelerator, or AEA program, is a new funding program targeted at supporting research, translation and commercialisation within our universities, and is a program we should all be really excited and supportive of. This helps us as a nation unlock so much fantastic potential and will lead to better outcomes for researchers, universities and Australia as we are able to more fully realise the translation and commercialisation possibilities generated by ideas. Table A and B universities will be able to apply for project funding to progress their projects to a state of commercial investor readiness. All the universities in my electorate are in these categories, and I'm really looking forward to working with them and seeing what they are able to do with this new opportunity. Distinct from other funding models in research, the AEA will have a fast-fail focus. It will fill a gap in the current research commercialisation landscape by funding translational research from early-stage research into a product that shows viability for industry partnership and investment. So we'll be able to know early what is going to be able to transition into more advanced stages and therefore be more successful. So projects that progress through that program will do so based on the continued success and achievement milestones in the program. This funding will benefit projects which have high commercialisation potential, but which are at proof of concept or proof of scale stage. And I think in some really exciting alignment here, funding will be targeted at projects which sit with the priority areas identified in the government's National Reconstruction Fund, which is yet another incredibly important and exciting initiative of the Albanese government, and one which, frankly, genuinely, I am disappointed that those opposite have indicated they won't support. You know, we stand at a terribly significant moment of rebuilding the nation. after the worst impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it would be wonderful if the Parliament were able to unite in an effort to stimulate the economy and stimulate industry, and I do urge those opposite to reconsider. We get one opportunity to rebuild the country after the kind of crisis we've just seen, and it would be really great that if we could unite and do it right. And I would encourage those opposite to be on the right side of history here when it comes to supporting industry, the economy and our communities. The establishment of a $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund is one of the largest peacetime investments in our country's manufacturing capability in living memory. So the project under the AAA program will align with the priority areas of that fund. This alignment is very welcome in my community. The people I've spoken to are incredibly thrilled about this. We will be focusing on the priority areas of value adding in resources, value adding in agriculture, forestry and fisheries, transport, medical science, renewables and low-emission technologies, defence capabilities and enabling capabilities across sectors like robotics, AI and quantum technologies. I think of the interactions in these priority areas, and the universities in my electorate already have, and I've been speaking to them about the work we as a government are undertaking. And it is really thrilling to think about the new points of engagement that will be made possible and the new products and ideas to emerge from the AA as well as from the National Reconstruction Fund. So these are areas where Australian research already has runs on the board, and the measures in this bill will support bringing that research to maturity, utilisation and commercialisation. The bill establishes a governance framework for the AAA program with an advisory board of up to 8 expert representatives from government, industry, business and research sectors. The advisory board will oversee the program and make recommendations for grants in accordance with a research commercialisation strategy. The bill also provides legislative authority to establish a national industry PhD program. And this new program offers a really great new opportunity to pursue a higher degree and to be a leading part of the industries of the future. We have a lot of people already with PhDs in my community, including myself, and I'm really excited about being able to expand opportunities to people who are interested in pursuing research right across my community through that National Industry PhD program. This is about equipping our PhD students with the skills they need to better translate university research into a range of commercialisation outcomes. The measures will provide a basis for new industry-led postgraduate programs that create a clear and structured career pathway in innovation and commercialisation-focused research. These programs are intended to embed researchers in industry settings, enhancing research commercialisation and translation skills, and helping to build research careers in the industry. We are so fortunate in this country to have world-leading researchers in our higher education sector. And this bill supports our higher education providers. It supports the providers in my electorate and communities right across the country and the researchers who work there in realising the great potential of Australian ingenuity and innovation. This bill will make it much easier for universities and businesses to work together to commercialise research, which will build our sovereign capability and boost our economy. I'm really looking forward to the possibilities this will open up for the people in Chisholm, and I'm really glad to be able to support this bill today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Coalition supports this bill, which is in a great part of the reintroduction of the measures introduced by the former Coalition government. And we'd led a significant piece of work to review our government's significant investment in research to drive even greater benefits for the economy and our economy. And yes, we do know that while we undertake world-leading research and publish more than 100,000 academic papers, we certainly need to do a lot more beyond that initial exploration and translate that into commercial applications to meet some of our greatest challenges. So this will not only highlight Australia's incredible research minds, and they are, but will also provide a boost to our productivity and create new jobs and new industries. The translation element that we introduced was a key component of our $2.2 billion university research commercialisation package, and it outlined a number of key initiatives by placing national manufacturing priorities at the core of Australian government-funded research by using priority-driven schemes to ramp up commercialisation and deliver university research funding reform to strengthen initiatives for genuine collaboration with industry. This is a key part. And by investing in people who are skilled in university and industry collaboration. And we had a number of elements to our actual plans through that bill: the Trailblazer Universities program to boost R&D and drive commercialisation outcomes, and the Australian Economic Accelerator. And there was funding for the $150 million for the CSIRO Main Sequence Ventures program to back start-up companies and help create commercial opportunities for Australian research. There was investment in 1,800 industry PhDs and 800 fellows over 10 years as part of that, and a new IP framework for universities to support greater university and industry collaboration. That is such a key, that industry and university collaboration, and even providing what industry needs and will need ahead. And that's part of the collaboration. And we had identified a number of priorities in what we put forward, from medical products to food and beverage, to recycling and clean energy, resources technology and critical minerals processing, the defence industry, and of course that critical element of space. So the next element was investment in that Australia's Economic Accelerator, which this bill essentially is about today, making the provisions to support our universities to commercialise what is really world-leading research. And we designed the program around initial proof of concept through that valley of death where the projects are at greatest risk of not proceeding, and to commercial realisation. So I wanted to touch on that $150 million we committed to the CSIRO's Main Sequence venture. But in looking at that, I want to go back to some of what Australians have done well over the years throughout history in the wonderful minds that we have, the creative minds, both formally and informally, and in our universities and beyond. And I go back to the stump jump plough, and which was a real innovative technology in its time. It was a great piece of gear. Simple things like the Hills hoist. And we've got a local bloke in my part of the world who created and invented a wonderful Terry Torres drain spinner that did an enormous amount of work, just a bloke who was fixing a problem. We had the Marshall and Rosner super spreader that has been really critical throughout the region and in the agricultural sector. And in Australia, we look at how good we are and how good our researchers and scientists are in this space. The quantum computing that Australia is world leading in, IVF, through the Monash IVF program, in the environmental space through solar cells and the world's first e-waste micro factory, the polymers to clean up contaminants. And in the medical field, we are such leaders in this space, from Gardasil vaccines for cervical cancer through the University of Queensland, nano production vaccine patch. There are just one after the other where we've seen some amazing innovations in Australia. And we look at the black box flight recorder that came out of Australia, invented by an Australian scientist, and spray-on skin. So Professor Fiona Wood from Perth in Western Australia, and the incredible effect this had on the burns victims. She was credited through this amazing work and innovation, credited with saving 28 lives. The electronic pacemaker, another Australian doctor and physicist worked on this one. The platform for Google Maps, we often don't celebrate enough how good our researchers and our scientists are. The medical application of penicillin, and something basic for all of us, polymer banknotes. And I'm really proud of the cochlear implant. I think all of us in this House and around Australia would be particularly proud of this Australian device and where it's got to and how it's changed people's lives. Something as simple as the electric drill. Who would have thought that that was invented and created in Australia? And who can forget Ben Lexon's winged heel that helped Australia to win that classic America's Cup in 1983. All done and all created and developed in Australia, like Wi-Fi technology through the CSIRO and the ultrasound scanner. So many of these through universities in their early stages particularly, and even the plastic spectacle lens. Things that we don't think, scratch resistant, first one made in Australia and created in Australia. So, you know, there are all sorts of wonderful inventions that have started in Australia, but we need to do even more in this space. And I just wonder, with all of these that we see in a list here that I've just touched on, it's just the tip of the iceberg. The other question is, what have we missed out on that we haven't commercialised? And this bill is important so that we create that connection and improve that process so that we don't miss out on even more innovation and opportunities in Australia, and provide the platform for other budding scientists and young people who are going to solve so many problems, to foster those young minds and researchers and just simply say to them, what problem is it that you want to fix? Because they'll have a lot of answers to the problems and the issues that we're facing. And we saw through our investment, that extraordinary investment in the Medical Research Future Fund, and the grant recipients there, mostly they were universities. And so these recipients have translated their research into commercialisation in Australia, the universities. You know, when you look down the list of those that have received grants through this, you know, we were particularly proud as a coalition of introducing and creating this Medical Research Future Fund. And you look at all the universities and the extraordinary research that's benefited from that particular fund. Whether it was, and I looked down the list, there was everything from investment and research and investment into the commercialisation of around Australian brain cancer. There was cardiovascular health, there was dementia and aged care and ageing projects and programs. And for me personally, endometriosis research, looking for that cure for all of those women who are affected by endometriosis in Australia. Not only introducing that first ever national plan, but the endometriosis research that's so critical because there is no cure. And to go on from endometriosis, the investment from our amazing Medical Research Future Fund into research around epilepsy, MND, Parkinson's, various cancers, and even yesterday into ovarian cancer, and coronary heart diseases, genomics, so many other areas that the Medical Research Future Fund. So this constant investment in research and then translating that into commercialisation is a critical part of what we need to keep investing in and showing confidence in. That is an enduring legacy. The Medical Research Future Fund is an enduring legacy of the coalition government, but it's one for all Australians to benefit from. And to see university research funding actually translated into better health outcomes for Australians, as well as commercial results for Australian companies and individuals here. And that CSIRO Innovation Fund, launched by the Coalition in 2016, led to the creation of what we see here, the Main Sequence Ventures, which led to over 60 company collaborative projects with universities. That's a great outcome. And the additional $150 million that we allocated to that in February of 22 was really focused on accelerating and commercialising manufacturing priorities, as I spoke of earlier. And so the AEA program will really keep working to attract projects with high commercialisation potential. And that's a really critical part of what we'll see through this bill and through the AEA program. And there will be a number of I'm really looking forward to seeing what research is actually commercialised as a result of this investment. And we'll see more of that as this investment is realised, and in the knowledge that research takes time. And but I think that very close involvement not only of the universities themselves and their researchers, but that very close and strong dedicated relationship with industry and business will really focus the investment on where the greatest commercialisation potential is, but also the greatest benefit for the Australian community and economy in a broader sense. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia has a world-class university sector, from providing high-quality education to top-tier research, which revolutionises the world in which we live. There is much to be proud of in our higher education sector. The Minister has already stated that Australia was ranked 5th in the world for our human capital and research in the 2022 World Intellectual Property Organisation's Global Innovation Index. That's a great achievement for this country. University staff and students across Australia do amazing and inspiring work, frankly, which they aren't credited for nearly enough. However, there's still more work to do and improvements to be made, and might I add, not least in employment practices at our universities, with far too much university work casualised, and that must change. But on the same Global Innovation Index, where we are leading on research, we are ranked just 37th for knowledge and technology outputs. We are not currently realising our full potential in university research, but that is about to change. This bill, Deputy Speaker, will allow Australia to realise its full potential in the university research sector by providing much-needed support to bring research into the translation and commercialisation stage. The former government's University Research Commercialisation Panel considered this problem, and it recommended that a dedicated funding program was required to help higher education providers bridge the gap. Deputy Speaker, this bill acts on that recommendation and makes it real. No good just talking about it, you've actually got to do it. At its core, this bill establishes the Australia's Economic Accelerator program under the Higher Education Support Act. This new funding program will be targeted at supporting research, translation and commercialisation within our universities, enabling universities across Australia to apply for project funding to progress their projects to a commercial investor readiness state. This funding won't just focus on shovel-ready research projects, but will also fill the gap in funding and support for projects which have high commercialisation, proof of concept or proof of scale stage. This will open up research potential in ways that have never been done before and provide the ability for worthwhile projects to proceed with merit, rather than being blocked at the gate due to an inability to find funding support. This bill also provides legislative authority to establish a national industry PhD program, and this will ensure that PhD candidates are equipped with the skills they need to better turn research at university into a range of commercialisation outcomes. This measure will be the bedrock of a new industry-led postgraduate program that create a clear and structured pathway in innovation and research that is focused on commercialisation. This bill and these measures ensure that our world-leading researchers and our world-leading higher education sector can be better supported in the realisation of Australia's great innovative potential. Deputy Speaker, with this amendment to the Act, universities listed under Table A and B will be eligible for the funding support described in this bill, including the University of Tasmania, which provides high-quality and world-renowned education. UTAS has 3 main campuses across Tasmania, with Burnie in the northwest, Newnham in the south my apologies, Newnham in the north, and Sandy Bay, of course, in the south, although that's a matter of conjecture now, Deputy Speaker, with Sandy Bay could be shifting into central Hobart, but that's probably an argument for another time. UTAS has a wide remit, but is particularly well known for its focus on marine science and increasingly space science. Last month, I attended the launch of the upgraded space antennae at the UTAS Greenhill Observatory in my electorate. This $2 million communications antenna upgrade, supported by the Australian Government and the Australian Space Agency's Space Infrastructure Fund, addresses the gap in national space infrastructure, which will speed up Australia's delivery of space-based services and will increase our contribution to space science globally. I was very pleased to address the launch on behalf of the Ministry for Industry and Science, Ed Husic, where I spoke of the increasing importance of space science both commercially and strategically. UTAS, as part of its Southern Skies network, provides radio and optical astronomy as well as radio communications and geospatial modelling via its network of space telescope and antenna infrastructure across Australia, including in Western Australia and the Northern Territory. Deputy Speaker, this shows the breadth and the significance of university research in this area, which is of critical importance to Australia's future, of which UTAS, down there in Tasmania, is a leading contributor. UTAS already has a highly respected research component, and now, under the Albanese government, it will be further supported so that it can continue to provide world-leading research. Supporting UTAS benefits the people in my electorate, better enabling them to pursue careers in research and jobs that come with the commercialisation of such research. This government is offering Australians more education and career opportunities in higher education, and I am proud to play my part in that. Deputy Speaker, Labor has a proud history of supporting Australians to achieve higher education. It was Gough Whitlam who first made university education accessible to so many more Australians, a reform which gave so many working-class kids across our country the opportunity for higher education, something they had been previously been denied due to the wealth bracket in which they were born. You've got to see what you can become, and for the first time in Australia's history, more working-class kids could see that a pathway to higher education was open to them. They took that opportunity, and the country's been transformed as a result. In 2009, the Rudd government ensured fair funding for universities by providing funding for every eligible student they teach, rather than through a system of rationed places. This provided a significant shift in funding, which led to a more student-centred funding system. Julia Gillard, as Minister for Education, set a strong target in 2008 to increase the proportion of young people with a degree to 40% by 2020. This target has been met, but it is now up to us, this generation, to ensure that secondary target, that 20% of people from disadvantaged backgrounds, including First Nations people, receive a higher education, and make sure that's also achieved. Deputy Speaker, we don't support higher education just for the sake of it. Higher education leads to better paying jobs and entryways into corporate and public leadership. The Australian Bureau of Statistics has reported that having qualifications relevant to a person's current job makes a significant difference to people's rates of underemployment. People who have not attained higher education are twice as likely to be underemployed as those with a relevant qualification. They are also more likely to have lower weekly personal incomes than those with qualifications relevant to their jobs. The Albanese government's Future Made in Australia skills plan, which we took to the 2022 federal election, will see up to 20,000 new university places delivered across Australia, mainly in the regions, Deputy Speaker. In doing so, this government is tackling areas of skill shortage and securing future skills needs by training Australian students in jobs including engineering, nursing, tech and teaching. It's a plan that encapsulates the needs of today with the needs of tomorrow and ensures that Australia is on a strong footing for a productive and needs-based workforce. Of course, in providing this investment to universities and this focus on research, we are not leaving TAFE behind. The University Places measure is part of the Australian Government's $1.2 billion investment under the Skills Plan. of which the funding will also provide more than 465,000 free TAFE places, including 45,000 new places, and particularly in areas of critical skill shortage. This will help to rebuild the industries hit hardest by COVID and meet future needs for multiple industries, including aged care, childcare and nursing. In stark contrast to the Labor Party's proud history in supporting and advocating for higher education, those opposite, I'm sorry to say, leave a history of deriding universities, of demeaning graduates and of dismissing the vital role that higher education plays in our society. We all remember, Deputy Speaker, the Abbott government wanted young people in my electorate and yours and everybody else's to pay more than $100,000 for a university education. Just in the last parliament, they jacked up the price of many courses. The Liberals' continual attempted Americanisation of Australia's higher education sector has led to more debt for students, less job security for academics and a hollowed-out experience of university life. In 2020, the Morrison government refused to offer support to the higher education sector during the COVID-19 pandemic by not expanding JobSeeker to include university staff. It was a terrible decision. As a result, the university sector was hit hard, particularly the people in it, and more than 17,000 people, Deputy Speaker, lost their jobs. 17,000 people whose jobs were teaching young people, given nothing in way of support. Just terrible waste. That's 13% of Australia's pre-COVID university workforce. And now, of course, now we want them back, and what a job it is getting them back into those jobs. At the time, the President of the National Tertiary Education Union, Dr Alison Barnes, said, quote, "The parents of Australia should be frankly really alarmed. You have got these figures of job losses coupled with the incredible reductions of courses, and that harms future generations of Australia. It harms anybody who is a school leaver or who wants to retrain if they lose their job," end quote. Despite those alarm bells and warnings from the sector, the former government never strayed from their agenda of taking a wrecking ball to higher education. They have an appalling history on higher education for both universities and TAFE, and more towards the culture of higher education and what it can bring, what it means to have a higher education. Deputy Speaker, before us today is a bill that will ensure the future capability and capacity of the university sector so that it can be realised in full. It will provide much-needed funding support that will commercialise research and ensure that the future of higher education, innovation and research is upheld and entrenched in government policy. I just go to the Minister's second reading speech and note that, very importantly, the funding will be targeted at projects which align with the priority areas identified in the government's National Reconstruction Fund. I couldn't believe it when I read it, Deputy Speaker, that those opposite are actually going to oppose this government's National Reconstruction Fund. It was a major plank of our election commitment. There's no surprises about that we were going to do it. And it's just unbelievable, frankly, that those opposite are opposing a National Reconstruction Fund that is going to do so much for our economy and our manufacturing sector. My friend and colleague, the Minister for Industry and Science, he introduced legislation to this place to enable the establishment of the $15 billion fund, and he's described it as one of the largest peacetime investments in our country's manufacturing capability. If we're going to be serious about jobs and manufacturing in this country, you've got to get serious about this National Reconstruction Fund, and I urge those opposite, rethink your opposition and get with the program. The projects under the AEA program that will fall under this bill will align with the priority areas of the National Reconstruction Fund. Things that will include are value-adding in resources, value-adding in agriculture, forestry and fisheries, transport, medical science, renewables and low-emission technologies, defence capabilities and enabling capabilities across sectors like fintech, robotics, AI and quantum technologies. I've got no doubt, Deputy Speaker, that in the months and years ahead we're going to have people, members opposite from the opposition, get up and say, oh, why isn't the government doing something about resources? Why isn't the government doing something about agriculture? Why isn't the government doing something about forestry and fisheries? It's all here. A $15 billion fund to rebuild these industries, to rebuild manufacturing and capability in this country. And the Liberal and National parties are opposing it. I just cannot believe it. It must be just politics driving this. And frankly, I don't even see the politics in it, other than just to oppose for opposition's sake. So I urge those opposite to rethink their opposition to the National Reconstruction Fund. It's a great policy for the country going forward and for our economy. But, Deputy Speaker, I end on this note. I said at the beginning of this speech that we are currently ranked 5th in the world for our human capital and research. That's a great outcome for a middle-tier country globally, to be ranked 5th in the world for human capital and research, but we lag badly behind at 37th in the world for knowledge and technology outputs. And frankly, we can see why that's happened after a decade in which higher education and research have been put on the back burner by the former government. This bill will ensure that we are able to bridge this gap and drive up our nation's capability to where it should be. Australia has been before and should be now world leaders in knowledge and technology outputs in the higher education sector, and the passage of this legislation will help us do just that. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the second reading of the bill. As has already been indicated by many of my coalition colleagues, we support this bill. It essentially is implementing coalition policy announced early last year by the former Prime Minister and then built into the former Treasurer's budget. And I'm particularly excited regarding the opportunity that this will have for a number of CRCs that I've been heavily associated with in my home state of South Australia, because what this does is create the Economic Accelerator Fund, which will give a whole range of commercialisation opportunities to the universities and the partners that they've got, that they're working with on a number of R&D related initiatives. Now, just before I was elected in 2019, it was a thrill to be at the announcement of the SmartSat CRC that the University of South Australia were the lead proponent of, with very many industry partners in, of course, the satellite sector, and they were chosen to be a successful recipient of CRC funds. And since then they've been doing amazing work in the smart satellite area. And this bill, of course, will give them access to the Economic Accelerator for potential commercialisation projects out of the partnerships that they have in that CRC. Having become the member, I also worked very closely with the University of Adelaide, which I qualify and concede is my alma mater. They put forward a very compelling bid for the HILT CRC, the Heavy Industry Low Emission Technology Collaborative Research Centre, which is all about finding ways of solving the significant challenges within heavy industry of intensive carbon emissions. So in steel production and cement and aluminium, all the various industrial processes that in some cases we are yet to commercially solve for carbon neutral, carbon zero. That HILT CRC, led by the Adelaide University, and again with an enormous number of industry partners, was successfully selected and funded, and they are now absolutely in existence. And again, I hope and anticipate that the Accelerator Fund might provide opportunities for the commercialisation pathway of concepts that potentially come out of that alliance. The third one, again, was with the Adelaide University, and that is the Defence Industry Trailblazers program that they were successful in, and that we announced that last March, April. It was just before Caretaker. And again, this through the Trailblazers program, which is inextricably connected to the Economic Accelerator concept. They're within the same overarching policy framework. The Trailblazers program has been a competitive process across the 6 disciplines within the manufacturing strategic priorities. In the case of Adelaide University, they went in on the defence play and were successful in being selected. And this opens up enormous opportunities, particularly in my home state of South Australia, both because the Adelaide University are based there, but of course because we are the defence state and we have an enormous, deep defence industry capability within our economy. We also have very significant commitments that the previous government made around defence acquisitions, particularly in maritime, but there's a whole lot more than just shipbuilding happening in the South Australian defence sector across land and air. And of course, we have the Australian Space Agency, which the previous government made the decision to locate the headquarters of in South Australia. So we're the home of defence industry, the home of space, with the SmartSat CRC at UniSA as well. We are, of course, leveraging enormous opportunity in those sectors which are going to be only dramatically growing into the future. The previous speaker talked about the priorities within this National Reconstruction Fund, and the really frightening thing about the priorities in there is that the space sector has been removed as one of the 6 priorities, which is absolutely inexplicable. Space as a standalone opportunity will be one of the great future growth industries across any significant economic metric. Jobs created, investment attracted, innovation and the spin-offs from the space sector, space itself and space technology and what it can do for so many other industries, particularly traditional industries like agriculture as an example. Earth observation from space can have huge applications in the agricultural sector. And so to take space away as one of the 6 priorities for future manufacturing focus of the government is inexplicable, really disappointing, and also a complete own goal, because space on most metrics should be, could be, and may not be now, thanks to that decision, the fastest emerging growth sector in our economy, faster than any of the others. So that is madness, but it's up to the government to explain in another debate as to why they've gone down that path. The defence sector, of course, is not just about what it is, but what it can be. And one of the really important things and one of the real focuses of our government previously was the development of sovereign capability. So we've always spent a significant amount of money on defence and defence acquisition. But for way too many decades, the vast majority of that acquisition spend was on imported defence capability rather than domestically constructed capability, and then more importantly, not just piecing things together within our economy, but actually having sovereign capability, which means that we can design and construct and hold the intellectual property for defence requirements here within our nation, which is good for our economy, but it's also, of course, very important for our national security. So we had defence industry sovereign capability as a focus, and that's why, of course, I was very excited when the Adelaide University was selected to be the trailblazer in defence, because what that program allows, and coupled with the Economic Accelerator program, is Adelaide University now has the partnerships. They're working with the University of New South Wales as well, I hasten to add, and of course they are a very significant institution in defence, and they of course operate the Australian Defence Force Academy here in Canberra amongst their other defence-related activity. Adelaide University is the lead proponent, with all of their very significant industry partners, mean that through Trailblazers they can be undertaking the research and development and capacity and capability development and focus, and then through Economic Accelerator they can apply into this program, and this program will provide them with certainty because of its ongoing nature embedded within the legislation. They will have the capacity to identify, pursue, and I'm very confident on a regular basis secure successful applications into this program. And what that will mean, of course, is that on top of what we're already doing in the defence sector in South Australia, and things that we're already planning on building locally, the capability that is already known and aware to be built in my home state. But there will be new development, new innovation that we can commercialise for future economic opportunity beyond what we already intend to do in South Australia and in Australia into the future. We know, of course, through the landmark AUKUS agreement that we are entering an unprecedented period of technological collaboration and cooperation with the United States and the United Kingdom, two very sophisticated defence industry and technology economies, and particularly in the case of the United States, one that is understandably very, very rare to partner with non-internal academic partners and industry partners within the sovereign borders of the United States. And one of the regular challenges with defence acquisition is getting the approval to access technology that we might want from the United States government. And AUKUS provides a framework to make that much more expedited on a regular basis. A specific commitment within it, of course, we know is nuclear propulsion technology for submarines. There are a lot of other opportunities within that. And coming back to the Economic Accelerator Fund, Adelaide University and their partners, through accessing this fund, will be able to look at opportunities within AUKUS, partnership opportunities that might be facilitated within that, looking for opportunities to develop capability that could have a significant opportunity both economically and from a defence capability point of view for our own needs and for the needs of significant ally markets like the United States and the United Kingdom, and of course well beyond that. And that's what this fund will do. It will help us dramatically address one of the real heartbreaking issues in our history of research and development, is not having consistently enough the C on the end, the commercialisation, and a lot of great ideas coming from our research institutions where we haven't had the best framework, not just government, but also, frankly, private sector financing of the commercialisation of good ideas that mean that great Australian IP can be turned into great Australian business opportunities that are attracting investment and that are employing people within our economy. And whether it's in defence, whether it's in the HILT and or space sectors that I mentioned, those two CRCs, in South Australia, all of our institutions that will have opportunities to access this funding, working across all of the significant industries in South Australia, traditional industries like agriculture and mining, the great emerging exciting industries like space and everything in between. And the really smart people that we've got in these institutions and in companies that are working in these sectors that have got the capability of working on ideas and developing opportunities for businesses through this fund will now have a very clear, certain pathway to seek and apply for staged funding that will help them germinate those ideas into really significant commercial opportunities that we hope on a regular basis turn into great businesses that are employing people and generating economic activity in our economy. So for those reasons, the Coalition, myself included, are very pleased to see the government bring forward our bill and continue with the proposals that we put forward when Prime Minister Morrison announced this last February, in 2022, last February. So a year later, we have this bill progressing through the Parliament. I'm pleased to support it, and I'm excited about the opportunities that it will provide for the Australian economy, and particularly the very impressive research and development community that we have.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very honoured to represent the wonderful dynamic electorate of Boothby. It's a fantastic place to live for so many reasons, because it has wonderful landscapes, it has wonderful industry, it has world-class education, and it has families thriving and a community thriving. It also has two world-class universities and a fantastic TAFE. And what Boothby is increasingly becoming known for is advanced, innovative industry that is thriving in the heart of the electorate that I represent, and this government knows that. It's why the minister introduced this bill, because we want to do everything in our power to make it easier for universities and for industry to translate their cutting-edge research into practical and commercial applications. As the minister said in introducing this bill, research commercialisation is important. It's important because it means that as Australians we get a bigger dividend for our investment in research in this country. And that investment powers new technologies that we can develop here in Australia, and I say in Boothby, that can improve production processes, reduce costs and create new products that lead to even greater economic activity and, of course, secure well-paid jobs. So, as I said, in Boothby we're fortunate to have two world-class universities. We have the world-renowned Waite Institute, which is part of Adelaide University, but I'm going to focus on Flinders because of its role at the Tonsley Innovation Precinct. So Flinders University has almost 26,000 students, of which about 7,000 are undertaking PhDs and about 900 academic staff. So this is a lot of very smart people out there learning but also creating new information. And Flinders has a second site at Tonsley, at the old Mitsubishi site. So this is an old car manufacturer that closed down, and Flinders is a key player there. In Boothby, researchers and industry have already begun to establish partnerships and connections, like the Factory of the Future at Tonsley. During the election campaign, I was thrilled to visit Tonsley to announce a $10 million investment in the Factory of the Future. It is a prime example of using cutting-edge research to work towards important national priorities. The pilot Factory of the Future, already in operation at Tonsley, is a powerhouse for developing effective collaborations between researchers and industry in South Australia. Labor governments at federal and state level have worked hard to ensure that there are now more people working in the Tonsley Innovation District than there were when Mitsubishi was still making cars there. And we want to turbocharge jobs growth in the state through the establishment of Australia's first industrial-scale advanced manufacturing accelerator facility at Tonsley. Tonsley is also the home to so many high-tech businesses such as BAE, Tesla, Sage, RedArc, Microx and many more. It's a fantastic petri dish of high-tech innovation with Flinders University right key in the middle of it. And the new facilities, which include a manufacturing growth accelerator program that will support over 120 small and medium enterprises to test and trial state-of-the-art equipment and skills for potential early adoption, with the opportunity to feed into the supply chain for the growing industry of defence in South Australia. Side by side with this is the world-class education and training and the use of advanced digital technologies, ensuring we have the workforce that we need to be a manufacturing superpower. This will be a model for other states wanting to be at the centre of the advanced manufacturing revolution, and it's the sort of thing the changes brought about by this bill are designed to drive. It's the sort of thing that the changes will drive. Deputy Speaker, this bill does two things. First, it amends the Higher Education Support Act 2003 to implement measures as part of the former government's University Research Commercialisation Action Plan. It takes what was a good idea and puts it into action. Second, the bill amends the Higher Education Support Act to provide legislative authority to establish an Australian Economic Accelerator program. And this program is, I'll call it the AEA program, is specifically designed to assist higher education providers in developing research to a level of commercial readiness and to support industry-led study and postgraduate research programs. Specifically, the AEA program is being established to assist higher education providers progress the development of new technologies and services to the commercialisation, investor-ready stage through grants. The bill also provides for a governance framework, including the AEA Advisory Board and priority managers, to create a research commercialisation strategy and advise the Minister on grants. The program will focus on priorities established under the government's National Reconstruction Fund, legislation for which is being established this week, and we've already heard that the opposition is going to oppose. The purpose of this bill dovetails with that of the National Reconstruction Fund to make Australia a place where we make things again, a place where we lead in the world in advanced technologies and innovations that drive economic growth and deliver well-paid, secure jobs. The fund and measures like those introduced in this bill that power it will drive investment in projects which will be our collective prosperity. They will broaden our industrial base and boost regional economic development. Crucially, this bill also allows for the creation of a national industry PhD program. The program will provide a basis for new industry-led postgraduate programs that create a clear and structured career pathway in innovation and commercialisation-focused research. The programs will embed researchers in industry settings, allowing them to build the all-important connections and networks needed to translate their research into commercial and practical solutions. And of course, I'm very excited that the Tonsley Innovation Precinct, internationally recognised with Flinders University as the major hub, is fantastically positioned to take advantage of this, with so many exciting high-tech businesses on their doorstep. Deputy Speaker, ultimately this bill will make it easier for universities and businesses to work together to commercialise the important research that they undertake. It will help us build our sovereign capability and it will boost our economy for the future. I commend the bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Government's Higher Education Support Amendment, Australia's Economic Accelerator Bill 2023. I've previously called for urgent measures to accelerate innovation in Australia, and I believe this bill is a good step in achieving this. I welcome the Government's renewed focus on science, innovation and creative entrepreneurialism as we seek to strengthen our long-term economic future. Australia has a rich history of innovation and we really should be proud of. The black box flight recorder, the cochlear implant, the ultrasound scanner, Wi-Fi, all of these are Australian inventions that have changed the world. Right now, we have an important opportunity to invest in the education of our younger generations, whose ideas and innovations are a major key to ensuring Australia's future in the knowledge and technology spaces. Despite our successes, Australia sits well below where we could be on international rankings of knowledge and technology output. We can do better, and that means we must accelerate the talent and ideas of our next generation of innovators. We cannot be content with peaking in the past. Targeted funding through university research grants programs and new incentives for tertiary education providers are welcome steps to enhancing opportunities for our next generation of innovators. More robustly funded research programs mean better equipped graduates. I believe this bill will help propel investment in innovation, which will make Australia more competitive. I'm pleased to see that major interest groups are generally supportive of the additional funding announced as part of the plan. Professor John Shine, President of the Australian Academy of Science, has stated that Australian universities must be supported to operate across a continuum of basic to applied research, and both academics and industry must be incentivised to translate ideas into commercial outcomes. I concur with Professor Shine. The government has a vital role to play in bridging education with industry. Whilst this bill is good, I don't believe it's perfect. There are risks, and I do note some concerns regarding some of the plan's policy features. It's imperative that this investment pays off. Australia's Economic Accelerator program needs to bridge education with industry. However, the bill only appears to legislate on one side of the bridge. So I feel there is important opportunity to incentivise industry to engage equitably with the tertiary education sector, should this be needed to further strengthen the Economic Accelerator program. We also need more incentives to translate research and innovation into start-up businesses and new businesses. Australia only invests some 1.8% of GDP into innovation and research and development. That's just not enough to be competitive in today's world. We need more incentives when it comes to R&D for existing companies to make sure they continually reinvest in their efficiencies, in their sustainability, and ultimately to ensure that they are competitive with the rest of the world. The Australian Academy of Science also calls for greater detail on the cross-portfolio coordination of this bill. There are over 200 existing research support schemes and programs currently on offer in Australia. I believe that we need a cohesive and consistent approach to research funding, which should be implemented nationally. I feel it's unclear how the new scheme will be integrated alongside the existing programs. In 2020, basic and applied research and experimental development was concentrated in particular areas, such as biomedical and clinical sciences, engineering, health science and biological sciences. All other fields received less than 7% of total investment each. That is a really disproportionate allocation of funding. So I note that the establishment of an authority of the Australia's Economic Accelerator Advisory Board should hopefully ensure more equitable spread across key industries of that research funding. So whilst this bill gives the Minister significant powers to streamline targeted research grants funding to certain courses, I welcome the measured approach of an advisory board and hope the expertise of the appointed group will enhance decision-making that is based on experience and expert insight. I urge the Minister to prioritise experience and knowledge in research and its commercialisation when considering the appointments to the board. Whilst the AEA Advisory Board will advise on which industries are in greatest need for research grants under the program, it's my sincere hope that clean energy and renewable technologies industries will benefit from targeted research funding. I firmly believe this is an incredibly vital space for our long-term economic strength and growth. An investment in our transition to renewables and our legislated pursuit of net zero should be accelerated at every opportunity across every sector, every portfolio. I welcome measured and appropriate reform of existing funding and reward structures in Australian universities and tertiary education providers. Whilst this bill is a strong step towards bridging tertiary education within demand industry, it needs to pay off long term. So I hope the government is open to further incentivising industry in the future. I also ask the government to acknowledge the opportunity to direct research funding towards a clean energy economic future. I welcome the increased focus on commercialised research to equip and propel our next generation of innovators into the knowledge and technology space, and I'm excited to see how Australians continue our rich history of innovation. And finally, while talking about education, I must thank all the educators and schools in Warringah for the wonderful work that they do in nurturing those very smart brains, keen for information, in particular in STEM subjects. I would also like to recognise the amazing leaders that have participated in my electorate of Warringah, the youth ambassadors who for the last 4 years have participated each year in bringing to me their knowledge, their hope, their feedback, their concerns and anxiety about our future, their questions about what opportunities they have and what support they will get in careers of choice or innovation, and understanding their tertiary education pathways or TAFE or professional opportunities. My youth ambassadors are the school captains of all the schools in Warringah, and they are such an incredibly motivating bunch. These young people are just so smart and bright. They are caring and they have an incredible focus on the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. They want to know more about innovation, tertiary education opportunities, and they want accountability in this place where we are legislating and really directing what their opportunities are going to be as they grow up. So thank you to them and the current class of 2023, and I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is a smart nation. From polymer banknotes to our creating of Wi-Fi, we are a nation of innovators. In my electorate of Swan, we have some incredible innovators. International Day of Women and Girls in Science is on Monday, and in an earlier speech in this place, I highlighted some impressive female innovators in Swan. This included Dr. Shani Higginbottom at Alcoa, who is maximising bauxite recovery. There's Dr. Irene Suarez Martinez and her work as a material scientist, but also a textile artist. We have Dr. Natasha Hurley-Walker and her work in the Murchison Wide Field Array. Dr. Gemma Anderson, who monitors black holes and supernovas, and Dr. Lucy Commander, who is known for her outstanding work in seed germination. There are more impressive women in Swan. There's Lindsay Teng, a civil engineer who's worked on various rail projects across WA, and Hannah Green from the Chem Centre, who won the Ian Ritchie Achievement Award. Her team works with WA Police to identify chemicals seized in drug labs. Innovation is in the DNA of Australians, and this is something that we see at the forefront of universities. As one of the few members who's lucky enough to have a university in their electorate, it's a pleasure to have Curtin University. Curtin has been making strides in commercialising research. For example, Curtin has a cathode manufacturing pilot plant. This is an example of taking an ingenious homegrown idea on battery manufacturing and then turning this into a pilot plant to test the commercialisation. This could become the foundations of a future battery manufacturing capability in Australia. We can do innovation here, but there's an issue with commercialisation of research and development. Many people have heard about the Valley of Death. It's the place between the laboratory bench and the marketplace where countless good ideas go to die. Australia can be at the forefront of innovation and commercialisation, and this Albanese Labor government wants this nation to be a country who both innovates through research and development, but also ensures that we commercialise these ideas to keep these ideas here in Australia. This bill fits into the government's University Research Commercialisation Action Plan. The bill will allow the minister to make grants to support arrangements to increase industry-led postgraduate research and assist higher education providers to undertake programs of research that will progress the development of technologies and services to a state of commercial investor readiness and are also in sectors aligned with the nation's priorities. It provides researchers with the support and funding to bridge the gap between the the laboratory bench and the marketplace. Curtin University will benefit from this additional funding support for researchers. This bill complements the first major policy package to support manufacturing in Australia. This is the biggest one in living memory, the National Reconstruction Fund. Although this bill is smaller in scope and impact compared to the Albanese Labor government's National Reconstruction Fund plan, this bill aligns with our priorities to see industry supported with government in cooperation with researchers, universities and workers. It was disappointing to hear that the opposition is choosing to not support the National Reconstruction Fund, because in my electorate of Swan, when I speak to people, particularly parents, they would like to see their children obtain future jobs that are well paid and secured. A friend told me a story about his auntie who was born fully deaf, worked for nearly a decade upholstering car seats in Melbourne at one of the car manufacturers. It was a good, well-paid, blue-collar job that gave her a sense of dignity in her work and gave her a sense of belonging. Supporting Australian manufacturing industry is as much about the dollars and cents as it is about creating opportunities for people and developing a sense of dignity in the work that they do. I support this bill because I see the bigger picture. By supporting researchers and turning their work into something commercially viable, we're increasing the sustainability of the research sector. A healthy and sustainable research sector means more jobs for all people, including women in STEM, which is a priority for this government. This support will also mean greater innovation in industry, and more things can be invented in Australia and can be made here. And if we're making it in Australia, it will mean good, secured, well-paying jobs for our communities. Deputy Speaker, Curtin University will be instrumental to this process. And to quote Vice-Chancellor Harleen Haynes, Curtin University has a leading role to play in helping Australia become a smarter, more innovative country that leads the world, not just in research, but in making the most of the commercial opportunities that come from research. And as the saying goes, if there's a will, there's a way. In my community, there is a willingness among the leadership team and staff at Curtin to be a partner of the federal government in this process. My hope for this legislation is that further commercialised research and industry collaboration at Curtin University will see an ecosystem of innovation that expands job opportunities for my community and adds value to the Western Australian industries. Our government has brought this bill before the House so soon after our election because of our hopes for the sector and the broader economy. It complements our plans for a National Reconstruction Fund and aligns with Labor's aspiration to support a world-class research sector. Our decisive action is about giving stakeholders certainty and putting confidence back in the economy. I'm fortunate to have a university in my electorate named after the great Labor man, John Curtin. Because it was the Curtin Labor government that was the last government to pursue such an expansive investment in manufacturing as we're doing through the National Reconstruction Fund. His vision for Australia's economy after the Second World War was one of full employment, harnessing Australia's ingenuity and the establishment of sovereign manufacturing capability. So successful was John Curtin's vision is that it became upheld policy of both parties up until the 1970s. That vision is something we share, and we would also like to see jobs available for every Australian who wants one. We would like to have a sense of pride in our nation's products by expanding the presence of the Made in Australia tag at home and abroad. And just when we want to build our sovereign capability and protect our communities during times of crises, such as we saw during the COVID pandemic. And in the spirit of bipartisanship, I see this bill, created by the previous government, as to be one that should be commended to the House. And although it's smaller in scope compared to other policies of the Curtin or Albanese Labor government, it is a step forward in the advance of our capacity as a nation. I'd like to conclude by saying Australia is a smart nation. We are hardworking, intelligent and innovative. I support this bill because my community knows that if we are to diversify our economy, we need to support our researchers and universities. I support this because I know that Curtin University, in the heart of Swan, will be supported in commercialising their research. I support this bill because an innovative, commercially viable research sector will be critical in supporting the Albanese Labor government's National Reconstruction Fund. And finally, I support this bill because I believe if we invent it here, we should make it here.
I thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, I also rise to support this bill that reintroduces measures introduced by the former coalition government which lapsed at the election and have now been taken up by Labor. And it's wonderful to see that bipartisan support on this bill, because it's a bill to amend the Higher Education Support Act to allow the minister to make grants for industry-led postgraduate research. Now, this bill is really important and crucial to assist with the growth of the digital economy. And the digital economy is a valuable industry in Australia that creates many high-paid jobs while also driving productivity to many businesses and the economy. And it's been estimated that it can deliver $315 billion in gross economic value to our country. And innovation is vital to continuing the growth of the digital economy. However, it faces funding challenges, especially at the incubation or start-up stage. And this is a crucial stage in these projects because many of the projects are risky, and it's a challenge for business to invest capital because there's no guarantee of a return on investment, and that's where academic research and universities are so important. And the grants will assist higher education providers to undertake research programs which progress the development of technologies and services to a state of commercial investor readiness in areas that align with our national priorities. And when in government, the Coalition led a significant piece of work to review investment in research, looking to drive greater benefits for our economy. And Deputy Speaker, we have many universities across Australia where students and academics produce foundational work and research. We are up there with the best in the world. The 2022 World Intellectual Property Organisation's Global Innovation Index ranked Australia 5th in the world for our human capital and research. But research translation and commercialisation is important. It means we get a bigger return on investment for research conducted in our universities. And the previous Coalition government found that while we publish more than 100,000 academic papers, we don't do a lot with that research beyond the exploration stage. Because on that same global index, we ranked 37th for knowledge and technology outputs. This means that we are not realising the full potential of our university research through seeing it through to commercialisation and seeing our country and the economy and communities benefit. And the previous Coalition government saw the great potential for our nation in taking university research and giving it a tangible purpose. And research papers are great and important, but what our country needs is real action that is going to boost our economy and find solutions for the significant challenges that we are facing. And technology and innovation, like it has through history, will be a key driver in helping us as a nation find solutions to these challenges. So the Coalition did the groundwork to ensure more research is translated into commercial applications, knowing that it would meet some of our greatest challenges and pave the way for an improved economy. We did this by investing $2.2 billion into our university research commercialisation package to highlight Australia's incredible research minds, while also boosting our productivity, creating new jobs and new industries. And this placed national manufacturing priorities at the core of the Australian government-funded research and invested in people who were skilled in university-industry collaboration. The former government invested a further $243 million over 5 years for the Trailblazer Universities program to drive commercialisation outcomes with industry. The Trailblazer program was all about delivering research that would support our national manufacturing priorities, which were medical products, food and beverage, recycling and clean energy, resource technology and critical mineral processing, defence industry and space. Now, these priorities were crucial. As I used to say to my team in the business world, if everything matters, nothing matters. It's so important with endless opportunities that you really prioritise what you're going to focus on, whether it's in business or in government. So to have these 6 priorities really underpinned the programs and the success and opportunities of these programs. In addition to all these investments, the previous government also invested $1.6 billion over 10 years for Australia's Economic Accelerator, a funding program to help universities with the process of commercialising research. It is this accelerator program that is at the heart of this bill. The Economic Accelerator program is all about supporting research translation and commercialisation within our universities. But, Deputy Speaker, it is important to understand and also recognise that these investments in research and development are not just about economic benefits. While these are important and crucial, it's also about the social benefit to individuals, to families, and to communities. And if we think for a second and imagine a world without the cervical cancer vaccine. And that was created by Professor Ian Fraser in 2006. Or we think about the bionic ear, which was created by Graham Clark at the University of Melbourne. And I don't think there was anyone the world over that would argue that those two products, as two examples, are not providing multiple benefits to our society. And that's what technology and innovation can do: deliver economic growth, but also deliver social benefits to our society. And the technological advancements that can be unlocked from university research is in many ways beyond our imagination. And that is the real excitement and opportunity by technology. What products we will be talking about in 10 years, none of us in this room or in this house will have even comprehended. And as an example, Professor Michelle Simmons and her team at the University of New South Wales also developed the world's first single atom transistor, a basic data unit in quantum computers, back in 2012. Now, this was a huge step in the race to engineer substantially faster, more efficient computers. And these are just a few examples of why it's important to help bridge the gap that I spoke about around research and commercialisation. And it's no secret that technology opens new doors and creates new industries. And innovation in technology is the key to increased productivity, which the RBA has said will lead to lower costs, higher profits, and a stronger economy. And we all know, and we've spoken a lot this week in particular in this House, about the challenges of cost of living and inflation, and technology will play a key role in the short term and the long term to allow businesses to unlock some of those. And one thing I spoke about in terms of productivity in my first speech in technology, I referenced the farmers and agricultural benefits of technology because agriculture is a big part of my community. And I also talked about how tradies and builders can spend more time on the tools which they love, more time at home with their families, but the technology would allow them to do their admin and invoicing so they could do that. And I do note just this week, my good friend, the member for Flinders, is in the room, which is great to see because the Master Builders of Australia did tell us this week that the seat of Casey is #1 in the country for tradies as a percentage of their workforce. So when I spoke about that, I knew that our electorate would be great. But it is great to have the member for Flinders here because the seat of Flinders is #2 on that list. So whether it's the amazing wineries that the Yarra Valley beat the seat of Flinders in, or now the number of tradies, it's great to see that Casey is leading the way with tradies. But that's why I spoke about the benefits, because there are so many small businesses, sole traders that can benefit in Casey, in Flinders and across the country from products that we don't even know exist that will come out of programs like this. So to support the new grant opportunities, the bill also establishes a new board, the Economic Accelerator Advisory Board, which is crucial because the board will have 8 representatives from government, industry, business and research sectors. And it's so important that that board has that breadth of experience because they will be making these crucial decisions. And projects under the Australian Economic Accelerator Program will align with priority areas, which include enabling capabilities in AI, quantum and robotic technology, which is so crucial to our future. And we've seen it recently with the introduction of GPT and what can be unleashed in the future with that. And it's often difficult for businesses to invest in technology. So this seed funding through grants from the government is crucial to future economic growth. This is one area where government intervention is required to help businesses innovate and increase productivity. Industry-led programs will create clear and structured pathways, and at the end of the day, it is industry, researchers, people and our economy and our communities that will benefit. And our country desperately needs to improve its economy, particularly by making the most of advancements in technology in this time of high inflation and low economic growth. It is so important that we help bridge that gap between research and industry so our country can reap the rewards of our own research. It's time we stop wasting research in academic journals. Instead, we should be doing all we can to support the commercialisation of Australian research in order to drive economic growth. And that's what this bill aims to achieve, and that's why we are supporting it.
I thank the member for Casey. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to this bill, the Higher Education Support Amendment, Australia's Economic Accelerator Bill 2002. But before I get too detailed into the bill, I'd just like to correct the statements made by the former Speaker, the member for Casey. It is true this year, and this year alone, I expect, that the seat of Casey will hold the record for the most number of tradies, and may I say I've been inundated with comments from my electorate suggesting that if we included landscape gardeners and other trades, we would definitively be the winners. So enjoy it while you have it, member for Casey. It will not last. I'm pleased to speak in support of this bill to deliver Australia's Economic Accelerator program, which was indeed introduced by the previous coalition government in February of last year as part of their $2.2 billion university research commercialisation plan. Our universities undertake incredibly important and high-quality work in research. And as we have heard, the 2022 World Intellectual Property Organisation's Global Innovation Index placed Australia 5th in the world for human capital and research. However, on the same Global Innovation Index, we ranked 37th for knowledge and technology outputs. This disparity means that whilst Australia is proudly recognised as a research powerhouse, much of our early-stage research is frequently not progressed to later stages of development because of the risk and uncertainty around commercial returns. Australia's Economic Accelerator program seeks to bridge this disparity, bringing our output of knowledge and technology in line with the expertise of our research. The AEA program will create a research ecosystem where our world-class research is translated into real-world innovations and productivity gains. This program will operate as a priority-driven grant program to support projects aligned with national research priorities with high commercial opportunity. To that end, I do wish that the Albanese government maintained this desire to support national research priorities locally by not scrapping funding for projects such as the National Centre for Coast and Climate at Point Nepean National Park in my electorate of Flinders. This would have been our only higher education footprint in the electorate of Flinders, bringing world-class researchers in coasts and climate to the Mornington Peninsula to undertake their work in partnership with the Universities of Melbourne and Monash. But I digress. Funding will be available to universities and require applicants to partner with industry. Grants of between $20,000 and $500,000 are available to fund eligible activity with matched funding requirements determined on a case-by-case basis. Without government intervention, new innovations and technologies will continue to stall. But the Coalition has a proud history in addressing this issue. In 2014, the Coalition released the Boosting the Commercial Returns from Research discussion paper as part of its industry, innovation and competitiveness agenda. This paper cited insufficient knowledge transfer between researchers and business as a key driver of a lack of research commercialisation, arguing that addressing this issue would, and I quote, help drive innovation in Australia, grow successful Australian businesses and boost productivity and Australia's exports, ensuring the competitiveness of the Australian economy into the future. In 2015, the Coalition commissioned the Watt Review, which recommended similar actions as the Boosting the Commercial Returns from Research paper. And in December 2015, the $1.1 billion National Innovation and Science Agenda was launched. For universities, this agenda built on the BCR and the Watt Review and included changes to research funding arrangements for all universities. During the unstable and unpredictable period of 2020 and 2021, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Coalition maintained its focus on research collaboration and commercialisation, introducing a one-off increase to research support program funding. In February of 2022, the former Coalition government announced a University Research Commercialisation Action Plan. My dear friend, and indeed the chair of that expert panel, which provided input into the $5.8 million scoping project to accelerate University Research Translation, Mr Jeff Connolly, said that significant reforms were needed to improve Australia's commercialisation woes. Mr Connolly at the time said, "It was very quickly apparent that a single program was not the solution to this issue and that a more strategic and systemic approach was required. The result is the broad-ranging reforms outlined in this action plan, and this action plan commits the Australian Government to shifting the dial to place more emphasis on the translation and commercialisation of research." That plan outlined key initiatives to reform Australia's research commercialisation landscape across 4 key areas: placing national manufacturing priorities at the core of Australian government-funded research, priority-driven schemes to ramp up commercialisation activity, university research funding reform to strengthen incentives for genuine collaboration with industry, and investing in people who are skilled in university-industry collaboration. The mechanisms to drive these reforms will be $243 million over 5 years for the Trailblazer Universities program to boost prioritised R&D and drive commercialisation outcomes with industry partners. $1.6 billion over 10 years for Australia's Economic Accelerator, a new stage-gated competitive funding program to help university projects bridge the so-called Valley of Death and the road to commercialisation. And a $150 million capital injection to expand the CSIRO Main Sequence Ventures program, which backs start-up companies and helps create commercial opportunities from Australian research. There will be $296 million to be invested in 1,800 industry PhDs and over 800 in fellows over 10 years. And the creation of a new IP framework for universities will support greater university-industry collaboration and the uptake of research outputs. This plan was widely supported at the time by stakeholders including the Business Council, Universities Australia, Group of 8, the IRU, the ATN and Mining Australia. Ensuring that our university and higher education providers' research is better translated into commercial opportunities is critically important going forward, and I am pleased that this government is continuing the work of the previous government on this matter.
I thank the member. The question is the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, 8 months in, I'm glad to see that the Labor Party is still running with the previous coalition government's policies. And why wouldn't they? The coalition delivered record funding and historic reform to higher education and further education. In government, we undertook a significant piece of work to review the government's investment in research to drive greater benefits for our economy. What we discovered was that whilst we undertook world-leading research and published more than 100,000 academic papers, as a nation, we often don't do a lot with that research beyond the initial exploration. So when in government, we consulted industry, we came up with a plan and we took action, because that's what Australians expect of their governments. Our $2.2 billion university research commercialisation package was, and as turns out, remains focused on boosting Australia's economy and our productivity. We wanted to see those core manufacturing priorities backed by quality university research, in addition to the $1.5 billion we invested through the Modern Manufacturing Program. These priority areas were those we had identified as areas where Australia has significant comparative advantage and a strategic national interest. Those areas were 1, medical products, 2, food and beverage, 3, recycling and clean energy, 4, resources technology and critical minerals processing, 5, defence industry, and 6, space. I'm pleased to say that the Sunshine Coast, and I know this will come as no surprise to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Sunshine Coast is playing a very large role in many, if not most, of those areas, but particularly in the manufacturing of medical products, food and beverage, and after many years of my own advocacy, in the defence space as well. That's defence, not necessarily space, which is the 6th one. I'm just seeing if you are keeping up. We also wanted to ramp up commercialisation activity at universities beyond the big cities. We wanted to see genuine and purposeful collaboration between universities and industry. And we wanted to back innovators and scholars who could deliver on those projects. We began by funding the $243 million Trailblazer Universities program to boost research and development. This saw universities like the University of Southern Queensland in regional Queensland take a lead in Australia's space industry research and commercialisation. We injected $150 million into the CSIRO Main Sequence Ventures program to back startups engaged in commercial research. And we put $296 million on the table to fund 1,800 industry PhDs and 800 fellowships over a decade. That is a very significant investment into individual research projects. We made a plan and we acted because we believe in Australia's researchers and Australia's research potential. But research without consequence is not bang for buck when it comes to federal government funding. I want to remind this government that the money in their budget is taxpayers' money. It belongs to the Australian people, whose good faith keeps us here and it decides who will govern this country for the benefit of all Australians. The Australian people expect that their money is invested in research which will improve their lives, research which can be translated into something meaningful, research which can be commercialised. That's why our university research commercialisation package included $1.6 billion for a decade-long investment into Australia's Economic Accelerator, a staged and competitive funding program to support universities to do just that. This bill will support the small businesses and local manufacturers on the Sunshine Coast and across Australia who will benefit from the commercialisation of research. It's vital that we invest in new-to-industry innovations and that we invest in our regional communities. I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is a topic and an issue which is very near and dear to your heart. I think of the 1-minute COVID test, which was made possible thanks to both an Advancing Commercialisation Manufacturing grant and the research capacity of the University of Utah. It was the first product of its kind, made here in Australia, employing advanced technologies and methods drawn from cutting-edge sciences like quantum biology and the Internet of Things. With this investment, domestic universities will be able to offer a similar level of research capability in emerging fields, meaning that innovators will look to Australia first. This bill will help us stem the drain of private investment into research by backing in our research institutions as they enter the unknown in some of our most cutting-edge industries. I think of the Turbine project developed by the Food and Agribusiness Network, which both the member for Fairfax and I supported for many years. This project, based at the Sunshine Coast Airport and funded by the Coalition Government, will see the Sunshine Coast become a launchpad for primary producers and manufacturers to export their goods across the nation and indeed around the world. Both are platforms and products which have the potential to transform the local economy and global industry, born on the Sunshine Coast. And I think it's important to note that these were not ideas cooked up in the CBDs of Brisbane or Sydney or Melbourne, or even here in Canberra. These were created in regional Australia by regional Australian innovators. With the support of the federal government, they've been able to translate their ideas into marketable and market-supporting products and services. To that end, I'm particularly keen to see regional universities afforded their fair share of investment under this package. And I welcome the Education Minister, who's clearly noted the content of my speech and come into the House to listen to it, and a very good thing it is too. To that end, I'm particularly keen to see regional universities, as I said, afforded their fair share of this package. I also want to see regional universities and regional industry represented at the decision-making table. Regional universities play a crucial role in supporting and delivering regional economic development strategies and in uplifting the economy, community and livability in these regions. University research can play a particularly significant role in boosting the efficiency and resilience of primary producers, in addition to the resources, healthcare and regional tourism sectors. In my own patch, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very proud to say that the University of the Sunshine Coast is doing just that. Fisher is a thriving regional community with rural localities relying on primary industries like agriculture and fisheries, which are engaged in our retail, tourism and professional services sectors. These are the areas which the University of the Sunshine Coast is having a remarkable impact. Since 2016 alone, UniSC has delivered nearly $25 million worth of international agriculture research into forest biosecurity, sustainable fisheries, building supply chain resilience for fruit growers, pearl miners and seaweed exporters. Queensland great Professor Peter Timms has led world-leading research into vaccine development, most notably for the protection of our endangered koalas and the problems they have with chlamydia. The university's work in mapping our local emerging innovation ecosystem to guide what some are calling the Silicon Coast has led the Sunshine Coast's successful efforts in being named a smart city both at home and abroad. As the Education Minister is here, I'm going to take the opportunity just to highlight, because I appreciate he's relatively new in the job and he may not have heard of the Thomson Institute on the Sunshine Coast, which is attached to the University of the Sunshine Coast, an institution which has been funded by the previous government to the tune of $20 million in providing research funding for things like post-traumatic stress disorder. So we're building, or they're building, the first PTSD centre or a research facility in the country dedicated to PTSD. And Thomson Institute have been doing some amazing work in neuroscience research. We all know that we're suffering from the scourge of mental health problems in this country, and rather than just loading people up with drugs, what Professor Jim Logopoulos is doing at the Thomson Institute is groundbreaking research work. We funded an MRI, a particular type of MRI machine to go into the Thomson Institute, which they take samples, not physical samples of the brain, but electronic samples of the brain, and they look in detail at what particular drugs, how they're impacting upon people who suffer from various mental illnesses. Groundbreaking research, and I want to take that opportunity just to remind the Education Minister here about the great work that Thomson Institute does, because it's not only a research facility, but it's also a teaching facility as well. Now, the function and governance of the program that I'm talking about here today under this bill, it's not just about a pool of funds to be dished out willy-nilly. And from the initial proof of concept through the difficult period of trial and testing to commercial realisation, universities will be evaluated and supported. This is about attracting projects with high commercialisation potential, projects which are scalable and ready to progress. Not theoretical or philosophical propositions, but tangible and practical outcomes for the market and the Australian community. Strict governance and industry engagement will see this funding invested where it will reap the best dividends. This includes an advisory board which draws upon the collective experience of industry, government, both the university and corporate sectors. The work of the board and the program outcomes will be distilled into an annual report provided to the Parliament, presented by the Minister. I note that the report will look at the regulatory, financial and cultural barriers that exist for commercialising our research and propose opportunities to address these barriers. I want to call on the federal government and the advisory board to ensure, and now that the Minister here is here as well, I want to reiterate that geographical barriers and disparities affecting regional Australian universities are considered and represented in decision-making. This is about giving regional unis, regional industries and regional academics a fair go. We don't want to see all of these funds go to the major universities in our largest cities. It's also about providing clarity, structure and certainty to newly created research opportunities and pathways. This includes embedding researchers in industry settings and engaging industry and businesses more comprehensively in the process of research and in research outputs. It looks like companies hosting PhD students and postgraduate researchers, a model which will provide benefits to industry, individuals and the institution itself. This kind of approach will boost researcher employability beyond academia and will equip universities with the knowledge and platform to foster employment, work experience and financial partnership opportunities. In other words, Madam Deputy Speaker, the program provides a chance for meaningful collaboration across sectors and allows universities to back in highly skilled workforces in critical sectors. I'm also pleased to see a new suite of Australian Research Council fellowships to acknowledge and reward our academics who collaborate with industry to drive for the translation and commercialisation of their research into products, services and employment outcomes. This is about building career pathways in innovation for scholars and graduates. And it's about turbocharging Australia's research commercialisation capabilities at regional and global levels. I look forward to a whole new cohort of ARC Fellows from UniSC and regional universities across the country tackling a variety of issues across those industries and others. As I said from the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, I support this bill because it's a good bill, and it's a good bill because it's a coalition bill. Once again, the Labor government has little plan for research commercialisation, so they've taken ours, but I'm not complaining. It just shows once again that the coalition is on the side of small businesses, manufacturers and regional universities. The coalition is on the side of Australians who want to have a go. We are the party of the pioneer Australians. We are the party of the Australian dream, of the hard worker, the innovator and the change maker. We are the party of regional Australians and I'm proud to speak on their behalf today.
I thank the member for Fisher. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for being here. I wasn't expecting you to be here. I'm the last person on the list.
You came for me.
Yeah, I did. You don't need to hear talking points, so I'll just use this opportunity to talk to you, if that's all right. I've been very impressed with you as a minister through the election. I thought you did very well, and I thought you spoke very sincerely today in the Parliament, leaving the politics of blame that you spoke about at the end aside. The statistics you read out were highly alarming. I too, and many of my colleagues on this side, are worried about widening inequality. Economic and education matters. It matters not just for this generation, but it cascades down through the decades for Australia. I'm worried that in decades to come, we will say to children, your fate in life will be whether your parents own a house, whether both parents are together, whether you went to a private school. And all of these things add up where we risk becoming a more divided society. I wasn't born here. My parents left Ireland. They were economic refugees, neither of whom finished high school. And the thing they looked for in another country was opportunity, and equality of opportunity, where it didn't matter that your parents didn't finish high school, your children might have a better future. And people talk about the United States being, the land of opportunity, but I always think that this place does it much better than they do. They talk about it, but we practice it. But that's a fragile thing, and it's at great risk. So I just congratulate you for raising that. You will always have my and our support for meaningful engagement in that area, but particularly when we hear the horror stories from COVID, where teachers will tell me that some parents would sit and enforce students in Victoria, where we had more lockdowns, have been in front of the laptop, but many didn't. And often that wasn't their fault. They were working, doing the Uber Eats deliveries, or working in hospitals, or doing the shifts where they were essential workers, and there was no grandparent or someone else to do it. But those kids fell behind, and how do you make that up? So you've got our full support in that. I also want to congratulate you on, I got your letter about nominating a teacher for an Order of Australia medal. It's often too easy to forget certain areas, and it was disturbing to see that only one teacher was nominated. I'll certainly send that out to my school principals, and I hope there's some nominations that come from that, because I've met so many that are worthy, and I hope the Honours and Awards Committee get flooded with teacher nominations. And then to the substance of this bill, it obviously has bipartisan support. It was initiated by the previous government. When my parents told me to make the most of your education and take it for as long as you can ride it and get the most out of it, I sort of got on this treadmill where you try and outcompete your fellow students, and whether that's getting into a particular university or school, and it became the test of that was to go overseas and go to an overseas university, and I did that, and it was one of those curtains that I peeled back, and I felt a bit silly that it made me realise how good our universities are. It was a prestigious university and it looks nice on your CV, but it's no different than a prestigious watch. It's just a brand, and they're very good at branding, but Australian universities are excellent. But one of the things those prestigious universities do overseas is they leverage their connections with industry much better than we do. And that doesn't just feed into the economy, but it makes those universities and all of the tech sectors and other areas around them much more useful to the national mission and the national economy. And as a Victorian, one of the greatest exports we have is education. It's a huge sector of our economy. And I'm proud to say that the seat that I represent is named after Robert Menzies, and his great passion, other than home ownership and the Parliament, was education, and he was the Chancellor of Melbourne University, and he could have done many things after politics, but that's where he devoted his energies. And so it's a core value for the Liberal Party, it was a core value for Robert Menzies, and it certainly is for me. It doesn't come without risk. Wherever there's public money and we are taking some risk, we should continue to monitor that. So, and I'm sure that will be done by the department, but also there's a role for the Parliament, and we'll come back to it again and see how it's going. But this is a worthy bill. Thank you for pursuing it, and you're welcome in the electorate of Menzies anytime. So thank you, and thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Menzies for his very thoughtful contribution to the debate. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the minister in summing up.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the member for Menzies for his very kind comments in contributing to this debate. There's not enough kindness offered in this place. And this might be a case of a mutual admiration society. But I don't lose it, it'd be what I'd say. I've been in this place now for 15 years, and there's a lot of good people sitting around the chamber, not all on one side of the chamber, and the member for Gippsland and I are good friends who collaborate on many things, including some things we're going to do next week to raise awareness about the risks of skin cancer. But for the member for Menzies, I hope you don't mind me saying publicly what I've said privately, that I very much admired the comments that you made on a difficult night, on election night in the Victorian elections last year, and thought to myself, now there's a member of Parliament to admire. And I very much look forward to seeing your contribution to this place and the work you do to represent the people of Menzies, including, I think, some of my family in Victoria. You know, I feel very much like the dog that caught the car, because it really is an enormous privilege to be the Minister for Education. You know, I know through my own life as somebody who's the first in my family to go to university, that the first in my family to finish high school, the first in my family to finish year 10. My mum didn't even go to high school. What the power of education is. And we are a different country today than the country that existed when my mum and dad grew up in the western suburbs of Sydney in the 1950s and 60s. You know, they grew up never expecting to finish school, let alone go to university. Back then, only about 2 or 3% of young Aussies would have a university degree. Today, it's almost 50%. So different. The days of universities just being an enclave for elites or for this exclusive club where very few people get to go are gone. But we still have challenges here. While 40-odd% of Australians have a uni degree, it's only 20% from the bush. It's only 20% from my electorate. It's about 7% for Indigenous Australians. And it's the same with preschool, it's the same with school. If you're born from a poor family or from regional Australia or an Indigenous Australian, you're less likely to go to preschool, you're less likely to finish school, and you're less likely to get a university degree. It's not just an issue of fairness here for the individual, it's the consequences that has for us as a nation. Because as you rightly point out, there are intergenerational impacts. And in a world like the one we live in, where most of the jobs that people will go into when they finish school require a TAFE qualification or a university qualification, then if you don't finish school, you're already disadvantaged. And for communities like mine, and I'm sure others represented here, then there is the risk that you further entrench disadvantage. So what we do here collectively, not just me and my job, but what we do as a nation and what state education ministers and state governments do, and because they do a lot of the heavy lifting here, has an enormous impact on the world that we become. Think about that. 50 years ago, 3% had a uni degree. Today, it's about 45. That's nation-changing stuff. And I don't want us to be a country in 10 or 20 years' time where we still have to accept the fact that your chances in life depend on who your parents are, how wealthy they are, what suburb you live in, what part of the country you live in, or the colour of your skin. We are today. There's, just for information of colleagues, because I know you're interested in this, there's 3 big pieces of work that I've kicked off for this year. One is the Universities Accord, which is the first big review of higher education in 15 years, and that's started its work. There's the work I touched on in the Parliament in question time today, which is the development of the next National Schools Reform Agreement. And then there's a big piece of work that will kick off soon, which the Productivity Commission will do on what a new early education system might look like. And I want you to think about a common thread that can run through all of those. And that common thread is about how we change the problem that I just described, where your chances in life depend on how wealthy your parents are or where you live or the colour of your skin. If we can fix that with those big reviews that take place this year, then we'll have done some good. And this legislation does some good too. And I know colleagues have mentioned that it was initiated by the former government. That is absolutely right. And this is a great example, I think, of the 2 parties working together. It's also a good example of government and universities working together as well. And most importantly, it's a good example of universities and businesses working together. Our universities are fantastic. They punch above their weight when it comes to research. We probably don't do as well as we could when it comes to translating that and commercialising that research. And that's the endeavour we embark upon here today. And just as the Minister thanked me for our support in bringing this back to the Parliament, I want to thank him for the work that he did as Minister in bringing this forward too. There are things we're going to disagree on in education, just like there's going to be things in every part of what is competitive democratic politics. But I think it's great that here's an area where we've got agreement, and I'm very glad that I can stand here today and commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes.
A message has been received from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All of those opinions say aye. No, that's carried. Call clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 4, death of Senator Andrew James Jim Molan. Condolence motion.
I call the member for Gippsland. Apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to add just a few words of condolences in relation to the very sad passing of Major General Jim Molan. And in doing so, I extend my sincere sympathies and condolences to Jim's family, to Anne, to his children, Sarah, Erin, Felicity and Michael. And he's a mark of a man, Deputy Speaker, that so many tremendous words have been spoken already in this place about Jim Molan. And I was struck in the House earlier this week when the Prime Minister and the opposition leader spoke so eloquently about an incredible gentleman and the contribution he'd made to our nation. But one of the stories that struck me the most was one by the Leader of the Opposition, where he said, Jim considered himself to be an ordinary Australian, but he had an extraordinary life. He was a man who was at the centre of so many pivotal events which have shaped our nation, the region and, of course, the world. Papua New Guinea's independence, the fall of Suharto in Indonesia, evacuations from the Solomon Islands, peacekeeping in East Timor, counterinsurgency in Iraq, Australian bushfires, illegal maritime arrivals on our border and the rise of China. And I'm sure Jim would appreciate this. I felt at that time he was Australia's Forrest Gump, popping up all around the world. But there was any major milestone, there was Jim Molan in his career. Jim was someone who we borrowed from his family for a distinguished military career. And I know the member for Herbert, the member for Menzies here just a few moments ago, understand more than most the sacrifice of service and the demands it places on families. So I thank Jim's family for that. He was an incredible gentleman, Deputy Speaker, and someone who, I believe, showed this place how to stay true to your convictions, despite the many challenges that were placed in front of him. He was a thoughtful man, a humble man, a very authentic character. I remember, Deputy Speaker, towards the dying days of my time as Veterans Minister, when it was obviously quite obvious that I wasn't continuing that role in that particular week, Jim was to be presented with a quilt from the Great Aussie Quilt people, paying testimony to his career. And Jim was adamant that I had to be there as well, and he went out of his way to make sure I could come along and be part of that special occasion for him. So as Veterans Minister, I had plenty of engagements with Jim, and I have to say, amongst all the members and senators in this place, when it came to issues surrounding veterans, he was one who deeply understood the challenges, respected the harm that military service could inflict upon individuals and families, but was also very optimistic and positive about military service. He recognised that members who served had certainly changed, had been shaped by that service, but it wasn't all bad. He was someone who wasn't prepared to feed our veterans a diet of helplessness and hopelessness, one of positivity and optimism. And that leadership role he played within the veterans community was often perhaps underappreciated in the broader community, but I can assure the veterans community, Jim was often in my office, often on my phone, and a very popular member of this place with my own staff, because he was constructive and practical and came up with good ideas about how we could do more to support our veterans and their families. So I'm honoured to have served in this place with Jim. I think my colleagues who will speak here tonight as well would share my view that we are privileged to have served alongside such a great Australian, and I extend my condolences.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A senator, a military officer, a mate, a family man, patriot, a good Australian. That's who Jim Molan is. The tragic loss is something that was felt around this nation. People that served underneath him, people that worked alongside him in Parliament, of course, his family. And I reached out and spoke to a few of members of his family at his funeral and recently, and I told them that Jim, despite our age difference, was someone that I called a mate. Every anniversary of when I was wounded in Afghanistan, he would text or call and say, "How you going, mate?" we would talk about veterans issues, we'd talk about defence, we'd talk about Australia, politics. And the first thing out of every conversation when he would call would be, how's your girls? Checking in on my two daughters, Aston and Emery, and of course my wife. He was someone that cared, someone that understood that people would have differing opinions, and he understood his purpose in life, which is service. He served distinguishedly through his military career, being awarded the Officer of the Order of Australia and a Distinguished Service Cross. He served well here in the Senate, not just taking up an argument or a fight, but prosecuting our beliefs, our values, our thoughts. He was someone that had great concern of political direction in a very unique and challenging time around the world. He understands strategy, but he understands the operations. He was someone that didn't just think about what would happen if we needed to deploy troops. He would think about the strategy for it and what would happen during and after. We've seen him lead with the US in Iraq. We've seen him be appointed as a special envoy or the envoy on Operation Sovereign Borders, which he helped design and then implement. And in this place, he's written 2 books that outlay the serious concerns that he has and that many of us have. And he also contributed to many committees, and especially if you were in a Defence or Veterans Committee and you needed to look for guidance or needed to look for someone that understood the leadership space but also understood what happens post-service, you could look to Jim and he would help you. He cared so much for this country, and the only thing he cared more about than his country was his family. He loved his family. They know that. And the way that he would speak about his children, his grandchildren, and his wife was just made you feel warm because he was pure. He didn't need to embellish anything, or he didn't need to lie about anything. The only thing he didn't tell all of us was how unwell he was. But he would tell you that family is a great pillar of our society, and spending time with your family and the ones you love is so important. And on the other hand, he would talk about the dangers around the world and the strategic direction we are in that may need to change to combat future threats. He was such a great man, and I called him, with the time difference, I've called him late at night and he'll answer. And then we'll get in an hour-long conversation about something that probably would never eventuate, but it was something that I would like to talk about, and he was there to listen, provide advice, guidance, and also a nice calming hand on sometimes when I would want to fly to Canberra and wring everyone's necks on some poor decision that was being made. He was a calming voice on that. The soldiers that have served underneath him, served with him, speak so highly of him. We've all heard stories about the private soldier not necessarily liking the commanding officer. I've been there. But the private soldier that served underneath him when he was CO6 RAR said Jim was the man. He was the guy I could turn to that would give fearless and frank advice and mentor us into what we needed to do in our future development and then future operations. Other officers said that he was a leader, natural leader, and someone that cared so greatly for his men and women that served underneath him. I've heard that throughout the country. But I think that one of Jim's greatest contributions to this Parliament was in the last one, when he called me up and we were talking about the Royal Commission into veteran suicide. And he said, I'm a supporter. I know that we needed to call it, and he knows and spoke with many family members who had lost their loved ones because of suicide. I think it kept him up at night, knowing that there were soldiers out there, sailors and aviators, that were dying by suicide. Jim is, and always will be, a good friend, a great mentor, and a person that this Parliament and the Senate will greatly miss. And I offer my heartfelt love and condolences to his family, and may Jim rest in peace.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this condolence motion for a man whose love of country inspired almost 5 decades of military and public service. Major General Senator Jim Molan AODSC was a patriot in the true sense of the word, and he was a servant to the very end. In his own words, democracy in both concept and practice was a significant part of his career and life, perhaps more so than for many Australians. A large proportion of this, over 40 years, was service rendered through a number of roles in the Australian Defence Force. He upheld law and order by backing up the police in Papua New Guinea as that ally and nation's fledgling democracy was born. He represented Australia and Indonesia at the fall of the Suharto dictatorship and the rise of democratic government. He put his life in harm's way to protect Australians and locals in East Timor, and did the same again in the Solomon Islands. And he led operations in Iraq, supporting a coalition force of some 300,000 men and women in uniform. His decisions as a military leader often meant the difference between life and death. Perhaps more than any other man or woman to have walked this Parliament's halls in recent years, Jim knew the cost of this democracy, which we so often take for granted. And he understood the importance of protecting it. After decades in defence, Jim made national security his chief priority as a commentator, advisor and a parliamentarian. He was the co-author of Operation Sovereign Borders, one of Australia's most successful law enforcement operations, stemming the flow of human traffickers and restoring border integrity. And despite a rocky start to his Senate tenure with the rough and tumble of party politics, Jim worked tirelessly to make his time count. On his entry to the Senate, Australians by and large went about their lives as though living in the halcyon days. Little did we know that it was really a calm before the storm. Thanks in large part to Jim's fearless and fervent advocacy, we are now awake to danger on our doorstep, with war in Europe and increasing instability in the Asia-Pacific. I had the pleasure of hosting Jim in my electorate in Fisher. I asked Jim to come and speak with my veterans at the Caloundra RSL back in about 2019, I think it was. And he was very, very warmly received by the veterans in my community. Most recently, Jim's honest account of the rise of communist China and its disruption to the global rules-based order has been a challenge to those of us with the power to do something, who can actually do something about it. He warned us about the new domains of battle, the areas of cyber, in space and through economic supply chains. He warned us of the importance of fuel security, economic resilience and maintaining trust in our democratic institutions. Jim knew that protecting Australians and their interests at home and abroad is the #1 priority of any government, chamber and elected member. And his push for a comprehensive national security strategy has been a personal inspiration and is a cause I know many in this House will join me in taking up. I had the privilege of working with Jim on the Defence Subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade for a number of years. And when Jim wasn't in the room, either because he was off doing other things or he was crook, I would often hear his voice more or less saying, ask him this question. and his questions were often pitched at bureaucrats or members of the Defence Force. And he would say, well, what are we preparing for? What's our state of readiness in relation to X, Y and Z? He was an incredibly powerful advocate, particularly in relation to all matters defence. And I think one of the most enduring memories I will take away of Jim is his strident, his fervent desire to want to see Australia have a national security strategy. He would say it's all very well and good to have a defence strategy, but if the country itself is not united in relation to its supply chains, in relation to its manufacturing, in relation to its liquid fuel security, in relation to cyber, it's not just about the protection of this country is not just about bombs and bullets. It is a whole of not government, but a whole of community, a whole of Australia responsibility. And Jim's legacy to this parliament, to this nation, will hopefully, even though it fell on deaf ears amongst his own colleagues, will hopefully be an enduring national security strategy. Because unless we have a national security strategy, we are effectively attempting to defend this country in silos. And I was very, very proud to move a motion at our LNP State Council, or for our State Council, earlier this year, which was endorsed about the importance of national security strategy. And Jim's legacy that he has left us is a great one. I will miss him dearly because he became a good friend. I expect that many Australians will not know just how indebted we are to Jim Molan for his bravery, his foresight and his service. Jim Molan, pilot, politician, patriot, military officer, senator, servant, fighter, father, friend. On behalf of the people of Fisher, I offer my condolences to Jim's remarkable family, his wife Anne and his children Erin, Felicity, Michael and Sarah and his grandchildren. To you and to Jim Molan I say simply this: thank you for your service, Jim. Rest easy, soldier, your work here is done. Be at peace, you have been a good and faithful servant. Vale, Jim Molan.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. It's a testament to both the enormity of the contribution he made and the sheer decency of his nature that so many on both sides of the House have sought to contribute to this condolence motion on the passing of the great Jim Molan. I certainly wanted to ensure that I added my voice and that of my community on the southern Gold Coast to those paying tribute to a thorough gentleman and a true patriot. Jim worked tirelessly in the national interest for so many decades, serving our nation on the battlefield, in the community and in the political arena. Many people I've spoken with in the weeks since Jim's passing have remarked on what an enormous loss to our nation it is that we won't have his wise counsel for the challenging times to come. Jim understood the risks to our national security and our sovereignty, and he had a very honest and practical approach to being realistically prepared to deal with the ever-evolving geopolitical landscape. He was a realist about the times we live in, But as the leader has described him, Jim was an optimist about humanity. That's why I think that there's been such an outpouring of warmth and respect for him. He cared about people and believed in the goodness of humanity. And that was the hallmark of his service and what helped drive him to contribute to his community and to our nation. Jim had a very distinguished military career, which saw him rise to the rank of Major General. He was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross and the Legion of Merit by the Australian and US governments respectively, adding to the Order of Australia he received for his earlier service in Indonesia and in East Timor. There have been countless stories of Jim's bravery, compassion and unflinching leadership during his decades serving our nation in the Army. But Jim's contribution that I'm most familiar with is the work that he did following the Coalition's return to government in 2013, when Jim was asked by Prime Minister Tony Abbott to develop Operation Sovereign Borders. He achieved what at the time was thought impossible by many in politics and in the media. He stopped the boats. And now is not the time to make political points, but it's instructive that we remember the significance of what was achieved with Operation Sovereign Borders after a flood of more than 820 illegal boats and over 50,000 unauthorised arrivals. With his methodical approach and wealth of experience, Jim worked with the Australian government to break the people smugglers' business model, prevent further tragic deaths of asylum seekers at sea and restore the integrity of Australia's maritime security. It is undoubtedly one of the most significant policy successes in our nation's history. Yet Jim was so humble and he was kind when he discussed these issues with my staff and also with myself when I was Home Affairs Minister, and while we worked to protect the integrity of the system he actually developed. That is the measure of a very remarkable man. Jim faced many tough situations in his lifetime, and he never ever let ego get in the way of outcome, and he never ever complained. We all know that politics can be a very brutal business, but it's not surprising, given what he'd faced outside the Parliament, that Jim took the ups and downs of politics in his stride. And one of the things I was and remained very, very pleased about was that he was ultimately returned to the Senate. He was one of the most talented and dedicated people to ever grace that chamber. So, on behalf of my local community, I thank Jim and acknowledge his massive contribution to our nation. I also offer heartfelt condolences to Jim's family, his loving wife Anne, his daughters Sarah, Erin and Felicity, and his son Michael, along with his 5 grandchildren. And to them I say, your loss is immense, but may you all find some comfort in the enormous respect, regard and fondness expressed in this debate for Jim. Our nation will be forever indebted to Jim for his contribution. May we always remember, and may he rest in peace.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When you look at the Australian Army website, there on the first page it has Defending Australia and Our Interests, and the online page reads, the ADF, Australian Defence Force, provides a formidable military capability built upon expertly trained personnel and technically advanced vessels, vehicles, aircraft and weapons. Working in close cooperation, the Navy, Army and Air Force are tasked with the defence of our nation, its borders and coastline. Jim Molan. Our people and their values. That's Jim Molan too. Our way of life. And that's Jim Molan too. Of course, Jim's name is not on the website. I added that in because each of those 3 points on defencejobs.gov.au refers to Jim Molan. He was all about our nation, its borders and coastline. Look at Operation Sovereign Borders. He helped stop the boats. He was all about our people and their values. No one fought harder for those things than Jim Molan in his time in this place. And our way of life. He was one of the fiercest protectors of our way of life, our values, our principles. He was a soldier, a parliamentarian, a leader, a patriot, and most importantly, a dedicated family man and friend. His passing on 16 January, aged 72, left a large hole in the Liberal Party, in the coalition, in our parliament. Indeed, his 72 years were packed with adventure, with a fierce fighting quality, with a man who, well, of course, we all know of his love of his wife Anne, his daughters Sarah, Erin and Felicity, his son Michael, his 5 grandchildren, his extended family and his loved ones. Now, Jim filled a couple of casual vacancies. The first in December 2017, when Fiona Nash, the National, fell foul of that situation where people who were deemed to have dual nationality had to leave the parliament. I see the member for New England. He had to leave the parliament. He got back in. Fiona Nash chose not to, and Jim filled that vacancy. And I think if you went to the National Party room, we would have liked a National to fill that vacancy. But if there was going to be one person to fill it who wasn't a National, it would have been Jim Molan. And indeed, he filled that position until June 29, and then come the 2019 election. Of course, Jim was in an unwinnable spot. Perrin Davey filled the number 3 spot on the coalition ticket as per the coalition arrangements. And Jim decided to go it alone. That caused a bit of consternation amongst the Nationals. But again, if anybody was going to win a spot, it would have been Jim Molan. I can remember turning up. I was Deputy Prime Minister at the time, and I turned up in my own hometown of Wagga Wagga, and I approached this election booth in the west of the city, and there was a sea of blue everywhere. And I thought, who can this be? There's no candidate with blue in my hometown. This is a national stronghold. And of course it was Jim. He had banners, he had corflutes, he had people donned in blue t-shirts who outnumbered the Nationals almost 10 to 1. It was like an army. Jim was back in the army and he was fighting for his position. And he got, well, at last count, I stand corrected, but about 132,000 first preference votes. It was more than anybody in the lower house, more than anybody in the upper house, more than anybody in probably Australian political history. 132,000 first preference votes. It's a bit of a quirk of the Senate system that he actually didn't get elected. No. I think he needed something like 600,000 votes. But I tell you what, 132,000 first preference votes in New South Wales shows the popularity of the man, shows the strength of the man, shows how people were willing to go with Jim. And as I say, he didn't get elected. Perrin Davey did. She's doing an outstanding job now as the Deputy Leader of the Nationals federally. But Jim did fill a Senate vacancy when Arthur Sinodinos resigned. Arthur wasn't well. He went on and did some great things in the US, of course, as our ambassador. Yeah. But Jim, my favourite memory probably is of Jim was at a protest rally, actually, would you believe? Well, it was actually supposed to be the opening of the Merimbula Airport back on 18 December 2019, and we had Andrew Constance there as the State Liberal member for Bega. We had now member for Eden Monaro, Christy McBain, there as the Bega Valley Shire Council Mayor, and we had Jim as the duty senator. And as I was trying to make this wonderful announcement as the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development of the upgrade to the Merimbula Airport, there were these climate protesters who thought their voice and their cause was far more important than anything we were doing that day. And they were rowdy, they were noisy, they were downright rude. And Jim wasn't having anything of it. And you can see in the video Jim sort of moving sideways, and he's sort of edging in a polite but very firm way these protesters out of the way so that they couldn't disrupt my wise words. And it's just a classic video to watch Jim at his finest. And indeed, the protesters didn't get anywhere near us, Mr. Speaker, because Jim made sure of it. And he was a fine fellow. And I know everybody on this side loved him. We just did. And you know, because he said what he thought, and he meant what he said, And in this day and age, when there are some sensitive Nellies in this place, and there truly are, people who should not be silent when they ought to speak, Jim would never fall into that category. Jim spoke his mind. And when some people were all too scared or all too timid to actually say what they thought about a hot topic of discussion at the time, Jim was the first to lead the charge, just like he would have been in his army career, just like he was when he led Operation Sovereign Borders. Even his book, Danger on Our Doorstep, again, probably unpopular at the time for some to turn up to that book launch, but I did. I'm sure others did. I know the member for New England absolutely would have. I was pleased that the opposition leader, now opposition leader Peter Dutton, turned up and said some fine words, because we respected Jim and we respected his authenticity. And in this day and age where there's almost too many try and fall into the trap of just saying what they think the media wants to hear and probably going along with the flow of what might get them a few likes on Facebook, but not really appeal to those quiet Australians, Jim was out there fighting the good fight. And I do offer my heartfelt condolences, my absolute prayers to his family, to the Liberal Party, to the Coalition, because we've lost a great warrior. We've lost a great statesman. And I know the Australian Army, many members, I represent Kapooka, where all the recruits go through, and I know how fondly he is thought of in the military, as he should be. And may his legacy live long in all of those who are honoured and privileged to serve in this place on behalf of the Coalition, because there are some fights to be fought and won, and may his spirit loom large over us when we have those debates, and may we long remember fondly his contribution to this place and to this nation. Vale, Jim Molan.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge the fine words of former Speaker, the member for Riverina. And right at the outset, I'd like to Anne, to Sarah, Erin, Felicity, Michael, to the grandchildren, to say the reason that this is a longer condolence motion than most people ever get in this place is because your father and grandfather and husband was held in such high esteem by his colleagues and by the Australian people. Mr Deputy Speaker, in life there are three types of people. There's ones who throw papers out the window of a car. Can't stop them, they just chuck them out. I don't know why they do it, they just do it. And then you get people who always complain about people who throw papers out the window of a car. They're always talking about, oh, terrible person throws papers out. But there's a really special small group, and they're called the paper picker-uppers. And they actually stop the car, get out, and pick the papers up. And they're the people that make a nation great. Now, Jim Molan was a perfect example of a paper picker-upper. He spent his life picking up papers for our nation. He served till the end, to the end. When he knew he was dying, he kept serving. Because this country, that flag, was more important than him. Was more important than him. And the reason he got himself into the positions of influence was to look after Australia. That's why he did it. He loved Australia, and he was going to protect our nation. And right from the outset, he was blessed. God blessed him. He was a good-looking... I saw the photos of him when he was young. He was a good-looking bloke. I would hate to be in a competition with him at a dance. He would come first every time. But he was a good-looking bloke, and he was talented. He was a good AFL player, really good AFL player. Yet he managed to also have an exemplary record as a family man, looking after his family, in being a loving husband to Anne, and being a great father to his children. And what an incredibly full life. I suppose I also want to acknowledge what the member for Riverina said. Yeah, when he first got elected, when Fiona Nash lost the job, I was kind of angry. I was going, surely that's a Nat position, and a Nat position should be filling that position. And I said, I don't know who Jim Molan is, but as far as I'm concerned, it's another Nat gets up in that position. But so I started from the premise of not wanting to like him, but I was disabused of that belief very quickly. Because I could see this guy is full bottle. This is good for our nation. His biggest thing was to go against the zeitgeist and to be completely truthful with the Australian people. And Danger on Our Doorstep is a classic example, but only probably the last examples of how Jim would say, "Wake up," and he would break through the political correctness and just hit you between the eyes and say, "Do you understand what is happening? Do you understand the threat this nation is under? Do you understand what the Communist Party in China, what their intentions are? Do you know what that will mean for your children, for his children? If their views prevail and our life fails, what's the life that they are going to have?" So wake up, get serious, switch on, put aside the political correctness and be truthful about the threat that's before you. And I thought that was exemplary. Both the member for Riverina and I have been Deputy Chair of the National Security Committee, an incredible honour, incredible honour, incredible honour. Now, you have a lot of advisors. I had one unpaid for advisor who was constantly on the phone, and that was one Jim Molan, telling me everything that needed to happen. Later on, he became another advisor to one Vicky Campion about everything she should write, because he wanted his message out. He never went to sleep without thinking about this nation, without thinking, you've got to hear this, you've got to do this. He could have just retired. He could have just struck his hoochie, as we say in the army, struck his hoochie, put it back in with his kit and gone home. Could have done that, but he didn't. He kept fighting for our nation. I campaigned with him in Eden Monaro. He was a crook man. He was crook. And we were going around with the candidate, trying to see if we can get this candidate up in Eden Monaro. He never complained. He never turned up and said, "I feel really sick. I feel down in the chops. I'm not up to this today." He just muscled on. He muscled on. He got over it and got out there and did it for Australia. Now, I think the mark of so many people here, because let's be honest, most of us, all the people here, if I said, name me all the people who were in the parliament when you arrived, you won't be able to give their names. You'd be lucky if you got half of them. Most people go through here and are forgotten about. Not Jim. Not Jim. He won't be. He won't be forgotten. And without being too grandiose, but to borrow a metaphor, not a simile, when Abraham Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address, it didn't even make the papers. It was like a non-event, like, and this other bloke called Lincoln gave a speech and blah, 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 don't worry about that. And they gave this marvellous discourse about this flowery BS speech that was given by some general, and I can't even remember his name. But the one that I remember now is Lincoln's. Because a good career, like a good wine, matures over time and is appreciated by the appropriate palates who can understand the value that was in that person's life. And they look at that person's life through the prism of patriotism, not nationalism, which is an unguided belief in your nation, but patriotism, a love of your nation. Jim had a love of Australia. And so to Jim, who railed against so much that has already been said here, where we sanitise to a point of a lie, so much is said, he was so refreshing that he would just say the truth. To Jim, who wanted to be known as Jim, not as Sir, not as his rank, he wanted to be known as Jim. He was not full of himself. He believed in himself, which you must do, but he was not full of himself. Who walked out of this place and said, "I want to be known as Jim." Well, Jim you have been a faithful servant, and now it is time for your rest. You have been a great adornment to our nation. You will be so sadly missed. You have been a patriot. You have been a father, a grandfather, and you have brought honour. You have brought honour to this parliament, you have brought honour to your family, and you have brought honour to your family. May you rest in peace, old mate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to add my words to those that have come before, especially from the member for New England and member for Riverina, and pay my condolences to the family of Jim Molan, AO, DSC. In particular to his wife Anne and children Sarah, Erin, Felicity and Michael, and his grandchildren. I had the privilege to attend the funeral of Jim on the 25th of January, and it was one of those funerals that at the end of it you walked away from and you thought to yourself, if I could get 1/100th of a send-off that's just been given to that man, then I've lived my life to its fullest. It was the most wonderful, wonderful tribute to a life well lived that you could ever see. And all facets of Jim's life was on display in a humble, beautiful and loving way. It was quite extraordinary, the way that the family spoke about Jim as the family man. The love that you saw from that family towards Jim was all too apparent and was incredibly moving. The way that those who had served with him spoke, and spoke with respect, but spoke also with a sense of humour, because Jim, although he was straight up and down, a man of integrity, also had a great sense of humour, and that came through as well. It was wonderful to hear the words of Peter Dutton, who spoke beautifully about Jim's contribution to the parliament, the courage that he showed. And as people have said, you know, Jim said what he thought, but he said it thoughtfully. And that is incredibly important, because we can all say what we think, but the mark of a true representative is someone who says what they think, but says it thoughtfully. And Jim did that. I'll never forget the first time I met Jim. I was newly appointed as the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel, and I was asked to go to a branch meeting in Bungendore. Jim always had an interest in the electorate of Eden Monaro, and he came to this branch meeting. And I'll never forget this big man walking in and walking up, saying hello, putting his big hand out and shaking it, and looking you in the eye and saying, "I'm Jim, lovely to meet you." And he had a warmth and a smile that you immediately just went, "I like you. I like you." It was quite incredible, and I still remember that handshake. And right through my career here in this parliament, every interaction I had with Jim was like that. And my lasting memory was Jim wanting to make sure that we did that comprehensive national security strategy. And my hope is that amongst all of us, and I must say it's been wonderful to hear the contribution from our National Party friends today, because I don't think I've seen so much love for the Liberal Party in a long, long time. But I've got to say, I think all of us now, it's beholden on us, especially on the coalition side, to make sure that that comes to fruition. And my hope is that at the next election, that we will have as part of our policy that we should have a comprehensive national security strategy, because I think that would be a great way to honour Jim's legacy.
and I hope we can make sure that that happens. So Jim was a soldier, he was a volunteer, and the stories of his volunteerism, especially fighting fires and doing so from the air, were wonderful to hear. That was a part that I hadn't really understood, how he was involved in that volunteer side about keeping our communities safe. And as all of us know, especially those who represent regional and rural areas, that volunteerism absolutely is essential as to who we are and how we make sure that our communities continue to survive and flourish. He was a representative, he was a senator, but he wasn't a senator, he was a representative. He represented the people, he represented the party, he represented the membership of the Liberal Party, and people were proud that he was their representative. They were proud he was their representative. You never heard anyone say that they didn't think that Jim had all the fine qualities and tributes that you need to be a representative, and that is what he was. And he was also a writer, and to those of us who write, and some of us write the odd opinion piece, some of us might write a little bit longer, but Jim wrote books. And as we've heard previously, very, very good, very sound, very thoughtful books on very, very important issues. And the service that he showed to this nation, that even on his deathbed, that he wanted to put words down that would advantage our nation going forward and make sure that we continue to think about the issues which will define not only Australia but the Indo-Pacific region going forward. That he was doing that on his deathbed is the absolute epitome of everything that Jim stood for. So to his family, can I once again say how deeply, deeply sorry I am that Jim has left us, I think, still with so much to give. But you can know in your heart that for every minute that he was on this earth, that he gave his all and made a contribution that all of us in this place would love to be in some way to be able to follow. May he rest in peace.
Question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bradfield.
Very pleased to rise to make my contribution to this condolence motion, acknowledging the memory and the contribution of the late Senator Jim Molan, AODSC, former Major General in the Australian Army. First of all, amongst his many characteristics, Jim Molan was a family man. He was very proud of his family, and I certainly want to express my condolences to his wife Anne, daughters Sarah, Erin and Felicity, son Michael and 5 grandchildren. Each of his children has built a successful career, but as Minister for Communications, I had the privilege of working with Jim's daughter Erin on the question of online safety, where she's been a very strong advocate, and she very effectively lent her standing in the community to a very, very important area of public policy. The Online Safety Act that we were able to pass through the Parliament in 2020, in 2021, owed its success in material measure, in significant measure, to the advocacy and support of Erin Molan. And I know that Jim was very, very proud of the work that Erin did in this area, as he was very proud of all of his children. He consistently posted on social media about the work that Erin was doing in these online safety reforms. Of course, while Jim Molan was first and foremost a family man, he was also a very distinguished and committed Australian patriot, whether through his service over many years in our armed forces or his service in our parliament. He was a man of very high integrity who always put the interests of his constituents and of the nation at the very centre of his concerns. He served our country with distinction as a Major General in the Australian Defence Force. He played a crucial role in shaping our military strategies, and his role as Chief of Operations in Iraq was obviously a high point of his career. He represented Australia with great distinction in that multinational force and in the work and the deliberations that went on in directing those extensive operations. Of course, as is well known, his military expertise was drawn upon by the Liberal National Government, and indeed before that in opposition, in developing and in executing on what became known as Operation Sovereign Borders. We were, as an opposition and subsequently as a government, determined to stop the dangerous trade of the people smugglers. We know that, regrettably, many lives were lost as desperate people took journeys that were organised by criminal gangs, and it was very important that this be stopped in a way that was effective and that was in a way that was humane, in a way that was consistent with Australian values. Jim's advice in the difficult work of developing and implementing those policies was of the first importance. Prime Minister Abbott appointed him Special Envoy for Operation Sovereign Borders. That allowed him to travel, including particularly across Southeast Asia, to work with like-minded nations and regional partners to develop and implement the anti-people smuggling measures that were so important. Jim's military career was long and storied. He was held in high esteem by his colleagues, from infantrymen to his fellow senior officers, and he was recognised rightly for his bravery and his leadership. Subsequent to his time in the military, he became involved in politics. He set out to familiarise himself with the complex beast that is the New South Wales division of the Liberal Party. And he did so with great success. Many people seek to be pre-selected to a winnable spot on the Liberal Party's New South Wales Senate ticket. Very few people achieve that. Jim managed to achieve that in a remarkably short period of time, and he built up a cadre of very devoted supporters across the entire New South Wales division of the party. Once he got to the Senate, of course, he brought to bear his enormous wealth of knowledge and experience. He was a respected voice on many important issues: defence, foreign affairs and immigration. His contributions to the Senate and to our national discourse will have a lasting impact on our national policy. Just last year, he released his second book, Danger on Our Doorstep, regarding the security environment in the Indo-Pacific. Of course, his first book, Running the War in Iraq, gave his insider account of the very senior role he played in that conflict and in the multinational force, which ultimately included some 300,000 troops from many countries. As well as his characteristics as a family man, as well as his distinguished achievements as both a military man and a politician, I want to conclude with some observations about Jim's character and the way that he conducted himself and the impact he had on others. Jim was a kind and generous man and formed friendships easily. He was a towering figure, figuratively and literally, He was known for an infectious smile, a warm personality and genuine concern for others. Jim was known to treat everybody with good grace and respect. Certainly I well recollect the time when he came to address the Bradfield Federal Electorate Conference in my electorate, and he was very warmly received by my local Liberal Party members. And that is indicative of the regard in which he was held amongst Liberal Party members and amongst members of the community more broadly, certainly across the North Shore of Sydney, but across New South Wales. At Jim's funeral recently in Canberra, there were many stories told of his character and the respect in which he was held by others. One of those stories concerned his focus on ensuring that his troops were fit and disciplined and prepared for what conflict might bring, through his practice of holding 24-hour marches with just 5 minutes rest each hour. After the formal part of the funeral, I caught up with Father Rob Sutherland, who's well known to me as a former rector of St John's Church in Gordon in my electorate, and he's a long-standing ADF chaplain. Rob told me something I hadn't known before, that he had served under Jim's leadership and he had personal experience of the 24-hour marches. He was able to confirm that they had in fact occurred. But Rob also told me how Jim had backed him strongly when Rob first set out to transition towards a career as an Australian Defence Force chaplain. Like the hundreds of people at that service, Rob Sutherland's life was touched positively by Jim Molan, and the number of people who turned out was a strong indicator of the lives that he had impacted. Jim Molan's legacy will live on through the countless Australians he's helped and through the many important causes he has championed. Let me close by again expressing my condolences to Jim's family, to all who worked with him in the Australian Defence Force, to his staff here in Parliament, and to my parliamentary colleagues. Collectively, all of us will greatly miss him, and we will remember and honour his memory.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on the 16th of January, Australia lost an accomplished New South Wales senator, a proud military man and a very vocal patriot. At the time, when we heard the news, I was in Washington DC with a parliamentary delegation, and we stopped to mark Jim's passing. I said some words, the member for Menzies also said some words, and the member for Moncrief, and we stopped and saluted his service and his life. He was truly a towering man, a towering figure in this parliament. As an Australian Army officer who held one of the most senior positions in decades as a Chief of Operations in the Iraq War, Senator Molan brought immense experience into this place. Jim Molan served in the ADF for 40 years, from 1968 to 2008, retiring at the rank of Major General. Deputy Speaker, I only served for 13 years, but Jim and I did serve together in Holsworthy, in New South Wales, and honourable members will be aware of that base. He was an infantryman like me. It's just that I was the most junior officer in Holsworthy, and Jim, as the commander of the 1st Brigade, was the most senior officer at Holsworthy Barracks at that time. So it was there that I met him for the first time. He's renowned for his connection and work with Indonesia. And at that time, at the Parachute Battalion, we had some visiting Indonesian officers, and they wanted to meet Jim Molan. So because I spoke a bit of Bahasa Indonesia, I was asked to see if we could get a meeting with this big figure for these Indonesian junior officers. They knew all about him from his time in Indonesia, and it was when I was introducing those young Indonesian officers to the brigade commander, Senator Jim Molan, brigadier at the time, that I really got the first sense for how big, not only physically, but how large a figure as a commander that he was. Jim Molan knew Indonesia very well. Through his career, he spent significant time there, but he also importantly commanded Australian Army units ranging from platoons of 30 soldiers to divisions of 1,500 soldiers as his career progressed. But he was an infantier, but he was also a helicopter pilot. So very multi-talented. For that work I mentioned that he did in Iraq, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross by Australia and the US Legion of Merit. Throughout his career, he served in posts and operations including Solomon Islands, Timor-Leste, Indonesia, as I mentioned, in Papua New Guinea, Malaysia, Germany, the United States, and of course Iraq. In fact, one day here in Canberra, when I was returning from a briefing at Joint Operations Command at JOC at Bungendore that many honourable members have been to and received briefings, I came back here to the house in a car with Jim, and he was very generous in sharing his experiences as a young officer, particularly his early service with the 1st Battalion of the Pacific Islands Regiment in PNG, and how much he learned as a junior officer at that time. On operations such as East Timor, during our intervention, he was known for putting himself in physical danger to save locals and Australians from harm, whether they be civilian, uniform, Timorese, Australian, or from any other country. Jim's friend Greg Sheridan wrote in the Australian newspaper that he was a great, brave and straight character. And I quote, "More than anyone I've known, in Jim Molan there was not a sliver of daylight between what he said and what he did." End quote. And I can certainly believe that, Deputy Speaker. While Jim and I were on different sides of politics, I admired in him his commitment to service and his tireless advocacy on strengthening our Australian Defence Force. Now, many are much better placed than me to comment on Jim's character because they knew him a lot better, and I acknowledge all the previous speakers and their experiences with Jim. I would also just pay tribute, though, to what was obvious, and that was his guiding passion. And that, as far as I could see, was the defence of Australia. And I remember from the moment that I heard that he was leaving the army, kept an eye on him, of course, thought that he might go into politics. I was interested to hear what he had to say, free from the ADF, and he obviously became a very strong voice on defence matters. The accounts of Greg Sheridan and other sources are confirmed by Senator Molan's 2022 book, Danger on Our Doorstep, which analyses the risks of a major regional war. We know that Senator Molan was immensely frustrated that his repeated warnings on defence, from his perspective, were not being taken seriously. And I did meet with him in his office to discuss his concerns because I was keen to learn. I knew of him, I knew we might not see eye to eye on everything, but I was keen to learn. And essentially his warnings went as follows. He saw the ADF as being designed not to have any strategic effects independently of the United States, and that was reinforcing our dependence by building a one-shot force. And that was a lesson that he drew from his time in command in Iraq. In the book, Senator Molan forcefully argued that we are preparing for the wrong war if we still define the role of the ADF as deploying small, politically symbolic forces to coalition operations in far-flung theatres like Iraq and Afghanistan. It's important to note that Senator Molan was fair-minded and did not limit, he was not limited rather, to always making a partisan calculation on this question. From what I saw, he equally critiqued the coalition's record, as well as that of our side of the House when it comes to defence policy. Now, I raise this question because Jim Molan's thinking on how to defend Australia if there is a next war, and we know from history that's likely. But as he set out in that book, and what he set out in that book, and the thinking that he has assisted to bring about in that book actually may be one of his greatest strategic legacies. And it is a legacy that we, on all sides of the House and Senate, can and should learn from. It's a contribution that should be learned from. I think he was, in the truest sense of the word, a national interest first politician. He leaves behind a great and painful void in his family, a few of them that I've met. Obviously the void is also with his colleagues and staff in this parliament. So I salute him for his long service to our country, and on behalf of my family and myself, send our deepest condolences to Jim's wife Anne, daughters Sarah, Erin and Felicity, his son Michael, his 5 grandchildren, and to the rest of his family. So Vale, Senator Jim Molan, AODSC, your duty done. Rest in peace.
Thank you. And the question is the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's an honour this evening to remember the late Senator Jim Molan in this place. Jim was a friend, he was a colleague, and he was a patriot. But he was also a man of immense warmth and energy, and I want to focus on that aspect of his character tonight. The warmth and energy is my enduring memory of him, from my first encounter to our final goodbye late last year. I first met Jim in 2005 as an officer cadet at the Australian Defence Force Academy. I'd started a history society, and we were after speakers to come and speak to the cadets. And Jim had just come back from Iraq, where he was the commanding general or running operations over there, and he took up the offer. He didn't have to, but he did. He was generous with his time. And he came and spoke to us about his efforts running the coalition over there. And I remember meeting him at the ADFA flagpole all those years ago, and he gave me a big handshake, a big warm smile, and went straight to nicknames. He said, "G'day Andy, great to be here, mate," instantly putting me at ease. And he was a senior officer at that time, but that was his way with people. His enthusiasm gave energy and confidence to others. And when we served in the Parliament more than a decade later, Jim was the same man, brimming with energy, ideas and goodwill. I remember on the Intelligence Committee working with Jim, having hip replacements, working through painkillers. None of that stopped him. He kept contributing, and I remember thinking to myself, if I've got that much energy at his age, I'll be a very lucky man. Jim's contribution in this parliament, I think, was that he was singularly focused on Australia's security, devoting his final years to sounding the bell on areas of concern, from national strategy to supply chain resilience. And in all of this, Jim was direct about the threats to Australia, even if his straight talk made people uncomfortable, which it did. Tough conversations are never easy, but Jim was always a soldier at heart, by vocation and instinct. He was bluff and straightforward, and his duty came first. And I think that's why he wrote and finished
danger on our doorstep while battling cancer. He believed that Australia, the public, and that's where the book was pitched to or aimed at, we needed to have the tough conversation about our strategic circumstances. And even as the shadows lengthened, and he didn't give much away while he was battling cancer, but even as the shadows lengthened, he finished the mission of completing that book. And I think that will be his lasting contribution to the public discussion about where we go from here over the next decade and beyond. As Jim and I parted ways in Parliament late last year, the warmth was there, the energy was growing dim, I must say, but he was still that same man that I'd met all those years ago as a cadet. And I didn't know it at the time, but that was his way of saying goodbye. He was moving around the building, giving people a warm smile, a big handshake, and that was his way of saying goodbye, knowing that the end was near. He still had much to contribute to public life. And I'm grateful for the ways he strengthened me, strengthened other colleagues. I'm grateful for the intellectual contribution he made to public life. And I think our nation has lost a great soldier, a thinker, and a genuine and true servant of the Australian people. And so my thoughts and prayers remain with his wife, Anne, his children, and the broader Molan family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question is the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to make a contribution to the condolence motion to Senator Jim Molan, AODSC, and in particular to offer my condolences to his wife Anne and children Sarah, Erin, Felicity and Michael. Jim obviously had an extensive and truly remarkable career, and numerous speakers on this condolence motion have gone through that career over many decades and the extraordinary service to Australia that it entailed. But while those career achievements are extraordinary, they are not the measure of the man. He was a much bigger figure than the sum of those achievements. He showed incredible courage in his life, in a way that few of us are ever required to. He had vision that few of us have, a capacity to see years ahead to the deepest strategic challenges facing Australia. And he had great decency. He cared about people. He was easy to talk to. He was unaffected by his high positions. He was never superior. He was always a very, very decent person. And most importantly, as the Leader of the Opposition observed, his greatest love was for his family, who was such a great credit to him. He was honest, decent, and always willing to help others. He led a remarkable life, and he was a complete man. I wish his family my deepest condolences.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Calare.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's an honour, albeit a very sad one, to make a contribution to this motion for our colleague Jim Molan, AODSC. Jim was a soldier, a pilot, an author, a volunteer firefighter, a senator, a family man, and somebody I was very proud to call my friend. He was born in Melbourne on April the 11th, 1950, to Noni and World War II veteran Andrew. Jim dreamt of being a soldier from his early days. In January 1968, during the Vietnam War, Jim was admitted to Duntroon, the very place we farewelled him only weeks ago, some 55 years later. Jim completed university degrees in arts and economics and later became fluent in Indonesian. He served in the Royal Australian Infantry Corps, rising through the ranks of the 1st, 3rd and 6th Battalions to become a commanding officer. His training was in companies intending to go to Vietnam, and Jim was keen to serve there, but when that conflict ended, he was given, as he called it, the consolation prize of 3 years in Papua New Guinea during the country's transition to independence and move towards a democratic system in 1975. It was the first of 35 moves to come for Jim, his wife Anne, whom he met as an officer cadet and married in 1972, and their family. In 1992, as a colonel, Jim was posted to Jakarta as the Australian Defence Force attaché, where he served until 1994. In 1998, as a brigadier, he returned to Jakarta as Defence Force attaché for another 2 years, where he saw firsthand the chaos following the fall of President Suharto, the Asian financial crisis and East Timor's vote for independence. In 1999, he joined the Australian Army deployment in East Timor. I was lucky enough to serve as Minister for Veterans Affairs in the previous government, and Jim was keen to get me up to speed with his work there for reasons I will elaborate on shortly. He'd written about his experiences in East Timor reasonably briefly in his book, Running the Iraq War. Running the War in Iraq. In August 2021, he dropped around a signed copy to my office here at Parliament House. Before signing the inside cover, he'd written the words, "A soldier's story." It certainly was that. I wasn't in the office at the time, but when I got back, I immediately started flipping through the pages and came across a photo of a dashing young Jim about to join the army. I sent him a text with the photo to thank him for the book, but also stating that for a moment I thought I was reading GQ 1968. Jim texted back, "God, I was good looking once," before adding a series of laughing emojis, and then, on a more serious note, referring me to the pages on East Timor that he wanted me to read. He was warm and engaging and had a very dry, self-deprecating sense of humour. The reason he wanted me up to speed on East Timor was because, as an incredibly proud Australian, he strongly believed that the story of the contribution of our nation and all who served there should be told. One very important way that the stories of our overseas deployments are told is through Australia's official histories, and Jim came to see me about the official history relating to East Timor. The production of the official histories falls under the responsibility of the Minister for Veterans Affairs. Jim was very concerned that the official histories were being blocked and that politics was at play, and Jim certainly knew a thing or two about that. Jim was diplomatic, but he suspected that the issue may have been that some in Australia's foreign policy establishment were concerned about the judgment of history and that it may not be a kind one. I believe that he was right about that and that the histories were in peril. At Jim's behest, I took a very strong interest in the progress of the histories and even obtained a draft to read. He was very passionate about this issue, as was his friend, Tony Abbott. It took some wrangling and an interesting and illuminating journey through the workings of government, but the official histories eventually got moving. In December last year, Born of Fire and Ash, Australian Operations in Response to the East Timor Crisis 1999-2000 was published. I'm told it will be officially launched soon. It only came into existence because those like Jim Molan took a stand and felt fiercely and deeply that telling this story was the right thing to do. He did it for Australia and its veterans. And when you step back and think about it, it's the story of how Australia, against the odds, ended up back on the right side of history, and Jim was very proud of that. And that was Jim. He had great courage, both in the corridors of power in Canberra and out in the field. This was clearly demonstrated at Bacau Airport during the East Timor crisis, when Jim saved the life of Bishop Bello and quite possibly many other evacuees. Jim was sent to organise the evacuation of UN workers and others, including the Bishop. Armed gangs of militia wanted the Bishop dead and weren't too keen on Australian soldiers either. The evacuees were to get out of Bacau on a couple of Australian C-130 Hercules, but the armed militia blocked the runway. The planes were going nowhere. It was tense, very tense. In a lengthy negotiation, an unarmed Jim faced the militia alone. At times, they drew weapons. As the day wore on, Jim negotiated for UN helicopters to come in and evacuate about 40 children and adults to Dili before all evacuees were allowed to board and the jam-packed planes eventually departed. About 18 months ago, I was in my office signing correspondence and had a documentary on in the background. It was called The Australian SAS, The Untold Story. The episode I saw was on East Timor. The documentary gave an account of the standoff on the runway and how the militia fired off a few rounds at a departing Hercules as it headed to Darwin. When I saw Jim next, I asked him about the documentary. When I suggested the whole thing must have been terrifying, He just chuckled and said words to the effect that he was just doing what he had to do, just doing his job, and he hadn't seen the documentary. And that was definitely how he saw it. In his book, he recounted how later that day, the satisfaction of the Prime Minister about the successful evacuation was passed on to him. Jim said he was amazed at how quickly he had moved it to the back of his mind as they'd bounced from one drama to the next. It was just another day in East Timor. That may be so, but I can tell you this. Those evacuees were incredibly lucky to have had Brigadier Jim Molan in their corner that day. With so many civilians on board, as well as armed Australian SAS, the whole operation could easily have turned bad very, very quickly. Jim was made an Officer of the Order of Australia in 2000 and became Commander of the Australian Defence College. In 2004, he was posted to Baghdad as Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations for the new multinational force. Later, as Chief of Staff, he effectively commanded a force of approximately 300,000, including more than 130,000 Americans, with the rest drawn from Iraq and some 28 other nations. In Jim's words, his role was to run the war on behalf of the US general who was in charge. The Americans wanted to put a non-American face to the war, and Jim got the job. At one stage during his time in this role, he was commanding more troops than any Australian had since World War II. And if all of those achievements weren't enough, Jim became Senator Molan in 2017 and his service to our nation continued. He had a great affinity and affection for the central west of New South Wales, and he visited on a number of occasions. He was a passionate advocate for expanding Australia's defence manufacturing capability and self-reliance. The general public of our region would not be aware, but Jim was also a passionate advocate for defence manufacturing in Lithgow at the Lithgow Small Arms Factory. It's been making rifles for Australia since the First World War. When Jim heard that small arms manufacturing in Lithgow may be in peril, he immediately came to see me to let me know that he was in Lithgow's corner and that he was also in my corner, and he was true to his word. He was a powerful and energetic advocate for continuing manufacturing in the city. In so doing, he helped lay down a marker that defence manufacturing in Lithgow must not cease. The small arms factory in Lithgow remains, and to this day continues to play a vital role in our country's national security. I was always very impressed with Jim's vast knowledge of the defence and security sectors. His knowledge was encyclopedic. I was frankly always baffled that his party never made more use of his huge talents. I know I'm not alone in these thoughts. Politics is not a meritocracy, and that's a shame. The life of Jim Molan was truly extraordinary. He was a man of great courage, conviction and decency. I always enjoyed his company and hearing his insights and well-informed opinions. Determined to keep Australia strong and free, he brought unparalleled experience to our Parliament. I respected him enormously. He was a great Australian who will be greatly missed. Farewell, Jim Molan. I convey the sincere and heartfelt condolences of the Calera electorate and our region to his family, friends and fellow veterans.
Indeed. I understand it is the wish of our honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and I ask all present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber. And I give the member for Parramatta the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Thank you. Is leave granted?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Member for Parramatta.
Thank you. I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker.
So the question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Parramatta.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Absolutely aye, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Second this motion. Excellent. And the question is that the motion now be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary?
Aye, Madam Deputy.
No. I think the ayes have it. Thank you. The Federation Chamber now stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.